Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Cinemateq live stream where I am just going to set your Letterboxd profiles on fire. No glitz, no glam, no ridiculous talking up or long drawn out metaphors today. Just straight up fire. And I hope you are all having a wonderful Friday, and if not, well, let's do something about that. So, for those of you who are joining in who may not have any idea what's going on, hi, weird that you found this live stream because this is a very specific thing that I do here, but hello. What is going to be going on here is that there is a list on Letterboxd that you can get to by going into the description box below. If you comment on it, you go onto the roasting list. And when I get to you, I will roast your stupid little Letterboxd profile and all of the stupid little movies that you like for fun, because you asked me to. Now, if the wait is too long, and let me tell you, this is not a short list, if you want to jump the queue, you gotta super chat for it. Any amount is cool. Whatever, it's fine. And yeah, that's basically what we do here. I will take a moment to just plug a couple of things because it is the end of the month and I will be saying hello to everyone in chat. Don't you worry. Say your hellos right now. I would like to remind everyone that there is going to be a special exclusive live stream happening on Monday where I rate and rank every film that I watched in the previous month, this time being June. That will be happening at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you must be a member at the Cinemateq level in order to participate. So to everyone who's watching right now, who got one of those cool memberships from Junk, I believe, last live stream, like Victor, Archangel, Anna, Shin Queen, and Paul, you're good. You're already good to go. So I hope I see you on Monday for the exclusive live stream. And for those of you who want to sign up, you just go ahead and do that right now or on tomorrow. I don't really care. But come hang out. It'll be cool. It's a fun time. Beyond that, there is also the Cinemateq Top 100 going on right now. If you haven't voted already, once again, link in the description box below. And you just tell me what you think the 10 best films of all time are. And then I'm going to collect all the data and we're going to have a list of the top 100 films of all time as decided on by this wonderful little community that we've all built up. So if you want to be a part of that, please go ahead and do it. There's some rules. You can read them. Just don't do anything stupid and you'll be fine. That's about it. So hello, chat. Hi. How are you today? What do we got in here? Sleepy Bear was here 82 minutes ago. Hopefully you're here now. Hello, Ella and Crossfire and Ash Williams. Wait, Ash Williams. Is that the Ash who kills Deadites? It's the same Ash? I can't remember. Elfie and Tomasz, excuse me. Jasmine, hello. Anna, hello. Ugel, hello. Neo, hello. Who else we got in here? Merrick, what's up? RTR, what's going on? Giapalo, hi. Jarbcarp, Ricardo. Anyone new? Ooh, Ghostal Man. Dory's here. What's up? Oh, Sleepy Bear did make it in here. Sick. I'll have to ask my mom if I can join when I get home. No worries. And what does this person ask me here? Opinion on Breaking Bad? It's a TV show, and therefore I don't care about it. Just kidding. It's actually pretty good. I wonder who will get roasted today. Well, I can tell you for sure, Sleepy Bear 7, that your brother in having numbers in their name will be roasted first because I have a very good handle on the English language today because it's time for the Roast of Blaze 20K. Someone who is so unoriginal, they probably wanted to sign up with the name Blaze for 20K, but that was taken, and so they thought the best way to have a cool original name was to just drop the 4. Do you want to know how else I know that they're not a very original person? Why don't you take a look at this profile picture and tell me what you see? It would be very easy for me to just say, oh, this person took Yugi's head from Yu-Gi-Oh! And then did like a really dumb Photoshop paint thing on the bottom, and that was that. Except this is such a low quality image, like I can see the compression on it, that I know this person just picked this up with a Google image search. They probably were just like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is me. Google search that shit. Find the image, and it's like, oh, this one's going to be funny. So they don't even have the artistic ability or originality to even do this on their own by themselves. That's the kind of person that we are dealing with here. And beyond all that, they are from Massachusetts. Or, as we like to say in Toronto, massive two shits. And apparently they're 21. Is that their age? Is that their shoe size? I don't know. Nothing is really being given to me here for context, and in either case, I don't give a shit. What is chat saying? The super chats aren't working. Well, they should be. I wonder why they aren't working. Well, I better finish this roast and then we'll find out what's going on. So let's take a look at Blaze 20K. Their favorite films includes Chungking Express, Yi, An Elephant Sitting Still, and Mishima. And God, it's just so early in the day. So early in the day to be saying basic Criterion bitch. But here we are. What am I supposed to do in this situation? You're forcing me into a corner. I have to call you a BCB. God damn it. So, I don't know where this is going to be leading us for the rest of the roast. Maybe that is just going to be what I'm going to be calling everyone today, because of course all of you special little snowflakes think you're so good because you've seen a couple of movies in the Criterion Collection. A cinephile does not that make, bucko. Let's head on down here and see what they've been doing with their recent activity. Hey, a 4.5 star for Joan of Arc. Maybe you're not a complete idiot, although you are from massive two shits, so that's always a possibility that you are an idiot. Man, my English is not great today. The Firm, you gave it a low one. The Guardian, you gave it a mid one. Don't even know what that is. And wouldn't you know it, the BCB gave Before Sunrise a 4-star. Because of course you did. You don't have any original thoughts, as we've already established. So of course you're going to give another film in the Criterion Collection a 4-star. I bet when we get to actually looking at your films and we go by the lows, we are never, ever, ever going to see a Criterion film lower than like a 3.5. Bet. Also, shout out to Dory for proving that Super Chat is in fact working in the most Chad way possible. Thank you so much, Dory. And if you want a Letterboxd roast, please put your Letterboxd information in the chat. So what else have we got going on here? Popular reviews. Let's look at the popular reviews. Interesting. This movie walked so Elephant Sitting Still could run. Is this supposed to be some kind of joke? Is Elephant Sitting Still about a school shooting? Let's find out. I don't think I've ever actually seen this movie. I want to see this. In the northern Chinese city of Manzhouli, they say there is an elephant that simply sits and ignores the world. Manzhouli becomes an obsession for the protagonists of this film, a longed-for escape from the downward spiral in which they find themselves. Once again, no information on whether or not this film is about a school shooting or not, so I'm going to say that maybe Elephant and the elephant in Elephant Sitting Still have nothing in common other than sharing one word in their name, which is probably the worst way that you could try to make a pun. Hey, speaking of puns, did you notice the pun in the thumbnail today? No bonus points if you did, but like, did you see it? Did you see it? We'll see if you figure it out. Chat, you let me know what's up. Hey, you gave Gone with the Wind 1 star. I wonder why. All that is putrid about The Birth of a Nation painted with the finest Technicolor. But seriously, other than great cinematography and a couple iconic lines, what is there here? And you know what? I am never, in my roasting career, ever going to defend The Birth of a Nation. I know that as a heel, as a roaster, as someone who just finds something wrong with all things, because that, I think, is what most of you want to see, I am never going to take that opposite opinion where I say that Birth of a Nation is good or necessary in order to elicit a negative response from the audience. I don't go that far. I don't have what Christian Cage does on AEW every week, and what Jungle Boy Jack Perry tried to do on this most recent AEW Dynamite, which was hilarious to watch. If you watch wrestling, you know what I'm talking about. So I am just going to leave this one alone and say, fuck Birth of a Nation. And if this particular review is correct, fuck Gone with the Wind. Boo to the racists. What's going on in these lists? You got 42 of them. That's a lucky number, according to some people. Oh, man, I also got, like, some sinuses going on. What the fuck? It's like something flew out of my throat and got caught there. I'm gonna be fine though. Soviet Spider, you got the pun. Good for you, good for you. Oh man, I should do less cocaine. Just kidding, I don't do cocaine at all. So, hated films, Blaze 20K. Which films did you hate? Electrocuting an Elephant. Yeah, that's a good movie to hate. Birth of a Nation. Also a good movie to hate. I love how you are leaning into your hatred. Good for you. Feel it flowing through you. And other lines from Star Wars. Wolf Warrior 2. Wait, so I guess these are just like films that you hate for different reasons. Because I guess like this one is because you don't like seeing animal torture, which is probably not something that's like totally true for you because I bet you eat meat and stuff. And so in that case, you're fine with animal torture sometimes. But this one means you hate racism. And then Food Fight probably means you hate shitty animated films, I guess. I don't know. Wolf Warrior and Wolf Warrior 2, I don't know what those are about. Fear of the Deer, I have no idea. Rise of Skywalker, hey, that's just a really bad movie. So no real pinpointing on why for the hate, but just hatred, which I always love to see. Hate is great. Favorite film from every country. I'm gonna have to let you know right here, man, that there are more than 64 countries. There's a few more. You could say there's 3 times as many, and probably more than that as well. In fact, definitely yes. There's more than 3 times as many countries as that. So I guess you just haven't seen a film from every country in the world yet. Boo hoo, do better. And here are your favorite films. We're gonna get to those when we actually look at all of your films. Favorite film from every year? Ugh, boring. None for these films. You don't have one for 2023 yet? Come on, you're living it now. Ooh, a Star Wars ranked. And you know what? I got a little bit of a headache, so why don't we just make it worse? Because you have Revenge of the Sith up top. Fuck that. Get out of here. Bullshit. No. No, 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 no. Dumb. But then you have The Last Jedi #2, which is just so goddamn strange. And then you have Attack of the Clones higher than Empire Strikes Back and A New Hope. And you know what? Blaze 20K, I think maybe your original name of Blaze 420K is probably apt because you would need to do about 420,000 joints in order to come to the conclusion that Attack of the Clones is better than Empire Strikes Back and A New Hope. What the hell are you dipping your joints in, bro? I think you need to seek professional help. Also, shout out to Miranda Reed for coming through with the super chat. Thank you so much. We'll get to you in but a moment. Steve Cuts ranked. I don't know what that is. David Fitcher ranked. Ooh, Fight Club #1. We got a film bro on our hands, everybody. Akira Kurosawa ranked. Rashomon #1. That's not how I remember it. Little Simpsons joke there for you. Studio Ghibli ranked. I mean, these are all just people ranked and stuff. Nothing cool. Cinema of India. Oh, you've seen 3 films from India? Congratulations. There's only, like, what? A billion people in that country, and they produce, like, hundreds of films a year, but you've seen 3. Wow. Good for you. Paul Schrader ranked. Wait, where is... Oh, you're a Paul Schrader fan, but you haven't seen First Reformed? Ooh, look at this cool guy we got on our hands. Can't even see one of the best films of the 21st century. How have you not seen... I don't want to look at the Film Bro list. Let's look at the Film Bro list. How have you not seen these movies? I assume that you have seen all of these, and apparently I've seen all of them except for one. Try and guess what it is. So, yeah, this is just basic Film Bro bullshit. Also, shout out to Elfie for the super chat. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing it show up in the actual chat, but that's fine. If you would just be so kind as to give me your Letterboxd name in the chat, that would be fantastic. Thank you again for donating. Appreciate that. Okay, hold on. How have you not seen Antichrist? Probably because people don't want to have a bad time when they watch a movie sometimes, you know? Not everyone wants to endure psychological torture when they watch a film. Maybe that's a concept that's just a little bit alien to you. So I think we're just going to move on now to the films, because there's some people who put in some very nice super chats, and we're going to see... We got to give them the roasting. And so I think here, yeah, all of their half-star films are the ones that we saw in that one little list they gave us. So thank you for ruining the suspense of this moment. Also, the menu at 1 star is stupid. To say that that film is as bad as Thor: Love and Thunder is stupid. I don't know what made you think that that was a good opinion, but I can tell just by looking at this that you're full of not good opinions. Like Ghost in the Shell. This goddamn anime you gave 1.5 stars to? Are you insane? This movie rules. Although I understand that maybe your little tiny pee-pee brain is a little bit too pee-pee to understand or to grasp what is going on in this film. So, you know what? Maybe give it another shot and, I don't know, read a book about it, if you're capable of doing that. You also gave this Kurosawa film 1.5 stars. Ran. That's kind of weird and stupid. Also, Breathless, the classic French New Wave film from 1960. That is an incredible film. What the fuck are you doing? Then you also have Shiva Baby down here at a 2 star. Excuse me? What? This film is anxiety in like an 80-minute little wonderful film. And we all know that Rachel Senoy is one of the people who we love the most around here. So no. That's terrible. That's a dumb opinion. And here you are just doing lots of other really dumb things. The Godfather at 2.5 stars, Pulp Fiction at 3 stars, Everything Everywhere All at Once at 3 stars, Into the Spider-Verse at 3 stars. It's like you're going out of your way to being a bitch. A basic Criterion bitch. At least now I don't even know if I can call you that because once again, you gave Ran 1.5 stars. And I don't know if a BCB would do that. So let's flip this around and see what we got going on up top. Also, thank you so much to Tomasz for the super chat. I appreciate that. And please get into the chat and let me know what your Letterboxd account is, and we'll get that going for you. So, whew. What do we got in here? Millennium Mambo. It's a Tiet Ray film. What else is this 5 star? The Grandmaster. I believe that's a Wong Kar-wai film. That's actually in the Criterion Collection as well. The Handmaiden. Yep. Starship Troopers should be in the Criterion Collection if we're being honest. Yeah, I'm seeing some Criterion films. Not as many as I thought. Also, Revenge of the Sith getting 5 stars. Holy Jesus. Could you please stop being some Gen Z idiot who tried to prequel meme those films into relevancy? You ain't doing it. I ain't accepting it. Stop it. Over the Garden Wall, Elephant, but like a different film named Elephant than the one from 2003? City of God, JSA. That's too high for JSA. That's like a 3.5 star film, but you know, that's a small issue that I'm going to have with you. I will say, I don't want to be positive towards you. I don't at all. But it seems like you hand out the 5 stars not very often, which I always appreciate. I always like seeing that. In fact, Blaze 20K, what do we got going on here in your distribution? Okay, you rate pretty much everything over a 3 star, but most of them are 4. This is kind of weird though. It's like you're never watching films in the 1 to 2.5 star rating range. I kind of doubt that. I wonder what's in your watch list. I'm not going to recommend anything to you. Oh, also, I guess I should have explained that. To the people who super chat, you will get a custom movie recommendation based on your watch list. So you must listen to me. You must listen to me when I recommend a film to you. You have to. But you know what? Yeah, I think that's enough for Blaze 420K or 20K, whatever the fuck your name is. And yeah, the roasting's done. The roasting's over. So let's just go back. To these wonderful super chats that came in. My goodness. I don't think I've seen people jump all over this as quickly as y'all have. So crazy. So wild. So we got Dory, Elfie, Miranda, and Tomasz. Elfie, did you super chat twice? Because that's what it's showing up in my history as. Did you mean to do that? Because it's not showing up in the chat, which is weird. In any case, thank you so much, everyone, for the roasting. So Dory, you super chatted first, and you said my Letterboxd account is too dank. Yeah, that's what they all say until I'm through with it. An elephant sitting, still director, killed himself before the movie came out. He hated the producers and studio. Jesus Christ. What's up? Just saw 3 films in the cinema in the last 6 days. Nice. I don't think TJ's seen Platoon. That's true. Oh, actually, you got that one right. So Dory, do you want any? Do you want anything? Do you want me to recommend a film for you if you don't want your super dank Letterboxd profile to be roasted? I am happy. You commented on the list, Sleepy Bear 7. Cool. Yeah, that list is about 2 months long, so we'll get to you eventually. So while I'm waiting for Dory to perhaps tell me to do something, because I'm all about dancing like a trained elephant for the money. I'm going to follow Miranda's lead here and say, look up Girlfriend's Day, such a weird movie. Okay. Girlfriend's Day. It's moments like this where it's unfortunate that we can't, watch trailers on this. Girlfriend's Day, directed by Michael Stephenson, who also did Best Worst Movie, The American Scream, Attack of the Murder Hornets, ooh, that's topical, and Destroy. It looks like this person does mostly, documentaries about stuff. Alright, so Girlfriend's Day. When he's caught up in a deadly conspiracy, an unemployed greeting card writer must create the perfect card for a new holiday to save his skin. What? What is this? I don't understand. I don't get it. So it's Bob Odenkirk, Amber Tamlin. That looks like the girl on the left. That looks like, what's her name? From But I'm a Cheerleader. You guys know who I'm talking about. She just did Poker Face, that show on NBC. Natasha Lyonne? Natasha Lyonne? Kind of looks like Natasha Lyonne. Although, oh, yeah, there she is. She is listed. Boom. 70 minutes long. I don't understand. What am I supposed to be doing with this, Miranda? According to one of the boys that I went out having a couple of drinks with last night, Kalen, a great sketch idea stretched to movie length that didn't translate to screen very well. Well, there you go, Miranda. Not everyone thinks it's a fun movie. Elfie, you super chatted a bunch of times because you thought it failed. Oh no. No, I'm sorry. That's YouTube's fault. I can't really do anything about that. But yeah, make sure to put your whatever in the chat, your Letterboxd account in the chat, and then we'll get to roasting you, and then we'll figure out. Hopefully, I can give you your money's worth. Netflix is the best because if Bob Odenkirk wants to make a 70-minute, 100% serious murder mystery about greeting cards, they let him. Ironically, it's also the worst part about Netflix. You've almost got to respect a film that manages to drag even with a running time of just 70 minutes. God, that's like the worst. That's just the worst. Also, Elfie, if you're trying to send me a link, you can't. Just literally give me your Letterboxd account name and nothing else, because links do not appear in chat. I'm a fan of Bob Odenkirk, absurd comedy, and noir, so why didn't I like this movie? Oh, Miranda, look. It's your, right there. It's your review. Let's see. You gave this a 1.5 star. You thought I'd look it up? You thought I think it was fun? What kind of fun do you think I'm into here? All right, let's see. Let's see what this is. This is just Bob Odenkirk acting his little socks off in one of the worst films I've ever seen. With a neighbor that is Gomi, a butler that is Cliff Main, and an ex-wife who looks weirdly like Kim Wexler, I'm convinced that this is just a parallel universe where Saul Goodman became a card writer. Also, owl sex. Owl sex? I have an owl tattoo on my arm. I just had to look at it to be like, where's the penis? It's kind of hidden, I imagine. It's probably behind some of the feathers. When TJ searched Girlfriend's Day, he saw naked Asian ladies in the search results. I did? No, I didn't. Did I? Oh! Ha ha! Yeah, I need to watch out for that. I actually had a live stream from a couple of days ago. I think it got demonetized because we were looking at the Irreversible poster for a little bit too long. That's the only thing I can think of because all of my other live streams are fine. So I can only assume that it was because of that. That's really something that Letterboxd needs to watch out for. And I think they have. Like, we've definitely come across movies where their posters have been censored because of nudity, and that, I guess, apparently isn't censorable enough. Okay, so Dory, you came in. Oh, god damn it! You were always going to get me to do this, weren't you? I guess it's time for me to roast the letterbox of a YouTuber. Haven't done that in a while. Haven't done that in a while. And now I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to do this. Oh, man. I'm also just going to go through some of these other chats really quickly because I want to get this sort of organized, you know? So we did what Miranda wanted us to do. We're going to do what Dory wanted us to do. So next up would be Elfie. And I think, Elfie, you did give me your thing. Oh my god. Seriously? Like, that's your Letterboxd name? That's your Letterboxd name. I am going to destroy you, and I am only going to reference that name. You might not exist after this roast, and it's entirely because of your name. Oh wait, it's what? Different and weird? I thought it said anaconda. The fuck is that? That's not even a word. Oh wait, never mind. I see where I can go with this. I've found the path. I'm at camp, can't stay long, but have a furiously roasted stream. Well, thank you, Eli. I'm going to do that. So wait, I just want to make sure I get this right. So I got Dory, Elfie, Miranda, and then Tomasz. It's Tomasz Reviews. All right, let me just see if I make sure I can find that. Because I just like efficiency, you know? Get these profiles ready to go. Make sure we all know what's up. There we go. Interesting. I'm glad that at least some of these actually have, you know, some stuff going on. Because a lot of them just are profiles with, like, no substance aside from just rating movies. Like, I'm happy that you guys are actually getting, like, putting some effort into these profiles. At least some of you are. Wait, David Lynch narrates that shitty Bob Odenkirk movie we were just talking about? Oh my god. Also, Ash, you're saying your name is MovieFan2009 on Letterboxd. Cool. Get in the list. And we'll get to you eventually. And by eventually, I mean many, many years from now. Nice poster in the background, by the way. I finally saw that for the first time recently. Why, thank you. And yes, 2001 A Space Odyssey is super cool. Hey TJ, do you have any lift your spirits up kind of movie recommendations? Salo or 120 Days in Sodom. That will make you feel great. It's a real spirit lifter. Mm-hmm. Or a Serbian film. You could watch a Serbian film. That will also make you feel great about humanity. Cannibal Holocaust is great for that as well. But in actual fact, I think any film where you think to yourself, oh man, this film is like less of a movie and more of a party, that's the kind of film you want. I would probably go with something like the Transformers animated film because there's so much dope shit in it that I just love and it just always gets me going. But I'm a cheerleader, says Anna. That's also a pretty good pick. So yeah, just stuff that when you watch it, you're like, oh, this is a party. I'm having a party right now. Those are the films you go for. All right, everyone. Dory requested it. Ooh, the sinuses are clear. Ooh, and if you want me to never make that weird sound again, please like this live stream. I was thinking about adding Cannibal Holocaust to my watch list for next month. I mean, watch it once, and that's it. Have you seen Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse? Yes. This will get clipped to bring the filthy. Who's going to clip it, Dory? Who's going to clip it? Who's going to clip what? The Roast of Mariana Neal. Yes, Finally, it happened. After so many times, Dory has super chatted and gotten me to roast other YouTubers. Now it has come back around, and it is time for more YouTuber blood to be in the water, to be roasted on fire, because blood is flammable. I don't know if you knew that. And today, we are dealing with Mariana Neal, or as you may know her better as on YouTube, Impression Blend. And what can I say about Mariana except for the fact that she does good stuff on YouTube, but on Letterboxd, you kinda are fucking up, Mariana. You're kinda fucking up. How? How are you fucking up? Well, let's first start with your bio. Apparently, you're a Denis Villeneuve fangirl, but you're from Chicago. You're not even Canadian. You're not even French Canadian. You're gonna just try and move in on my boy like that? You cannot do that. You cannot steal my man, sister. No, 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 no. What else are you saying here? Oh, you are a YouTube creator. Are you sure? The fact that you linked to a YouTube channel up here by your name, that wasn't enough of a clue? Rocco, did you want to get in on this? The cat's here, everyone. He heard Mariana's name and he's like, oh, I want some. All right, this film being brought to you by a big black cat. Or excuse me, this roast. Well, Serbian film is my comfort movie? No! No! So where do I go from here, Mariana, now that I have a big black cat who's going to be squirming around all over the place and making this roast just so much more difficult? Well, how about the fact that you're a Rotten Tomatoes certified critic? Oh, good for you. You decided to lend your voice to one of the most terrible and stupid metrics ever created by human beings. Yeah, great. Now a film that gets like 100% C+ reviews is actually a 100% certified fresh movie. What a great way to celebrate mediocrity. Good thing you're a part of it. I guess it's part of the brand. By the way, this is a roast. It's for fun. I get really terrified when I roast people with a bigger following than I do because I'm worried they're not going to get the joke. And then you give us a whole bunch of other things in your bio, like your YouTube again, your TikTok, your Instagram, and your Goodreads. You read books? I thought you just watch movies and give bad opinions about them. What's in your Goodreads? I don't want to discover and read more. Amazon, get fucked. The Nolan variations, the movies, mysteries, and marvels of Christopher Nolan, like, none of that shit is hard to figure out, you know? His movies, while being aesthetically impressive and occasionally a bit more narratively complex than the average American film, are nothing that complicated, let's be real. You might as well be reading a novel about, I don't know, the complexities of a Stephen King novel. It ain't all that nuts. Oh wait, you actually are reading a Stephen King novel right now. Did I see that? Did I do this? How did I do that? Am I psychic? Or am I just awesome? I don't know. Rocco, do you have an answer to this question? Do you know? Do you know what's going on? Oh, look at this big fur ball. Look at this big guy. Look at him. Look at him. He's the best cat. Meow. Meow. Oh, I don't even know what to do with him. He's like so big. He's so big. He looks so peeved. I mean, all cats have resting bitch face, you know? It's just kind of the way they're built. Oh. And if he was like really upset, he would just leave. But instead, he's probably going to like lay down or... No, he's going to leave. All right, then. So I guess now, after that brief intermission, we got to go back to the roast of Mariana Neal. I'm sorry, Dory. I didn't mean to interrupt it with that very adorable cat. So let's get back into it. Let's forget about the Goodreads, because no one cares about the books that Mariana reads. We want to know what's going on in her film life. And right up top, we have the favorite films: Blade Runner 2049, Black Swan, Interstellar, and Arrival. And congratulations, Mariana. You've managed to pick a number of films that were based on or came from the work of more talented people and then made a little bit worse by these other newer people. Blade Runner 2049, for example, obviously a sequel to the incredible and awesome Blade Runner, and despite its brilliant aesthetics, can come nowhere close to the incredibleness of the original Blade Runner. So that is a thumbs down from me. And then there's Black Swan, a film that couldn't be any more like Perfect Blue if Darren Aronofsky watched it one more time. Then you have something like Interstellar, which is honestly just like meh. I don't know why people think this is so good. It's just like a movie, you know? And it's not that great. So I don't know why people go with this. And then there's Arrival, which if you've actually read the short story that it's based off of, you would know that that short story is fantastic. And now I have to come back to the fact that you're a Denis Villeneuve fangirl, Mariana. I just don't see how that can be true when you're picking such mid-Villeneuve films and putting them in your top 4. Where's Dune Part 1? Where's Prisoners? Where's Incendi? Did you know that that film is in the Letterboxd Top 250, Mariana? I desperately want to call you Miranda every time I say your name, and it is such a struggle to say Mariana. I am going to do it. I promise. I promise I will do my best. But Mariana, where are the good Denis Villeneuve films? Where's Sicario? Mariana, come on now. Don't hit me with this nonsense. So what do we got further down here? Ooh, your recent activity. Ooh, and you provide some of your words as well. That'll be fun. Except you, Mariana, seem to be one of those people who feels the need to actually put, like, TV episodes, not even TV series, but literal TV episodes in your letterbox. Like what? It's going to pad out your ranking or something like that? It's going to give you more films watched? Well, we can always filter those out and know exactly how many films you've really seen, Mariana. So if that's your strategy here, it ain't a great one. So let's actually take a look at what you said about a real movie, Sanctuary. Pretty fun, even though it seems like the actors are doing most of the heavy lifting when it comes to this movie actually working. Second act almost lost my interest, but first and third were pretty solid. Okay. Doesn't really tell me much about the film, but right on. And then for Joyride, oh yeah, I've seen a trailer for this movie. Honestly, I haven't had this much fun with a mainstream adult comedy in a while. Really needed a good crowd pleaser in my life this week, and Joyride delivered. And then for some reason you put 2 closing bracket parentheses at the end, even though there are no opening bracket parentheses. I can only assume that you were so elated when you watched this film that you forgot how to type properly. And then what's going on here? I'm actually kind of curious. What is your most popular review? Considering you're like a big YouTuber, you know? A big YouTuber. What's popular? What's number 1? What's your number 1 review? Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And just like that, I suddenly remembered why I used to be genuinely excited about the MCU, cried 3 times. Probably had something to do with all of the animal cruelty in the film, and yet if I had to guess, I bet that there's animal cruelty in your life that you don't give a shit about, Mariana, but don't worry, there's a lot of people like you. So, yeah. And then you also have Speak No Evil here, which contains spoilers, and fuck it, I can handle the truth. Yeah, this is a no for me, let me tell you why. Hold on a second. It's a no from you, but it's still a 2 out of 5? That's still a 40%, Mariana. That's a lot. That's a lot. Also, I don't really feel the need to read the rest of this because I think those are spoilers. I think we've gotten what we need for the roasting out of the way. So what do we usually go to next? Ah, yes, the lists, Mariana. Let's take a look at your lists and see how inventive they are or how boring they might actually be. 2023 in film, ranked, boring. 2022 in film, ranked, boring. 2021 in film, ranked, boring. 2015 movies, ranked. 2014 movies, ranked. 2017 movies, ranked. 2016 movies, ranked. 2020 film, ranked. Movies where people live in fancy houses because someone is an architect. Oh, here we go. Here's a more interesting list. What do we got here? I was going to say The Night House should definitely be here. Parasite, Orphan, The Lake House, Knock Knock. Isn't... No, that person's not an architect. What about... I had one. Does anyone in chat have anything here? Maybe we can leave a comment for Mariana. What are we saying here? What's a film where someone lives in a fancy house because someone is an architect? Where's Glass House? Is Glass House one? I don't know. What is Glass House? You mean The Glass House? This movie? Car accident. This will not be recent as per terms. I don't see anything here about an architect, but maybe that's right. 13 Ghosts? Yo, I'll definitely say that one. For those of you who've never seen it, 13 Ghosts is like a masterclass in actual practical effects in a horror movie. 13 Ghosts. And according to my chat, technically, mother. Dominic Zazbola just transferred from Leipzig to Liverpool. Thought you should know he's really good. Hell yeah. Love hearing some transfer news, although I don't recognize that name, so it's probably not one of our normal transfer targets, which is like less good, but also good for us. We need players. Is he a midfielder? I'm assuming he's a midfielder. What else we got going on here? TIFF 2021 ranked. Boring. Fantasia 2021 ranked. Boring. Come on, Mariana. Give us the good stuff. Give us the good stuff. 26 greatest movies according to David Fincher. Where's the 26 greatest movies according to Mariana? I don't care about David Fincher. Let David Fincher put that in his Letterboxd profile if he has one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Star Wars filmed ranked. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Oscar Isaac's architect Google in the movie. Interesting. Yes, he's a midfielder, but usually more attacking. Nice. Good. Because, what's his name? McAllister's more of a holding midfielder, so that's good. We need more people for the press. Anyways, Star Wars filmed ranked, Mariana. What can we say about this? Well, you have Empire Strikes Back #1, which is wrong. Of course, A New House is the best. But you know what? You have put these in mostly the right order, although I kind of wish you would pick like a poster style to go with. You know, like you've just got the boring old versions of Rogue One and Solo, the original versions of Star Wars and Empire. Jedi is like a version that's cool, but one I've never seen before. And then the rest are just this particular graphic one that seems to try to be graphically similar, yet still separate the different trilogies. Like, why didn't you follow through on this? Why didn't you do this with the other ones? I don't get it. Why is there nothing going on here that makes sense, Mariana? Also, to put Phantom Menace in last place is wild, considering we live in a world where the Rise of Skywalker exists. Like, this is just legitimately a shitty video game. The Rise of Skywalker is not even a movie. It's a shitty video game that we can't control. And it should be in last place. Always in last place. So let's go on now to the films that you have actually ranked, and let's see what you're putting on the low end. Let's see what the lowest of the low is, and what we can maybe learn about Mariana Neal because of this. Phantom Menace, 1 star. Okay, you hate Phantom Menace. We get it. We get it. Air Bud? Air Bud? What, do you hate dogs? Are you a cat person? I don't think so, because while Rocco was here, he whispered into my ear that he doesn't like you very much, Mariana, so that can't be the reason. I just have trouble with this. Air Bud. It's such a nothing movie about a dog who knows how to play basketball. Were you actually watching that movie and judging it based on its cinematography? Did they not give the dog enough headspace, enough headroom in the close shots when he was deciding whether or not he should score a basketball or lick his own balls? I don't understand. Why even bother rating that film? House of a Thousand Corpses at a 1? I mean, I get it. I get it. It's no Devil's Rejects for sure. Also, Dashcam at a 1 star. Good for you. Sometimes the roasting stops, but good for you for a 1 star for Dashcam. 65 was really bad. Violent Night is pretty good, Mariana. It's a pretty good movie. I gave it a 3. I gave it a 3 out of 5. And you gave it a 1? What, you don't like Die Hard? You don't like Die Hard turned into a Christmas movie, even though it is a Christmas movie? Come on now. Poltergeist remake, I guess that gets a 1.5 star. Ah, that better be the remake. Okay, good. Shimmer Lake. Haven't seen that, I don't think. Yeah, the Cloverfield Paradox is pretty shit, actually. What is this one? Is that a Saw movie? What the hell? What is it just called 3? Does 2 exist? Where is this even from? It's Ruskin. Boo. Since the closer to the bottom of the ocean, the darker it gets. Hold on, wait. Let's read this again. Since the closer to the bottom of the ocean, the darker it gets. Google Translate is not your friend, and you should maybe enlist the help of people who can actually speak the language you are trying to translate into. The Forest, The Ward, How to Be Single. That's probably something I should I should probably watch How to Be Single. No, I'm actually very good at being single. What else is here? Extremely Wicked and Incredibly Close? Is that what that one is? Oh, Incredibly Wicked, Shockingly Evil, and Vile. Well, I guess maybe the title of the film matches the rating. But I'm not seeing anything here that jumps out at me as being, like, ridiculous, except for Air Bud. That just seems cruel. It seems cruel to give Air Bud a 1 star. Also, Knock Knock is, like, kind of good. I kind of like it. What's on the top end, though? What gets the 5-star treatment from Mariana? Oh my god, a lot of films. Yo, wait, hold on. How many things have you rated 5 stars? Not that many, apparently. It's only 100. Only 5%. What is it for me? What do I do? What do I do on this stupid site? I haven't rated everything, but I feel like it's lower than 5%. Ha! 4%. I'm more selective than you, Mariana. Booyah! That is good enough for my roasting purposes. Let's go back to this. So what can we see? What do we think about Mariana's highest? About her 5 stars? Are there anything here that like just jumps out as being definitely not in the 5-star conversation? I would say that maybe all of these Black Mirror episodes should just fuck off, but maybe not. Cold War, yeah, agree with that. That one's pretty great. I can't even call you a basic Criterion bitch either, because some of these just aren't in the Criterion channel. La La Land is like a dumb one, and I've said it many, many times before. La La Land is bad, and people should feel bad about giving it 5 stars. Like, come on now. Come on. Gone Girl, 5 stars. Citizen Kane. So you got like the new stuff, the old stuff. I also saw that you had Son of Saul here, which I appreciate. That's like a great Holocaust movie. I've called it actually the last Holocaust movie that you ever need to watch because it's so goddamn traumatizing. Dunkirk, Loveless, Fargo. I assume the movie and not the TV show, but who can be sure anymore? Man, so many 5 stars. So many 5 stars. Fight Club, I guess you're a David Fincher fan. We can confirm that one for sure. I didn't know you were a film bro, Mariana. Double Indemnity, American Psycho. Hey, that was directed by a Canadian. I just found this out today. I always knew that it was directed by a woman, but I just found out recently that she's Canadian too, which is dope. As a Canadian, as I've mentioned to everyone before, I must let people know when someone is Canadian. That's kind of part of it. Top Gun Maverick, 4.5. So where do we stop? Where do we stop 5 stars? Aliens. The hell is that? The Martian. Really? Martian's a 5-star movie? That's like a 3.5 in my mind. Too many 5-star films? Yeah. I would say so. Although she's ranked more films than I have. But I think every film that I would give a 5-star to, I've already given a 5-star to. So in actual fact, she's going way too crazy with these 5 stars. Maybe, perhaps. What is that? Ex Machina? Yeah, Ex Machina is dope. Hong Sang-soo is the best. Kim Min-hin is the best. So they're both the best. So they both can be the best then, Anna. That's how that works. You two people can't be the best at the same thing. Although Kim Min-hee might not be a director. I should watch more Korean films, is what I'm saying here. So, yeah, that's Mariana. And I guess now that, since this was a super chat, I do need to pick something out of the, watch list to recommend. But Mariana, you're never going to see this. So what is one to do? Maybe I will recommend one of these for Dory, since he's the one who asked me to roast you. And then Dory will have to roast this. Or excuse me, Dory will have to watch it. Let's see. So Dory. Alonzo, I see that you commented on the list, but it goes in order unless you super chat. So if you just commented on the list, it's going to be a while. And by a while, I mean like weeks, if not months. Dory, what of these haven't you seen? Because now you've seen a lot of films. A 26-page watch list? Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. I've seen all the movies in Mariana's watch list. All of them? Every single one. You've seen this. You've seen On the Silver Globe by this person. You've seen this film. Are you sure? You've seen, well, actually, I shouldn't be pointing to any of the ones that come from Asia because I know you watch like almost every Asian film ever made. On the Silver Globe is the same direction as Possession. Oh, right. Right. All right, well, Dory, just watch something that you've always wanted to watch. It's by the Possession guy? Yeah. I actually just watched On the Silver Globe. Well, good for you, everyone, for being more cultured than I am. Don't you feel great? Bird, robot, alien supremacy. What? What are you guys even talking about? All right, Mariana, that's it for you. Hopefully, if you ever do see this, it was all in good fun. And they paid me to do it. It's Dory's fault. Good job, TJ. Well, thank you. Thank you. I do my best. All right, so the roasting is not done, but I am going to try to get some stuff out of my nose for a quick second. So if you'll excuse me, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And to keep yourselves busy, let me know what film you saw that was the best in the last week, and then tell other people in the chat why they should see it. And go.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back, Dan.
Richard, do you mind to step aside and let's talk? I'll be back in just a second.
I'll be right back. Don't get dressed.
I gotta leave this room. I'll be right back.
No, don't you leave me here,
I'm coming right back. I give you my word.
Be right back with a search warrant.
There, I will be right back.
I gotta see this.
Was it something I said?
How about the words, I'll be right back?
I'll be right back. We were running.
What?
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. You understand?
Hey, buddy, you pay for the drinks. I gotta go to John and be right back. Gonna introduce Mr. Thick Dick to Mr. Urinal Cake.
Jeez. Never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, say, I'll be right back. Because you won't be back. I'm getting another beer. You want one? Yeah, sure. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back, Dan.
Richard, do you mind to step aside and let's talk? I'll be back in just a second.
All right, everyone. I just blew myself, and I feel great. Thanks for asking. What were people saying in chat? What were people saying in chat when I asked you to tell me what your favorite movie of the last week was? Free bird supremacy is what he really meant? No. Get out of here with that. You a Yumi stan. Marcel the Shell with Shoes On, very heartwarming. Yeah, that's a good movie. Rudy Gilman Teenage Kraken is surprisingly not awful for a DreamWorks movie. Really? I saw that movie's in theaters this week, and I had no intention of seeing it, but that's good to hear. I always like hearing that like a movie is like not bad. Hotel by the River, if you like Sang-soo, you'll definitely like this one. Some beautiful shots as well. Ooh, Hotel by the River. That's sometimes all I need to hear. Sometimes you just want a movie that's pure chill vibes, and Hong Sang-soo always does that. Oh, it is a Hong Sang-soo film. Well, I guess that makes sense. Portrait of a Lady on Fire for Ella? Hell yeah. I saw, Marcel. Yeah, says Paul. Yeah. I saw Blue Velvet recently, first time seeing a Lynch film. I thought it was really fascinating. Oh, they get more fascinating than that. Blue Velvet, I find, is always more of a, it's more of a straightforward film for him. He gets more Lynchian, let's say, especially if you watch something like Lost Highway or really any of his other films past Blue Velvet. Past Dune, I should say. Be Right Back is not the best Black Mirror episode. Thank you for that. I saw Dog Day Afternoon and it was fruity. What do you mean by fruity? The fact that there was a gay character in it? I'm trying to figure out if that's a slur or not. I just watched Trouble Every Day and Cria Cuervos today. Cria was definitely the better film. What are those films about, Paul? The Haunting, surprisingly good for a haunted house movie from the 50s. Yo, the original Haunting is sick. It's got Vincent Price in it, right? Or am I thinking of another film? I was amazed with In a Lonely Place. Very nice movie. Is that the In a Lonely Place? That's a Bogart film, right? That's a Humphrey Bogart film. I think it's in the Criterion Collection. I've often meant to see it, but I haven't gotten to it. Human Centipede 2 so wholesome? Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet, Skinny. I saw 12 Angry Men this week. On popular opinion, it was good. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people hate 12 Angry Men. Yeah, I just put Hotel by a River on my to-watch list. A few days ago, I watched Epic Movie and Disaster Movie in one day. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that? What is the point of that? Do you want to, like, not like yourself anymore? I saw The Last Laugh, a 1920 silent film, amazing film. Yeah, I've always wanted to see The Last Laugh. I do have an affinity for silent cinema, but I don't put enough effort into watching more of it. In a Lonely Place made me cry. Do Super Chats skip the line for having their accounts roasted? If so, how much? I have grown impatient, lol. Well, Nido, yes, you are correct. Super Chats do skip the line, and it's any amount of money. I don't really care. Just a donation to the channel is very much appreciated. And I know that people are going to be in different financial situations depending on where they're at in life and what's going on. So I don't want to be like too capitalist about it. So yeah, just any super chat gets you to skip the line. Nicholas Ray is a director. Hello, sexy, says Thomas. Oh God, it's you, isn't it? Every single sexy thing now I say is going to be taken out of context. Just because it's in your background, I saw 2001 for the first time in the past couple of months. Good stuff. Hell yeah. I watched all 4 God Not Dead movie in one day. Why? Why would you do that? I'm also rewatching a classic novella, Mores Apexodonis. Apexiodonis. How bad is my Spanish and or Portuguese? I finally watched Magnolia and Frogs. True. As a Christian, why did you watch all of the God's Not Dead movies? Who is next? That's a great question, Sleepy Bear. The next person up, and I guess maybe this is as good as enough time as it could be to get into the next roast, is someone who did put forward a super chat. So now it is time for the absolute hot roasting of hot Anarchoca. Anarchoca. Initially, when you submitted yourself for the roasting, I thought that Anarchoca said anaconda. And so my whole thing was going to be about your name being hot anaconda. I know, I see you in the chat trying to explain your name now. I get it. But like, you know how much more fun I could have had with a hot anaconda? How much, blah, 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 blah. Maybe my anaconda does want some hun. I don't really know how to turn this into a joke, but my God, if I had had the opportunity to just run with hot anaconda for like a solid 10 minutes, you would have all been rolling on the floor in hilarity. I could have done so many Jennifer Lopez jokes, so many Jon Voight jokes, so many unnecessary sequel jokes, so many big fucking snake jokes, so many big dick jokes, but no, hot Arnacoca, Coco, whatever the fuck it is, you had to be an anarchist about it. And how do I know you're an anarchist? Because you fucking said so in your bio, which reads, "Hi, hello, I like anarchy and movies. Interesting how you are someone who appreciates this idea of horizontal power structures and how we should use those in order to more evenly distribute wealth, labor, etc., and the decision-making power of our society, and yet you like movies, something that is the most top-down, regimented style of artistic expression, so much so that if you are ever on a film set and you have one of those fun little walkie-talkies so you can talk to other members of the crew, they literally use military lingo in order to communicate with one another. So, kind of weird that you're into anarchy and one of the most regimented forms of art possible. Think maybe you're talking out of your ass. And, oh wait, maybe there's a parenthesis here. Maybe you like something else. And games too, if you check out my backlogged. What the fuck is backlogged? Am I about to give like a totally open plug to some bullshit? Favorite games, Kentucky Route Zero, Night in the Woods, Beginner's Guide. Oh, you're into indie games, huh? What, are you not good enough to actually kill people in Call of Duty? Boo! Mainly using this log all the movies, TV shows, and anime I've watched. Really shouldn't be used for TV shows, but hey. Not logging web series or comedy specials with rare exceptions. I guess I'm adding some filmed stage stuff too now. What will I find next? Hopefully a more interesting bio for you to write on your page. This almost put me to sleep, because this is really just an internal monologue that justifies why you're boring as fuck on the internet. And no one should be boring as fuck on the internet. It's the internet. You can do whatever you want. Within reason, obviously. Don't break the law. Don't murder people. Don't do bad things. Don't be a PDF file. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, you can do anything besides that. So I guess hot. I'm just going to call you Hot Anaconda. I don't give a shit. Your name is stupid, and I don't acknowledge it anymore. So, Hot Anaconda, let's take a look at your favorite films. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World? There are no anacondas in that. Bad choice. Sorry to bother you. I mean, there are some big horse mutants in it, so you could probably argue that there's a hot anaconda there. A couple. One or two, maybe. Big old anacondas in that film. And then there's Us and the Perks of Being a Wallflower, which is actually kind of interesting because it seems like you're getting the like, oh my god, we all wear masks and we're crazy. And then this is just like a picture of 3 white people where if they ever showed up on my front door, I would be fucking terrified. If I were to ever open my door and see Emma Watson, Ezra Miller, is that actually Ezra Miller? Or does that person just look like a young Ezra Miller? And then whoever the fuck here is in the middle, and they were just like, hello, sir, we would like to talk to you about something. I would immediately close my door, go on to Amazon, purchase a shotgun, and wait patiently while that shotgun got delivered to my home. These people scare the absolute living shit out of me. That is Ezra Miller. Interesting. I didn't know they did things before they were the Flash. So, what about your recent activity? What about your recent activity? You watched City of God, and then you did City of God 10 years later. Is this actually a narrative film or just a dumb documentary? Investigates what happened to the actors who took part in the award-winning film directed by Fernando Morales and Kata Lund. Oh, so it's one of those films where it's like, where are they now? These people who achieved some success in a film, but probably like barely got paid for it, and certainly aren't part of an acting union, so I bet they're not getting residuals off of City of God. So it's like, hey, what is it like being famous and poor? I bet that's what the documentary is about. What a great thing to make a documentary about. Let's try to exploit these people more than we already have. Fun times. Hey, you saw Marcel the Shell with Shoes On and wrote words about it. I wonder what they are. Me to anyone who gives this a bad review. They see something elegant and this is their reaction. What a sad type of idiot. Is that like a quote from the film? I saw it a couple of years ago, so I can't actually remember, but it sounds like you're just quoting the film, which is probably in line with the amount of intelligence you're capable of putting into a film review. That is to say, not very much. Ooh, and a Dial of Destiny review. I saw this movie last night, and this contains spoilers. Watch out, everyone. The Indiana Jones film has spoilers. Very weird to finish off your end of a series movie with a the adventures will continue shot. And you know what? I don't think that this is a spoiler. So I'm going to tell you exactly what Hot Anaconda here is talking about. The very last shot of the film is this close down type shot, this iris shot that closes and closes and closes. So the screen is mostly black, and then we end on Indiana Jones's hat like hanging on something, and then he grabs the hat. And the hat goes out of frame, and then the movie ends. That's how they make the movie, right? No spoilers there, just giving you a visual idea of how the movie ends. And I was talking with the boys afterwards, and we came to the conclusion that Indiana Jones needs to be wearing his hat in order to get an erection. That essentially was what that shot was for. They needed to tell us with the very last shot of any Indiana Jones film, forever and ever and ever, that Indiana Jones needs his hat to get a boner, even as an 80-year-old. In fact, especially as an 80-year-old. So I think that's just what's going on. And that's fine. That's cool. Your kink is your kink. I'm not here to shame. But that's what they were doing with that shot. They wanted you to be thinking about Indiana Jones's hard dick and his hat at the same time. That's what the movie was doing. So, And for those of you who are wondering, because I know I improvise on these roasts quite a bit, that's literally a conversation I had with my friends last night over a couple of beers. We were talking about Indiana Jones's penis and how he gets erections. That's real film criticism, folks. Don't let these fucking academics fool you with their postmodernist nonsense. No, real film criticism is about figuring out what gets people's dicks hard and why. This is probably going to get demonetized too now. I've said dick too many times. So what else we got going on here in this particular little profile? What review have you been liked the most for? The Little Train Robbery from 1905 and Safety Last 1923? Your most liked reviews, with only 2 likes, so like not really. You're not popular. Don't worry about it. It's an affliction that you probably can't fix. Are for silent films. That's fascinating. Fascinating. I've never seen that before. What did you say about The Little Train Robbery from 1905? Need more films in the Little universe. I want Little Lord of the Rings, Little Matrix, Little Avengers. I think maybe it would be even too hard for Disney to try to mix in films from over 100 years ago into the multiverse, but let's hope that they never see this suggestion and actually take it seriously. What was for Safety Last here? As I work my way through more and more of the silent film era comedies, I really appreciate how many of them are about fucking with the cops. I mean, yeah, ACAB, even back in the 1910s and 20s. So what else we got going on here? 19 lists. I wonder how many of them are boring. Letterboxd entries I own. Also just another way of saying, this is my property. A very common thing for an anarchist to put in their Letterboxd profile. You know, bragging about their possessions. Multiverse saga movies ranked. What? Is this just like the particular part of the MCU where the multiverse existed? Black Widow has nothing to do with the multiverse. What are you talking about? At least I think so. I don't know. I kind of tried to delete that movie from my memory. Movies I watched in school. Like, while you just happened to be going to school? Or these are movies that you literally watched in a classroom? Because now I'm curious, like, why were you watching Space Jam in a classroom? There is no academic value to Space Jam. This movie will only make you more dumb. So why would that be there? What else we got here? Amistad, that makes sense. Obviously, in order to teach dumb little Americans about slavery, you do need to show a film. Although this would probably not be allowed in a number of American schools now because talking about slavery and, you know, how white people used to own black people, that's way too woke. Way to go, America. You're fucking stupid. It seems like you've actually got a few of these. Mississippi Burning, that couldn't be played in a school anymore. Malcolm X, that couldn't be played in a school anymore. Probably Votes for Women, that probably couldn't be played anymore either. Unless you're showing films that are kind of like, you know who's great? White men. You probably wouldn't be allowed to show that in an American school anymore because it's too woke, you see. Glory, couldn't show that anymore. Roots, can't show that anymore. What else we got? Anything else you can't? Wait, why did you watch Mongol? Why did you watch Mongol in school? What? That doesn't make any sense. Also, the person who plays Genghis Khan in that film is actually Japanese. Just a fun little thing. Cars, I don't know why you would watch that. Avatar. You watched Avatar in school? How long are your classes? Holy shit, dude. That would be like 4 periods back when I was in high school. The Matrix, Star Trek. Yeah, I don't know why you're watching these in school. Up? Was your teacher trying to make you guys cry in class? Was that part of the experiment? Weird. Satoshi Kon ranked. You put Paranoia Agent #1? Ugh, the anime? The series? Over his films? Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, and Paprika? No. Don't read this list in the mirror. See, this is clever. This is clever. I like this. Because if you follow the mythos of Candyman, if you actually read out all of these titles, he will come to you. Who is he? Well, he is the person who is named in the names of these movies. The movies that I will not name because I don't want to die. What else we got here? Multiverse Saga shows ranked. No one cares. Disney Revival era. What is Revival? Does it go back to Aladdin? What? I guess maybe that's considered Golden Age. Oh, and you just link to all of your other stuff. Boo. Boo. Wait. Okay, so where is like Oliver and Company in this ridiculousness? So Bronze Age, I guess, is the 50s. Silver Age is the more 60s-ish. Golden Age should be like oh no, this is super, oh no, that's super old. Renaissance. Okay. So this is the Renaissance. Post-Renaissance. But where's the 80s stuff? Like, where's Oliver and Company in all of this? Oh, wait. Bronze Age. So 88, 73. Oh, this is the 70s. I mean, sure. I don't know why I spent so much time clicking through all this. Really, you should just be doing like a full Disney list. I don't know why you haven't. Infinity Saga ranked, don't care. Star Wars ranked, we've done that enough already. Top 25 new watches. Oh, wait. We've got a really long one, everyone. Let's read it together. Movies where a bunch of people reenact antiquated social structures, but despite their best efforts, come across the authorities of that present era. The Village and Mighty Python and the Holy Grail. What? Reenact antiquated social structures, but despite their best efforts, come across the authorities of that present era. Come across? Like they just find them? They just trip over them? What do you mean by come across here? I feel like there's a better way that you could be saying that. Please try again. So now let's take a look at the films that Hot Anaconda's super into. And I really do hope you consider changing your Letterboxd name to Hot Anaconda now. Just like there are people in the chat who try to call me CJ all the time and I don't respond to it. I think you should consider changing to Hot Anaconda. So what do we got here? A lot of stuff that's not actually ranked. What about on the top end? A lot of stuff that's not actually ranked. So you don't rank movies. You don't rank movies at all. Have you never ranked a film? You've never ranked a film. Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that, Hot Anaconda? Look at your stats for last year and make fun of the countries where you watched movies from? Maybe. Diary Entry's 306. Interesting. So you saw 306 films? That's more than I did. But I bet that. But let me assure you. Just because you watched more movies than me doesn't make you better than me. No. In fact, it's the opposite. Because I am far more selective as the Cinephile Supreme. So when I only watch 220 or 240 films, you can be best assured that those are the best of the best. Except for the ones that are terrible. There are some bad ones. That's true. Most watch. You watched Face Off twice? You watched Thor Love and Thunder twice? Why? You watched Psycho Goreman twice? Why do you love Canadian films all of a sudden? Featured lists. Don't care about that. I want to see the countries. Yeah, there it is. 209 films from the USA. Every other country in the world combined doesn't equal that. Boo earns. And I thought you said you were a fan of like anime, and this is the best you can do is 47 films from Japan? Gross. You're not even that good of a weeb. You're terrible at being a weeb. You saw 10 Vin Diesel films? Did you have a lobotomy and you just needed to recover from that, so you decided to watch Vin Diesel movies? Gross. Directors. Kristen Lepore. Wait, who is this? Oh, they did Groot stuff, I guess? Okay. Weird. Very weird. Buster Keaton. Charlie Chaplin. I always forget that's what Charlie Chaplin looked like when he was older. What else is in down here? Anything cool? Anything interesting? Just the full list. The world map. Oh, what a surprise. Virtually nothing from Africa. It's all North America and Europe. Big shock. Ooh, whoa. I didn't want to zoom in on South Africa. No, stop it. Ah. All right. All right, hot Arn Coco, whatever the fuck. There's your roast. There be your roast. Hope you enjoyed that. Oh, wait. No, sorry. We're not done. I need to demand that you watch a film based on this. So, goddamn. I would love to say you must immediately go watch Blue Jean, because it is the last day of Pride Month, and that's a good Pride film, I think, but unless you have a theater near you playing it, you're never going to be able to see it. So aside from that, I think you should watch... Ooh, interesting. honestly, if you can find it and you can actually watch it, I demand that you watch The Last of Sheila. This is a very good whodunit that Rian Johnson screened at TIFF a few years ago, while I think Knives Out was premiering at the festival as well. So yeah, watch this. It's a great murder mystery film. And also, I'll just throw in here for second and third place, How to Blow Up a Pipeline and Purple Rain, of course, because it has one of the absolute best original soundtracks of a film of all time. Like, films that were made specifically for movies do not often get played at the Super Bowl. But Purple Rain got played at the Super Bowl by Prince. So, yeah, that should tell you everything you need to know about Purple Rain, Purple Rain. I'm not going to try to sing like Prince. I'm not an asshole. But yeah, How to Blow Up a Pipeline and Purple Rain are great. Once again, How to Blow Up a Pipeline, I don't even know if that's on digital yet, but like, that's sick. Who's Prince? Get the fuck out of here. 70 million euros for that guy? Really? Oh my god. See, this is the thing that kills me about Liverpool, is that like I've seen them linked with Mbappe recently, and like I have no idea how much that transfer would cost. But like, if we were ever in on him, why would we spend 70 million euros on a dude from like a third or fourth from a somewhat good German team? Like, if you were gonna spend like 120 to 150 million dollars on Mbappe, you shouldn't be getting a guy like that. And I would, like, if they wanted to go all in on Mbappe, sure, do it. You watch football? Hell yeah. Liverpool FC, baby. Number one in my heart. I actually have can I reach it? Can I reach? Will it bring anything crashing down on my head? I hope not. Ah! Look at that. Look at that. Proof that you will never walk alone. Bam. Bam. Let's put this right here for the rest of the stream. Hello. Do I look even more pretentious now? Now that I have a sports scarf on me? Have I seen Succession? No. Mbappe's release clause is absurd. He's on a ridiculous contract. That sucks. I mean, we were never going to get him, so it's fine. I think also I need to say hello to some people who dropped in some super chats during that roast of Hot Anaconda. So thank you very much to Kilty, who I've been seeing in the chat a little bit more recently. So thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate the hell out of that. And to Skinny Legend 779 on Letterboxd. I can't wait to roast you. Wait, did someone else just come in here? Oh, Naito came in. Thank you again. Hello to you, good sir. Hope you and everyone in the chat are having a good day. My account is Bacela. Please eliminate me from the list. Thank you. If by eliminate you, you mean roast you, yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, so give me a second because we got Tomasz reviews already in the queue, ready to go. I'm going to make sure that that was the last one to come up because we did those ones. Yes. Okay. So let me just get these other new ones set up here real quick. Real quick. It'll take but a moment. But a moment. In the meantime, what are you guys planning on seeing this weekend? What hot movies are you planning on seeing? It's Canada Day for me tomorrow. The day when we forget about all of the bad things we did to Indigenous people and try to celebrate Canada being super kind of okay, except for, you know, the genocides. So I don't know, I might watch a Canadian film. Probably an Indigenous film if I can find a good one. Ayumi, is that you? What? TJ, why don't you follow other people? I do. I do follow people on Letterboxd. It's just it's a limited thing. And it's not really tied to anything. Like it's mostly just people I know IRL or like other influencers who I want them to notice me. Notice me, senpai, please. I'm not pathetic, I swear. All right, so who was first up here? Kilty. All right, let's get that name. Kilty. I wonder what my first reaction to this is going to be. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh man, this scarf is too hot. I can't do this. I can't do this. But also, You'll Never Walk Alone. So I've been watching The Orville recently. I'm in season 3 now. That show's actually really good. I don't know if you guys knew this, but like the first season's kind of rough, but after that, the show gets real great. And there's an episode in season 3 where one of the aliens who's part of the crew is singing a film, singing a song, and the song is "You Never Walk Alone," which is like the Liverpool song. And now it makes me wonder who is the person who works on the Orville that's a Liverpool fan. Also, Skinny Legend, did you give me your oh wait, Skinny Legend 779. I guess that's probably the one that I should go for. There's a lot of Skinny Legends on this site. FYI. Oh, there we go. There we go. Huzzah, huzzah. And then it's Bacela. Bacela. Cool. Cool. Just going to check chat for a second, and then we're going to move on to the roast of Tomasz. I'm going to see Asteroid City on Sunday. I'm so excited. Sick. Whatever my girlfriend wants to watch, I guess. Oh, look at you bragging about how you have a girlfriend. Good job, man. It's not that hard, probably. I'll watch the new Evil Dead movie sometime this weekend. Robin, no. Watch a better film. I did not care for that film. Is Canada Day like Amazon Prime Day or something? Yes. We get a lot of people to work for not very much money, and that's how we celebrate. I'm going to watch The Flash with my dad and sister on the weekend. There's better movies to watch. I'm going to watch No Hard Feelings tomorrow. Been hearing some good things. Yeah, I've heard some all right things about it. Don't know if it's going to ever convince me to go see it, but maybe I will. I'll watch Babylon today. I'll go see my girlfriend this weekend, so maybe I'll take a DVD with me. Babylon is great. I love that film. Maybe I'll watch a Canadian film as well. Hell yeah. Do it. And you know what? If you're in the Cinemateq Discord, which is linked in the description box below, I did just put up a list of the CBC put it together. It's the top 50 films directed by Canadians. I don't agree with it, but I think there's some interesting inclusions there where you may not realize that they were directed by Canadians. One of them that I was surprised by was In the Heat of the Night, I think. The Sidney Poitier film was directed by Norman Jewison. Yeah, it's I didn't know. I forgot that he directed it, and I didn't know that it was yeah. And I didn't know. I'm going to watch No Hard Feelings. I'm also watching The Wire. Great TV show. Walk On Through the Rain. Hell yeah. Walk on. Also, this is Ella on my mom's account. Cool. My name on Letterboxd is Charlie, also YK Skinny Legend. Yeah, no, I got you, dude. It's all good. Canada Day equals Prime Day 100%. Man, I'd flip if I saw All Gasprin Away in the top 4. Hawk, I was just doing it for a pun, and someone got it in chat, and I was very happy about that. Paul, you were hoping I would talk about Canadian films? Is that right? Or the genocide that Canadian colonizers committed against Indigenous people in Canada? I'm a Yumi in my dad's account. What? I thought you were someone else. One of a Yumi's other consciousnesses or whatever. I mean, I thought you were a friend of a Yumi. Really, the Yumi lore is only growing from here on out. And hello, Alexis. I'm glad you are here. Hope you're doing well. Because Canada Day, do you mean Carly Rae Jepsen's birthday? It's actually kind of a weird thing about Canada, which I don't think a lot of people realize, is that no matter what year, or no matter what day of the year you're born in Canada, your birthday is Canada Day. So it's all of our birthdays tomorrow. It's my birthday, Justin Trudeau, David Cronenberg, everyone. Sarah Polly, we're all having our birthdays tomorrow, which is why it's such a big celebration. It's all of our birthdays. And it's also weird because, like, that means you're just automatically the same age as Canada. So I'm going to be turning like 160 or something like that. Not really prepared to turn 160, honestly. I thought 159 was going to be a little bit better, but it's mostly just been a slow decline since about 117. And it's just getting harder to keep up. you know? So as a 160-year-old, it's not great. The Seymour grows deeper every stream. Friend of hers, I feel insulted, but I kind of liked it. What? I don't get it. I don't care. And because of that, I'm going to move on to the Roast of Tomasz Review. And he's coming to us live from Dublin, CI. What does the CI mean? I don't know. And I don't care to find out. And apparently, Tomasz, you have a YouTube. Really? Really? What's on your YouTube? Looks like not much. Apparently, there's a face reveal. Don't call Natu at 3 a.m. What? What's so bad about manslaughter? What? I can think of a few things that are not great about manslaughter. Mostly the person who dies. That's bad. Tomasz Review. But maybe that's not something they teach you over in Dublin. Now, let's take a look at your bio. And oh, no, you are a child. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to treat you with kid gloves. So, you are a male, you are a cinephile, and you like reading and drawing. Cool. Great. Faves, and then you just link to a list. I really love films. They are my passion. Well, you're in the right spot. My favorite film genres are art house, anime, and sci-fi. Quick note, Tomasz. Art house. Art house is not a genre. It isn't. It's not. It's not at all. And you can imagine why. Inside of this so-called genre of art house, you could have any number of films. You could have an art house horror film. You could have an art house sci-fi film. You could have an art house drama. You could have all kinds of art house films, which doesn't necessarily mean that it is a genre. You could argue that it is a style, but even that, I think, is being pejorative, honestly. So, no. Art house, no. Not a genre, not a style. And it's just something that I think people use to describe films that are like a little bit weird or like not in the mainstream, when that is just something that can even change from country to country to country, right? An art house, like you could argue that Parasite is an art house film, but you know, it was popular enough where it's not one. And it certainly was like the highest grossing film in Korea the year it came out. So not an art house film, you know? You know what I'm saying? So just get rid of that. Also, anime is not a genre because once again, there are many, many, many different genres inside of anime. Anime is a style. The genres are something else. I don't know why I always harp on this, but it's something that has just bugged me since like I was in film school. We talked about this. We had these discussions where like there's an article out there. There is I think it actually might be a Paul Schrader an article that Paul Schrader wrote about this like in the 70s or so, talking about how noir is not a genre. It's a style, and talking about the differences between style and genre. So I always get hung up on this. And now I'm going to get not hung up on it by continuing to read your bio. I love laughing at goofy, and so bad. It's good films. So do you like laughing at goofy films specifically? Like a goofy movie? Or just goofy movie, like films that are goofy? Either answer is correct, but I need the specifics. My top 4 favorites are of the past month. A disciple of Karsten, I guess. Doing Karsten things. Because you just gotta put the films that you like the most in the last month. Instead of normal people like me who just keep that shit the same forever. Because I am an immovable object. And then you just like let us know what's going on, what these different things mean. Apparently a 1 out of 10 is a war crime. A war crime. I don't know, man. I don't think people would want to have the traumas they face in war compared to, like, Freddy Got Fingered, but maybe they would. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. So let's see what films you've been liking a lot in the last 30 or so days. And wouldn't you know it, we just have 3 Kiarostami films, so I don't even know if I can even call you a basic Criterion bitch. I don't know if these are even in the Criterion collection. Taste of Cherry definitely is. Oh, we actually gave a review for it. Asian cinema is one of my favorite things to watch. Asian? Is the Middle East considered part of Asia? Because Kiarostami is Iranian, right? Yeah. Is the Middle East part of Asia? Is the Middle East part of Asia? I guess continentally. Continentally, yes. Geography is hard, everybody. So, yes. Oh, wait, yeah. These are all... oh, yeah. The Kiarostami box set. Those are all our Criterion films. And what about for Triple R, then? Uh-oh, everyone. This review contains spoilers for Triple R. It holds this very special place in your heart. It's one of those films that you think about every day. I know it isn't. I have not thought about Triple R in a long time. This film was a rewatch for my Indian cinema marathon. RRR is one of the most important Indian films ever made because it won the first Academy Award for a Bollywood film. This is kind of like a weird thing, honestly. Suggesting that the importance of an Indian film is dictated by how much a generally like white American Western audience approves of it, you know? Like, I understand the impulse to do that, especially since you and both I are from Western nations. But it's kind of weird because I feel like Indian films should operate on a criteria basis, determining like which one is the most important, based on what is most important to that audience, that country, that the people that the film was initially made for. Being an Indian audience. So, like, maybe we don't need to assess the importance of things based on how important Americans think that they are. That's what I'm trying to get at here. What was your first review? Fantastic film. The action of the film is great. Debatable. Very entertaining. Sure. It was also kind of emotional. I am not a big fan of Bollywood, but this was great. The film is actually more entertaining than some US blockbusters. RRR is one of the best films of 2022. Also, my last watch film of 2022. Now, I think I screwed this up in the past, but this is not technically a Bollywood film, correct? It is Tollywood, I believe. Someone in the chat confirmed that for me, but I think this is a Tollywood film. And this is something that I learned over the last little while. Bollywood is sort of like a term for a very specific subsection of Indian film. And in different regions of India, there are different like woods. There's Bollywood, Tollywood. I think there's at least one or two others. So, you know, not all films from India are Bollywood. That's a mistake that I think a lot of people are making. Just like how not every film that comes from America is like a Hollywood film, right? Even though I'm sure all the film studios, large and small, have offices there. So what else is going on here? Aside from you being a basic Criterion bitch and you don't know where films are coming from in India. What else do we know? What else can we find? Well, it looks like you've been watching a bunch of really bad movies. Look at that. 3 war crimes all in a row. Why is Shark Side of the Moon a war crime, I wonder? Let's find out. Ooh. Spoilers, everyone. Spoilers. Should we dare? Should we dare look at the spoilers for Shark Side of the Moon? Honestly, shout out to this poster. Like, look at this. Look at this poster. Someone was paid to make this, and they didn't even do a very good job because you can see like the little thing here, right here. You see that little line up top, but you don't see it on the fin. This is probably just like a bad Photoshop copy and paste job, and they didn't even bother to go back and like remove that or give even like the slightest little bit of demarcation between this and the background. Like, you know, maybe giving this a little bit of a blur, or you could have put a little bit of a drop shadow on this. You could have done a lot of things, but instead they just left this pathetic little line here that you should easily get rid of. But hey, I guess maybe I'm not good enough to be a graphic designer for films like Shark Side of the Moon. And I guess just the last thing I'll say about this, who decided that putting the eye right there was a good idea? Who decided that that was where that should go? That looks weird, and I hate it because it looks like he's looking at me. So here's what we're going to do, everyone. We are going to look at this spoiler review for the hate crime that was Shark Side of the Moon. Half a star just for Shark Waifu. What the fuck? Shark Waifu? What does that even mean? Is there a sexy shark in this? Huh. Sexy sharks, huh? Sexy sharks. They are sort of the alpha predators of the ocean. You make one kind of sexy. Yeah, I can see it. I can see why someone might be into that. Yeah, you know, maybe you're a sub. Maybe you want to get in on some Dom type shit. You want to get your Dom coming over, but, you know, sometimes you're like, man, I wish they could swim here instead, and bam, there you go. Shark Waifu. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. I'm also curious to just see what you're saying about Epic Movie. I gotta say, this is one of the stupidest films ever made. The humor aged perfectly. It was 21st century humor. I understand some people in the 2000s grew up with this film, but if you actually like this film, I don't know how fucking stupid you are. Honestly, Epic Movie, I'm sure these types of movies certainly did decrease in their goodness over time, but like Not Another Teen Movie was great. Was legitimately great. What's this? Disaster Movie. I don't how can anyone top this stupidity, but if you can top it, I would be really shocked because this is actually the stupidest film I ever saw. You're throwing that around a lot. A lot of films, Tomasz, you're saying are the stupidest films of all time. One must be the ultimate stupidest. I'm going to want to see a ranked list. Let's see here. Wes Anderson never disappoints. That's not true. He's disappointed me in the past. Sock 'em Dead. The fuck is this? Is this some type of foot fetish? Did Quentin Tarantino direct it? That's an easy way to answer that question. Most popular reviews. Whoa! Look at you. 18 likes on Across the Spider-Verse. Let's see here. Another game changer in animation. I mean, no. Into the Spider-Verse was the game changer, and we know that because the game was changed. The animation style used by a lot of these production companies now is shifting, and that's because of Into the Spider-Verse. Across the Spider-Verse is just a continuation of that change. Or perhaps maybe a solidification of that change, but it's not another game changer. It was just Into the Spider-Verse, but more of it. Across the Spider-Verse is one of the most deep, emotional, visual, amazing, action-packed, and epic animated films of all time. And it's not even done yet. The film has obviously beautiful and stunning animation. It also has a good story, fun and interesting characters, good action, and a lot of messages about friendship and sacrifices. There's lots of styles of animation. A lot. And you go on to say more about it. It's too much. I'm not going to read all of that. And then also your Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 got a lot of likes. Wow. In the 2020s, Marvel was stuck with forgettable films. They had boring action, unfunny jokes, and a forgettable story. But I'm happy to say Marvel is getting back on a good track. No. That's not what this means. That's not what this means. Marvel, in order for them to be back on a good track, they need to be doing like a bunch of good stuff in a row instead of just doing one good film in a row. You need to have a trend in order for something to be back on track. And currently they are not on track. They are not on a good track. They have not done enough. Also, Spencer, thank you so much for the super chat. And I don't know how you managed to do it, but it looks like there's just like a ton of super chats up top, even though I know that you only donated once. So I don't know how you hacked that, but it looks cool. I like that pattern. Good for you. So what we got going on here for Tomas's lists? Wait, did that say 198 lists? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Yo, never, ever should the amount of lists you have exceed the amount of films you watched, unless it's like January. This is too many. This is too many lists. Birthday Films Marathon 2023. Films that I will watch on my birthday week. Let's see. So you're going to have a real fun time, I guess, based on this. Films that I would not watch on my birthday. That's what I'm going to try to figure out here. So I would not watch Come and See on my birthday. I would not watch The End of Evangelion on my birthday. I would not watch Your Name or Triple R or Akira or Persona. House, maybe, depending on who is around. Godzilla, maybe, depending on who is around. None of these Eva films. And definitely not Death True Plus, which I think is just like, what, the third to last episode of Eva, like mixed in with some other shit? I don't know. This one's weird. Also, hello everyone who's coming back. Thank you so much for joining in. And if you're just getting here, please like the live stream. That'd be super cool. What else you got going on, Tomasz? Best films of each year, 1980s to 2020s? Nah, don't care. Films I cried and laughed on. So you cried and laughed to all of them. All of them. So what part about Monty Python and the Holy Grail made you cry? What part of that film got you so directly in the feels that it just brought out this devastating emotional reaction? Was it the French people farting in your general direction? I know that as an Irish person, maybe that hits a little too close to home, having the French fart on you. No one wants to get farted on by the French. I'm sure their farts smell terrible. But was that the thing that got you to cry? that maybe brought back some trauma, some generational trauma that the French have inflicted on you? I know that the English are probably more likely to have done that, but, you know, I just can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, it was the French too. The French are responsible for everything bad, depending on who you talk to. Like democracy. Friday, that made you cry? What? Okay, hold on. This is a list of films that I cried on, laughed on. Oh, so it's not at the same time. It's films that made me laugh and some films that made me cry. Okay, so now we're going to turn this into a guessing game as to which films made you laugh and which films made you cry. Well, obviously, Morbius made you cry. Morbius made you cry for sure, because this movie is terrible. This is, as you described, a hate crime. I think you could actually define this as a hate crime. This film should be shown at The Hague, and then the entirety of the world can vote on to whether or not the directors, including Sony and Marvel, should be brought up on war crime charges. I think that is totally acceptable. What else we got here? Oh, you definitely cried during all the Sharknado films. As we know already, you're really into shark films, especially films that have shark waifus in them. So I'm sure just seeing like so many sharks circulating in a cyclone for, you know, an hour and a half while dumb, stupid humans get, I don't know, eaten by flying sharks, like that probably brought a tear to your eye, because finally, your favoriteest thing in the world, sharks, were getting their due, their justice. Fisherman's Friend, one and all. What the hell? Megan, that probably made you cry. Night at the Museum, I can see that making you cry. Zoolander, that definitely made you cry. I can see it for sure. Tremors made you cry? Was it when Mr. Miyagi? Was it Mr. Miyagi? No. I'm mixing up the people who are in this. Or am I? Finn Carter, Victor Wong. Did he play Mr. Miyagi? No. No shit. I was thinking about Big Trouble in Little China. And like I was thinking about these guys, the John Carpenter films. Whoopsies! But did you cry when Victor Wong died? Because he does have a very traumatic death in Tremors. Very traumatic. I recommend watching Tremors for that very dramatic death that should have won him an Oscar, but didn't, unfortunately. Least favorite films of all time? Well, we're gonna save that for later. Spoof satire ranking, 25 films. What? Ranking every spoof, parody, and satire film I see. Yo, if Starship Troopers is not here, I'm gonna spit. Well, I guess now I have to spit. Damn it. I do like how you included this, even though you're probably including it as a satire and not as a spoof. And I guess it isn't a spoof. So, what is this ranking even? The fact that this is Spinal Tap is ranked so low is kind of insane to me. Like, this is Spinal Tap is easily like the number 2 film here. Easily. That is a brilliant film. That film will make me laugh and cry all the livelong day. Film that inspired me to be a filmmaker. Are you a filmmaker? You're only 13. What have you directed? Are you on IMDb? And I think that's probably all of the films we should look at because there's so goddamn many. Sorry, Tomasz. We do have to move this live stream along. So what's going on? God damn it, Letterboxd, stop fucking around. What do you got down here? So these are the hate crimes. These are more of the hate crimes, everyone. Let's see if these films are accurately described as hate crimes. Let me know in the chat if these are hate crimes. Tall Girl, hate crime or no? Cats, hate crime or no? Excuse me, war crime or no? Probably. Cats is probably a hate crime or a war crime. It's both. Megalodon. Yeah, it could probably be one. The Emoji Movie. Show Dogs. Cryptoland. The fuck is Cryptoland? A short film animation intended to drum up interest for an island paradise structured around cryptocurrency. A crypto paradise where the community can surround themselves with other like-minded individuals. Is it a real place? Is it a real place? Oh my god, look at this review. Yes. Yes. Oh my god, they just spelled out fuck in like puke emojis. Holy shit. That's the bet. Fuck, like I'm no wait where'd it go? Like, this is one of the best reviews in the history. Hold on, I'm gonna shrink this so we can just get it all in one. What are you doing? Why aren't you doing it? Do the thing. Fuck Fuck you, Chrome. Oh, it froze. Did it freeze? Are we frozen? Am I frozen? Are you frozen? Yeah, no, this is definitely... What? Why? Okay, there we go, there we go. I still want to see if we can get it all in one. Yes, there we go. Look at that. Look at that beautiful majesty. That is incredible. No one's frozen. Well, that's good. Incredible. I have never seen a review this good on Letterboxd. This is the best one. We found it. Good job, everybody. Thank you to Tomasz for leading us to this wonderful, glorious place. All right, let's get back to this. Looking for the war crimes. Any films here that are defined as war crimes that should not be? I'm not seeing anything. The U is triggering me? Why? Why is the U triggering you? Land of the Lost. Yeah, these are mostly films that I can understand why you would rate them so low. The cockfight from 1894. I mean, why would you even watch that? But, you know, shout out to you for rating it low. Oh my god. Man, has anyone here seen this movie? It's so bad. But, Keira Knightley is so good in it. And the production design and costume design is so good that I still gave it a 2 out of 5. This legit is like a half-star film to a 1-star film that is saved by a singular performance and the costume design and production design. Like, Keira Knightley, #1 in my heart sometimes. My heart is very large and I have crushes on many people. And she is one of them. But... like, goddamn, this movie's just so bad. So goddamn bad. Keira Knightley, there's one of those performances where people are like, this movie did not deserve Keira Knightley's performance. I think that's what a lot of people would say about it. A friend of mine loves this film. Divorce them. They don't know good cinema. Get rid of them. I'm kidding. Let's see. Let's look at your 5 stars. Your all-time classics. Bride of Frankenstein. Nice. Good one. You're not even a basic Criterion bitch from the looks of it. Like, you know, I can see Criterion films here, like La Jetée and Being John Malkovich and the Kiarostami films. But there's also other stuff going on here. Suzumi. I saw that movie, I think, right? I saw Suzumi? No, I haven't seen Suzumi. I was thinking about something else. That's the one where someone falls in love with a chair, right? Anyways, yeah, Jojo Rabbit, Royal Tenenbaums is in the Criterion Collection, so is Ivan's Childhood. Wait a minute. Are you a basic Criterion bitch? Are you? No. A little bit? A little bit. A tiny bit. This dude's seen On the Silver Globe too. That's kind of wild, right? I guess this is something that I need to bring myself back to and like maybe just point out. This person is 13. According to their Letterboxd profile, they're 13 years old, and yet they've seen La Jetée, Bicycle Thieves, Eraserhead, a David Lynch cooks quinoa, and apparently that's a 5-star film. Maybe they're just memeing, who knows? But they've seen La Haine. They've seen On the Silver Globe. Like, I was not watching this shit when I was 13. I was watching The Matrix for like the 10th time. That's a lie. The Matrix wasn't out yet when I was 13. Yeah. I was watching Top Gun for the 11th time or 12th time. They're watching fucking Playtime and Police Story. Like, people like this are going to be ruling the cinephile world in a couple of years, you know? Like... they're never going to take over the spot of the cinephile supreme because that can only be me, and we all know this. But they're making a case. They're making a good case, and that's awesome. So I don't even know if there's anything else here to roast. I've been too complimentary. This is something that happens to me a little bit too often. I fall out of the roast and I just start saying nice things, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Yo, he watched Prince Ahmed? The fuck is that? For me, 13 was Kill Bill Volume 1 on repeat. I just learned a lot about your musical tastes with you saying that. A lot. A lot. So, okay, Tomasz, assuming you're still here, I don't know what time it is over in Ireland, but I'm going to pick a film out of your watch list that you must watch. And I feel like I could go to jail if I were to say that you should watch Cannibal Holocaust, so I'm not going to do that. Instead... I'm going to say, don't watch The Cloverfield Paradox. It's bad. You know what? Watch Repo Man. You should watch Alex Cox's Repo Man. Because this will make you into a punk rocker, probably. And we need more punk rockers in the world. Oh, Prince Ahmed is the first animated feature? Cool. But yeah, this movie. You must watch this movie, Tomasz. Or Thomas, however you pronounce your name. This is the film that you watch next. It's in the Criterion Collection, so don't worry about it. You'll be able to find it fairly easily. I think actually it's on the Criterion channel right now. No, it is not, at least not in Canada. In any case, watch Repo Man. And all of you sitting at home, you should watch Repo Man too. But that's my personal recommendation for Tomasz, because I want them to become punk. We need more punks. So thank you very much. Appreciate your support, Tomasz. And let's go back. Who else got in here? So Bacela, yeah, we got Bacela. So we got one more that we need to add to the super chat list. Good thing we started off by actually getting through one person not on the list, right? Because this is very quickly turning into another live stream where we are going to make almost no progress on the list. Spencer LaBute. Found ya. Oh, it's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. You know, like, okay, from a roasting, from like the standpoint of the roaster, the easiest people to roast are the ones where as soon as you see them, you know that they are exactly like yourself, and then you can just make fun of yourself. It just takes so much of the guilt away. You know, because you're not making fun of someone, you're not making fun of someone else, which sometimes can make you feel kind of weird, can make me feel kind of weird, but I'm just making fun of myself. So this is perfect. Thank you, Spencer. I'm gonna have a lot of fun roasting the shit out of you / myself. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. So okay, we got the next one on tap. I think everything else here is good. 100,000%. Let's go. I really enjoyed that roast. Thank you very much, Thomas. It was more of a compliment thing by the end. Agreed, Repo Man is one of my favorite movies. Sick. Hey, TJ, I watched Dead Ringers like you told me to last live stream. Those red robes were fire. Hell yeah, they were. I would get more surgeries if they actually wore gowns like that. What's up, everyone? Says Trey. How's it going? Glad to have you with us. Anyone else here joining in? If you're just joining in, let me know in the chat. If you just joined us, let me know what's up. And also, I'll just do some quick plugs since we're almost like 2 hours into this stream. Hello, my name is TJ. What's going on here is that I am roasting Letterboxd profiles. If you want your Letterboxd profile roasted, then go to the list linked in the description box below, comment, and you're on the list. Is the queue too long? Probably. You want to skip the queue? It's a super chat. Any super chat. I don't care. And there's also the Cinemateq Top 100. It's a list that you can vote on right now, where we are going to determine the top 100 films of all time. This is going to be a yearly tradition on the channel. We will redo the top 100 every year. The list that never moved. Yes, it is the list that never moves. I'm just going to check and see how many people have actually submitted to this thing yet. Are we over? We're at 125. All right. 125 people have voted on what they think the best films of all time are. That's pretty cool. I'm just going to do a quick check here because I like talking about the stats for this particular list. How many individual films have been nominated at this point? About 800. Probably a little under 800, but a little under 800 films have been individually nominated for this list. And there are at least 100 films at this point that have more than a single vote. So it's going to be a good list. I am excited for you guys to see this list, but I'm not actually going to show you anything because I don't want to influence you. But yes, please go do that. And if you want to continue having these great film conversations with other people who are in the chat right now, check out my Discord. It's linked in the description box below as well. And we do fun things over there. One of the community members has a weekly film watching challenge that'll help you clear out your watch list. And we talk about new movie trailers. We talk about just general film things. There's a whole channel dedicated to people just posting pictures of their pets, which is obviously the only reason why a lot of people stick around. And lots of other cool stuff. And it's always evolving because it's an evolving community. And that's really cool. Also, I think someone was asking, what am I drinking? Diet Coke. I needed a caffeine fix because I, as I said, was out with the boys last night, getting my beer on a little bit. It was fun. It was a good time. So hello to the people who are back, especially to Alonzo, who is back after a blackout in your block. That sucks. Doesn't Diet Coke cause cancer? You are probably referring to the fact that I believe aspartame, which is the main artificial sweetener in Diet Coke, is about to be classified as a carcinogen. To which I will say, it's a delicious carcinogen, for one. But, it's whatever. There's lots of things that can cause cancer these days. And I think it's as long as you're sort of like minimizing stuff, you're going to be okay. Like, if you're just eating steak and bacon and drinking Diet Coke, yeah, you're probably not going to do well in the health department, So just eat everything. Do things in moderation, I'm probably not going to go outside today in Toronto because the weather quality is really bad because there's a shit ton of wildfires going on. So I'm actually more concerned about what the air is going to do to my lungs as opposed to the aspartame in this possibly giving me cancer of some kind. So, it's all about mitigation. I prefer water, thank you very much. I mean, water is great. If water can make me feel more alert and more awake after a night out with the boys, then sure, that'd be awesome. But it doesn't. Only caffeine does that. Oh, and Ash is back. A lot of people are back. Where did you go? Who knows? And Random Sweet saying hello. Well, hello to you too. We're all going to die anyways. That is true. We are. But depending on the life choices that you make, that can do a lot for the quality of life that you have in the later years. Assuming, and like most of us are going to get to the later years, right? Unless like the climate wars get real bad. Or start. So, yeah. Ash is back, groovy. I'm watching Dunkirk, nice. Gotta love living in Toronto, the weather's getting a bit better at least. I mean, yeah, it's warmer, but it's still hazy out, man. Still pretty hazy. Alright, enough about Toronto, because now it's time. It's time. Oh, baby, it's time for the Roast of Kilty. Hello, Kilty. Are you happy to see me? Maybe not, because oh, look at you. Look at how fucking tough you are. Taking this image of Vincent Cassel from La Haine and trying to pretend to be a tough guy with it. Oh dear. Should I be afraid of you, Kilty, because you're pointing your finger guns at me? Uh-oh. Am I more intimidating now that I'm doing this particularly? I don't think so. Maybe you should reconsider what this profile picture is attempting to do, because I don't think it's doing what you want. So, what's going on here with your profile? Apparently, this is the only social media platform that you care for, which probably just has something to do with the fact that you're not very social at all. You're really worried about putting your opinions out on Twitter or showing people your bad photography on Instagram. So instead, you think you can beat all of that by giving us bad film opinions on Letterboxd. This should be fun. I'm excited to see where this roast goes. Why don't we take it now to the favorite films and see what's going on? And you know what? I'm just going to start making this a tradition on this channel, part of the meta, if you will. Whenever we get to see Old Boy in someone's top 4, we just all clap for this person and say, hey, congratulations. Really happy that eventually you're going to have a daughter and you're going to have sex with them. Way to go. Way to go. That's great for you. I'm glad that you are doing that. Right on. Right on. Super happy that you're going to have sex with your daughter eventually. Way to go. That's awesome. So then we also have La Haine, which we talked about already. The Breakfast Club, which I guess is maybe a way for you to pretend to have friends. I'm right, aren't I? And Kill Bill Volume 1, the film that a lot of teenagers watched and thought to themselves, wow, it's so cool when someone takes all of these things that were done in Hong Kong and then makes them better because they're a white man from America. Thank you, Quentin Tarantino, for taking things that were awesome and making them slightly more palatable to Western sensibilities. That's what Kill Bill Volume 1 always says to me when I see that in the favorite films. So what else do we have going on here? Recent activity. Lots of 5 stars. Lots of high praise. Chungking Express, Blue Velvet, Beef, Tropic Thunder. My goodness. What do we got going on here in Blue Velvet? What are the words? It's a lot of words. It's a strange world. Yeah, you can say that again. Apparently, this person only watches Disney films because as soon as they see a film like Blue Velvet, it blows their mind. Scooby-Doo meets sadomasochism in this eerie world of David Lynch. I actually like that description. This film deals with common themes like the darkness versus light, good and evil, and reflections of self. Being my first Lynch experience, I can wholeheartedly say, wow, this film is not for everyone. You see, I hate shit like that. This film is not for everyone. It's not your job to gatekeep. It's my job to gatekeep. Leave the gatekeeping to me. Don't try to tell people that they shouldn't watch Blue Velvet. Everyone should watch Blue Velvet. Everyone should watch every movie and then have a much better idea about what is and is not the films that they like. But you're never going to get there unless you actually goddamn watch them. So stop gatekeeping. That's my shit. Stop getting on my turf, bruh. What do you got going on here for Chunking Express? In May's eyes, I'm no different from a can of pineapple. Why do all of your reviews start with a quote from the film? Not even like a good quote from the film. Like, this is a supremely quotable film, yet the best you can come up with is that this person is no different from a can of pineapple? This art house rom-com, god damn it, throw this word out into the garbage, please. It's just another way for people to gatekeep cinema. Stop it. You're not cool because you watch quote-unquote art house films. Fuck's sakes. You could argue that like Armageddon's an art house film, considering the way that they use the camera in that film. But no one will, because art house is a meaningless fucking term. Anyways, this art house rom-com from the brilliant mind of Wong Kar-wai is poetic and rich in meaningful quotes and tackles issues in relationships and in ourselves. There's such a brilliant duality between the story material, between the story being natural and dreamlike, the dialogue is so authentic, and the plots are so beautifully woven together, but still individual. This film is art. There's not much more I can say. I mean, I could say more, and the thing that I will say is that all film is art. Armageddon is art. Freddy Got Fingered is art. It's all fucking art. You can't just ascribe the term art to things that are good, you know? Like, Monet is art. And also, those weird little drawings that, like, kids make when they're in kindergarten is also art. The difference comes from the skill involved in actually creating said art. So when we're talking about what is and what is not good, to just say that one thing is art and the other is not, it's too exclusive. It's way too exclusive. And that's how you get all these conversations about elites and things like this, liking their art house, whatever. Because we just say that some things are art and some things are not, when in fact they all are. It's all art. It's everything. Art is everything. Stop trying to gatekeep art. I'm going to say gatekeep 4 more times in this roast. Let's go. Isle of Dogs, popular review. Ha! Here's a rule. I'm not going to go through popular reviews if they only have one like, because they're not popular. They're literally not popular. So we're just going to skip it. And, ooh, look at that. Only 4 lists, Kilty. Only 4. And Kill Bill's at the top of 3 of them. What are you trying to tell me, Kilty? My top 25. List is always changing. Yes, a lot of it is basic Criterion films. BC being proud. Yes! There's going to be a moment where some influencer is going to be on Letterboxd and they're going to be like, why is everyone calling themselves a basic Criterion bitch? And then somehow this will all lead back to me and I will be happy. Finally, I will be happy for the first time ever. So what is in your top 25? We already covered the father fucking film, the film that makes you think you're tougher than you actually are, the film that makes you think that you have friends, and the film that is a collection of all the highlights from Hong Kong films distilled by a white guy so you can better appreciate them. But what else is in here? The Princess Bride, Stalker, Donnie Darko, because you're an edgy teenager, can't forget that one. The Outsider, Seven Samurai, Pop Star, God. The Truman Show, Nightcrawler, Parasite, Akira, District 9. Hold on a second. Yep, calling it right there. I just need to check who directed this one. Nice. No films here directed by women. Yep, no films directed by women. Unless there's just like one that I'm missing that I don't know about. No, yeah, it's a Lonely Island film. Yeah. No films directed by women. Fix that. I at least have one in my top 10. At least I'm cool. A little bit cool. Oh my god, Brianna's here. Hello, Brianna. You missed roasting. Just me making fun of people because they asked. So what else we got going on here? Movies that have spent time in my top 4, which is probably just going to be, all the films we just talked about, and the movie that convinced a lot of people that they don't actually need to read books because they're better off as movies. Way to go, Princess Bride. You made a whole generation illiterate. Quentin Tarantino ranked. Do we even have to do this? So, Inglourious Basterds is number 1. I've said this many times. Death Proof is last. Pulp Fiction is 2 or 3. Kill Bill Volume 2 is 2 or 3. And then everything else just kind of fits in the middle somewhere, and we can all leave it alone. I'm going to be so happy when a lot of people are just kind of like, forget about Quentin Tarantino. You know? When people forget about Quentin Tarantino and just stop treating him like he's like the best fucking director of all time, that's going to be great. That's going to be great for all of us. And I'm not going to look at this rank Neil Blomkamp ranked because, like, we all know that his new film based on the Gran Turismo video game is going to be his best film. Like, have you seen the trailers for it? It looks sick. And I'm not being sarcastic there. So, fuck it. Get that shit out of here. So let's take a look at your films, Kilty. Also, where did your name come from? Are you from Toronto? That's not Toronto slang for anything. So, like, what the fuck does that mean? And now we're just going to take a look at the low end, see if there's anything that we can perhaps find a foul here in this list. Captain Marvel at a 2-star, I'll allow it. If it was a 1-star, I would have been more angry. Toy Story 4, no problem there. Shrek movies, lots of animated films. Are you a child? Are you a child? I guess maybe a child would be rating these films higher. Like, I would imagine a 12-year-old watching Emoji Movie would be like, yo, guys, this is the kid at the school the next day. Guys, I just saw the best fucking movie of all time. Never mind about all the other shit that we used to watch. I just saw the Emoji Movie. It blew my fucking mind. Oh my god, dude. The Emoji Movie. I'm totally gonna watch that movie forever and never think that anything is as good as the Emoji Movie. It's incredible. That's probably what's going on for the young people. But yeah, all of this just seems normal. To All the Boys I Ever Loved? Sure. Yeah. These are all fairly normal ratings. Seems like this person's actually got a good head on their shoulder. That's probably because they're from Toronto, I think. I don't know if I live in Toronto. Kilty is my last name. Oh, okay. Well, good thing that it's a very common last name. Otherwise, people might be able to track you down. I can think of just so many people in Toronto with the last name Kilty. It's like, God, it's like the Smith of Toronto. So what else is going on here in your top 5? Is there anything here that I'm going to get angry about? Or anything that you guys get angry about? I mean, Donnie Darko again. God damn it. How many edgy teenagers just can't figure out what a good film is because Donnie Darko exists? How many? What else we got going on in here? Princess Mononoke? That's fine. Forgetting Sarah Marshall was a 4.5-star film? Isn't that the film where they make fun about slapping the bass, or is that something else? It doesn't matter either way. That's like a 3 film at best. Clerks 4.5, cool. I'm not seeing anything else here to get mad at. I mean, I could get artificially mad, I'm sure, at some of these. Maybe Joker at 4-star. Look at you staying on your edgy arc. I bet you watch Joker, Drive, and Donnie Darko all back to back to back when you try to, like, get pumped up to, like, go outside or something. Like, yeah, I need to watch these films to, like, get angry at society so I can go out in society. And then those movies just depress you and you're like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to go outside after all. I'm going to go on the internet and talk to people on Reddit. That's going to be great for me. That will totally allow me to develop a very normal personality. But yeah, I think that's about it. But you know what, Kilty? Because you did Super Chat, I must now force you to watch a movie. That's right, everyone. If you Super Chat, I force you to watch a movie. I come to your house with, I'm not going to say a firearm, because I think that's too violent. I will come to your house with a water pistol, with a water gun, YouTube, not a real gun, a water gun, and I will force you to watch a film, or I will shoot you in the face with vinegar. There's vinegar in the water gun. It's a vinegar gun, so don't fuck with me. Are you live now? Yes. of course. Are you new here? All right. If you are, hi. I didn't mean that to sound so aggressive. So, this is the film. I need to pick a film that I'm going to force Kilty to watch. And you know what, Kilty? You're Canadian. And you're going to be celebrating, just like me, tomorrow for Canada Day. And so, instead of having a fun time, I'm going to force you to watch Exotica, the Adam Ogoyan film, which is probably sexy. I mean, it is sexy. I haven't seen it, but I know it's sexy. Look at that. It takes place in an upscale Toronto strip club called Exotica. And I can tell you for sure, as a Torontonian, we don't have any of these. Upscale strip clubs, I mean. We only have low-scale strip clubs here now. Except for maybe For Your Eyes Only. I've never been to that one. I've only been to the one, Zanzibar. Anyone here ever been to Zanzibar in Toronto? It sucks. Terrible. Strip clubs are not great. I do not enjoy them, personally. And I know as a straight man, that's like sacrilegious to say. But yeah, strip clubs are not fun. They're expensive. Everyone looks like they're having a bad time. And you know that you're just like within spitting distance of like 5 erections at any given moment. And that is just not a good place to be enjoying a $14 bottle of Heineken. And yes, that's not an exaggeration. I have been in a strip club where a normal bottle of Heineken was $14 fucking dollars. Don't go to strip clubs. But yeah, watch Exotica. Canadian film. Go check it out. But if you are a minor, which I don't know, you didn't put your age in your profile, don't watch that one. Instead, watch... Watch Sunset Boulevard. Yeah, that's a good one. Watch Sunset Boulevard. Or Sans Soleil. Actually, I know. Fuck everything I said. Watch this movie. Watch this movie. It's the best documentary that's ever been made. The #1 single best documentary that's ever been done. So watch this. Oh, you're 21? Great. So $14. Go get yourself a $14 Heineken at Zanzibar and then watch Sans Soleil. Or Exotica. Exotica or Sans Soleil. That's what I demand. That's what I demand of you. And that's all for the roast of my fellow Torontonian Kilty. You're in Toronto, bro. $14 is everywhere. Not really. I mean, I was out with the boys last night, as I said, and a pitcher of beer cost $24 for 60 ounces, which is, what is that? Wait, is that a good price? Did we get fucking... Oh, no, we didn't get hosed. Yeah, that's like $8 for a pint, which is definitely better than 14. Although I have been in bars in the city where it's like, yo, you want a cocktail? $20. And it's like, there's no cocktail on earth, unless it's made by one of the best bartenders in the world, like one of those people who goes to literal international bartending competitions. Unless it's made by someone like that, no cocktail is worth $20. None. And I'd much rather just walk down to the beer store and get like a can of beer for like $2 or $3 than go to a bar and spend like $8 on a pint, or sometimes $10 on a pint, or like a $15 to $20 beer. Cheapest I come across is $8 to $9. Well, I mean, since you're in Toronto, maybe you do not, maybe you know this, maybe you don't. Pro tip for anyone who ever goes to Toronto: there's a chain of bars in the city called Firkin Pubs. This is not sponsored, but depending on which one you go to, they occasionally will have a beer. I forget which one it is, but they'll have it on sale for $6 a pint. And it's actually not bad. Like, it's just a lager. It's not that much different than like Canadian or anything like that. But it's $6 a pint. And so if you can find the place that's doing that on the right night, you will be good. I know that the one near Scotiabank Theater doesn't do that anymore, but I think there's one on Yonge near Queen. The Firkin Pub on Yonge near Queen. I forget the proper name of it, but that's where it is. I think they still run that deal. I think they do, but maybe not on like popular nights, maybe not on a weekend. But like, if you really want to get fucking tanked on a Monday, that could be good. That could be good for you. But yeah, you're right. Like, a lot of beer in Toronto is going to be like $8-9 a pint, which is expensive. It's fucking expensive. TJ, I've been in India past couple of months doing research, so no movies. But back soon and have stacked mid-July movie calendar, watching Oppenheimer, Barbie, MI7, Past Lives, Asteroid City, and Elemental. Good list. I've seen 2 of those movies, and they are good. Elemental, I've heard somewhat okay things about, but also not. So, meh. Maybe don't watch that. But yeah, that sounds like it's going to be fun. Past Lives. Past Lives is great, Jack. Why are you frowning? Why are you frowning? Oh, and this is one other thing that I just wanted to mention to people. I will be doing a special live stream on Monday for members only, members who are at the I think it's the Cinemaniac, Cinephile level. I forget what I call it now. I don't actually know what I do on this channel. The Cinemaniac level, which is the $5 like, you know, kind of like Twitch streamer level of stuff. So if you want to sign up for that, you will be able to see a special live stream on Monday where I talk about all the films I watched in June, ranking them, rating them, telling you guys why. I don't really do that otherwise, so it's kind of a way to get into my head a little bit and to chat with me directly if you want to. What else? What else? I think that's it. Oh, and I think some of you got gifted memberships on the last live stream. So if you're here, you are at that level. So keep an eye out. It'll be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday. And yeah, there'll be a special little live stream for you. And if you want to see it, once again, sign up at the Cinemaniac level in the little join button down by subscribe below the video. Wife is dragging me to Asteroid City. I'm so over Wes's whole thing. Oh, then you are going to not have a good time. Some people are saying that like Asteroid City is Wes Anderson at his most Wes Anderson-ish. And I think it's actually not the case. It's almost like he peaked with Grand Budapest Hotel. And then like, I'm just going to ignore the fact that the French Dispatch exists. So I think he peaked with Grand Budapest Hotel. And now we're in almost like post-Wes Anderson, where he is now starting to comment on himself a little bit. And I think this comes through in a somewhat interesting meta-narrative type way in Asteroid City. And does it make it better? Does it make it worse? I don't know. I liked it, certainly. I love the aesthetic of it, and I love when it takes place, and it's very Wes Anderson-y. I feel like the version of it that I saw, it was a little bit underprojected. It seemed a little dark. So I'm going to have to see it again to really assess it on the aesthetics and the camera work and all that stuff. But it is definitely a Wes Anderson film. And I feel like it might be the first post-Wes Anderson film, which is a weird thing to say, but I think it's actually kind of good. There can be like some growth opportunities available to a director, to an artist, when they start having a more in-depth and honest conversation about what their artwork actually is, and how they interact with it. And if that sort of if doing that allows Wes Anderson to grow as an artist, I'm all for it, and it would make his next film be super interesting. But yeah, it's interesting. I think Asteroid City is an interesting film. It's certainly going to be one of those ones where you could easily just dismiss it as like film bro, film studies, person in university who just saw Citizen Kane for the first time and they're freaking out because Asteroid City is doing all these kinds of things. Like, it's very easy to dismiss it as that. Kind of the same way that people were dismissing Beau is Afraid, like, very quickly because it's like film bro nonsense. I think you could easily do that with Asteroid City. But at the same time, if you're into it, there's some cool stuff there. It wrecked you, Jack, Past Lives? Yeah, it's pretty good. I wish someone would drag me to Asteroid City. I'm sure you could. Don't you have a boyfriend, Jack? Get him to drag you there. Hard agree on Grand Budapest Peak. I feel like he's just eating his own tail now. I think with Asteroid City, he's eating his own tail, but in an interesting way now. They were saying that about the French Dispatch too. Damn, how much more Wes Anderson can he get? I feel like the French Dispatch it just doesn't work. I don't know. Do you have hype for the new Scorsese film? Yeah, I do. Right now, it's my front runner for winning everything at the Oscars. Like, everything at all. Like, just all of it. I genuinely feel like it's the first film that we've seen or, like, had, and I haven't seen it, to be clear. I think it's the first film in a while where there is a strong chance that it could get, like, double-digit wins. Not double-digit nominations, but double-digit wins. And potentially sweep for everything that it's in. Leo's going to get a Best Actor for it. The lead actress, I forget her name, but she's probably going to get nominated, maybe in a supporting role. Scorsese, of course, will get a Best Direction. It'll get Best Film. It'll get a Best Film nomination, of course. Best Cinematography, I wouldn't be surprised by. It's a period piece, so of course it's going to get production design and costumes. Hair and makeup will be iffy, but we're already at 7 already. And then you add in things like sound mixing and editing, you're at 9. Throw in a couple of the other ones, maybe a best supporting actor, and you're already at 10, 11. And I think it potentially wins all of them. The only thing that kind of gets in its way, at least from what we've seen so far, would maybe be Zone of Interest, if that gets released in a proper kind of way, the film that did very well at Cannes. Maybe Oppenheimer. Barbie, I think, will be a force to be reckoned with in like the production design and costume categories. But yeah, I think Killers of the Flower Moon could just dominate the Oscars this year. What was the new Scorsese movie called, by the way? I think it's called The Killers of the Flower Moon, which is based off of a novel. My mom doesn't want to go see Asteroid City, so I might have to stream it when I can. All right. Is Asteroid City worth buying a ticket for? I think if you're watching it on a good screen and you know it's going to be a good theater, yeah, go for it. You want to roast my Patreon? Why would I roast your Patreon? Why would I advertise your Patreon for free? What would that even entail? You know what? You can't send me links. What is your Patreon? I'm curious. I'm not going to show it on like thing. Oh, you meant Letterboxd. I mean, okay, well, you got to follow the rules then if you want me to roast your Letterboxd. You got to follow those rules. You got to get on the list, and then you got to super chat if you want to jump the line. Speaking of people who jump the line, hey, guess what, Charlie? It's time for your roast. Don't you just love how these come out of nowhere? Like we're all having a fun little conversation. Everything's chill. And now all of a sudden you can feel the heat starting to get you on your toes, your tippy toes. Ooh, maybe you're starting to blush a little bit now, Charlie. Yeah, that's because I'm coming for you, Charlie. I'm like Jason in all of the Friday the 13th movies. I'm slow as fuck, but I always get the person I'm after. And right now that person is you, Charlie. This person. Someone who desperately wants you to know that they are way cooler than they are, so they got their mom to pick up a Pink Floyd t-shirt for them at Uniqlo. Congratulations, I'm sure that was a big day for you, especially since you live in rural America, and you probably had to drive 3 hours to the closest mall that would even sell something like that. Great for you. I'm happy. Awesome. Now let's see what's going on here with their bio. I'm sure there's going to be lots of very interesting things here. For example, Charlie saying, I love superheroes, but Ezra Miller still scares me. As they should. Based on your profile picture, you look like maybe you could be in their victim range. I also need movie recommendations because my Letterboxd sucks balls. Well, I will be able to help you out with that eventually, but first, I must tear you down plank by plank and limb by limb. You are both a person and something made out of wood. Weirdly. I don't know how that one worked. Sometimes my jokes are just stream of consciousness. Deal with it. Number 1 MCU Phase 4 hater. What? How could you be the number one? How could you be the number 1 MCU Phase 4 hater? You think you're the only person who looks at Thor: Love and Thunder and thought to themselves, nah, it's not very good, and I'm going to dislike it the most out of everyone. And I see Brianna here saying, TJ, you are roasting a child. A lot of the people that I end up roasting, I think, are actually children. If you look at the demographics for my channel, it's younger people, weirdly. So I don't know why this happens, but I can't just discriminate based on age. So yeah, I'm going to roast them. I'm going to roast them to death. It's going to be great. But yeah, oh yeah, I guess there's something ongoing on here. So Charlie, you are living on the dark side of the moon. I guess that's why you're so pale. Boom. God, that was a good one. I felt really good about that joke. So let's see what's going on down here in your favorite films. Hey, look, it's Django Unchained, everyone's favorite excuse to say the N-word. Then we got Spider-Man in the Spider-Verse, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and Kung Fu Panda. The exact colorful Reddit-ass bullshit that I would expect from a, confirming from the chat, 17-year-old. Congratulations about having these films be the things that inform your emotional stability for the next 30 to 40 years of your life. I'm sure therapy will not be needed. Then we go on to the recent activity. Batman, Mystery of the Batwoman. The only mystery here is how Batman hasn't figured out how to have sex with that suit on. Although he actually has, if you ever watched the Killing Joke movie, which you probably shouldn't. Watching Batman have sex with the costume on is... it's not good. Then you also have Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker, which you gave a very high score to, 4.5. You're not a comedian, I'll tell you that. LMAO. Just love these. Just love these reviews where they literally just quote a line from the film. Kind of low effort, wouldn't you say? Charlie, I forgot your name briefly. But you also watched But I'm a Cheerleader. Interesting. What did you have to say about this? I'm a straight white male, so good movie. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Because this kind of reads to me like you're afraid of being critical of a film because you might get canceled. Like, you're like, oh, I'm a straight white male, so I can't say anything negative about a queer film. And, like, don't worry, you can do that as long as your criticisms come from an honest place that is not rooted in bigotry. So just remember that for the future. And what else we got going on here? Popular reviews. Ooh, 4. We're going to take a look at these then. These are popular. Chicken Little, 2.5 stars. I once told my best friend that the duck girl was the ugliest character in fiction. I don't give a shit. Why would you put that as a review? This is just like a line from your memoirs. That's not a film review. All right. Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the movie from 2022. Wait, they made a they made a Ninja Turtles movie last year? And now they're making a new one this year? How many Ninja Turtle movies do we need? All right, everyone. Spoilers. I actually thought they would kill off Leo. I cried a little. What do you think this is? The Transformers animated movie from 1986? Of course they wouldn't kill Leo. He's the leader. I need these hot Chicken Little takes, though. Is this a hot take? I once told my best friend that the duck girl was the ugliest character in fiction. Is that a hot take to say that the duck girl from Chicken Little is ugly? Hold on. Duck girl, Chicken Little. I swear if this takes me to like fucking hentai, I'm gonna spit. Yo, she is, yeah, huh. I'm sure she's a lovely person. So anyways, lists, how many? 9? 9. That's how Germans say no. My favorite movies, don't care. DB movies ranked, I'm coming back to that. My favorite movie posters, Wonder Woman 1984. Based on the fact that a couple of your films are just the most, a couple of your favorite films are the most colorful films of all time, I'm not surprised to see Wonder Woman 1984 there, because it is the most colorful movie poster of all time. That is true. It's someone's favorite movie. Every movie is someone's favorite movie. We proved this when we looked at the people who had Pocahontas 2, the sequel, in their top 4 films. If that movie has a fan, all movies have fans. Shrek ranked, don't care. My dad's favorite movies, we might come back to that. MHA movies and OVAs ranked. Oh, My Hero Academia, I'm not a weeb, so why would I even bother commenting on that? And Spider-Man ranked. Nope, we're doing Dragon Ball. We're doing Dragon Ball movies ranked. And of course this includes Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. We're not going to go after them for not like saying which specific series these things are from. And a lot of these aren't even canon, right? Like Cooler's Revenge is not DBZ canon because all this shit was happening. These are just like one-off non-canon movies that take place in between seasons, right? They don't actually have any sort of anything to do with the films, or excuse me, with the series. The Super ones are different though. Wait, is this Superhero? Oh no, Charlie, what are you doing? This movie is terrible. It looks like a shitty PS1 game, and they just animated using that technology. Like, it's not good. Especially when you compare it to how fucking awesome Broly looked. Like, this was dope. This was a cinematic experience when I saw this in theaters. I thought my brain was overloading. I wondered if I was an android who was getting overloaded visually because of this film. Dragon Ball Super Broly is sick. What else we got going here? What's the top Dragon Ball Z movie? Battle of Gods? Wait. Masahiro Hosada directed this? No way. Really? Am I confusing him with someone? Maybe I am. Masahiro Hosada. No, wait. What? He's done things, right? Additional directing? Fist of the North Star? Why do I know that name? Who am I thinking of, chat? Anyways, this was a bridge movie between Dragon Ball Z and Super, so I still consider it a Dragon Ball Super film. Fusion Reborn? Fusion. Lame. Look at these dumb kids. Broly Second Coming. Broly Legendary Super Saiyan. Yeah. Resurrection F. I'd probably put it like just after Battle of Gods. Probably just after it. Dead Zone is lame. Bio Broly, lame. Super Android, lame. But you did rank them last, so maybe you're on point with some of it. Oh yeah, your dad's favorite movies. I'm your father, so these are none of my favorite movies. So you failed. You failed. I am your cinefather. So change this. Change this to my favorite movies, please. So your dad really likes Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. That's cool, I guess. Rudy, The Thing. Yeah, these are very much dad movies. Very, very dad movies. Actually, yeah, this is kind of like just someone from my generation, which is probably the generation that your dad is from, depending on how old they are. God damn it. I'm so old. I'm so goddamn old. Wonder Woman ranked. Really? I have never seen this list before. Wonder Woman. All right, so the list here is Wonder Woman, followed by Wonder Woman, followed by Wonder Woman, followed by Wonder Woman Bloodlines, followed by Wonder Woman 1984. And honestly, if I had to put Wonder Woman, and Wonder Woman onto a list, I think I would probably put Wonder Woman first instead, and then put Wonder Woman second, and then in a curveball put Wonder Woman third. But you guys all know what I'm talking about, right? Like when I say Wonder Woman versus Wonder Woman 1, 2, and 3, like you get it already, right? Like I don't need to explain why Wonder Woman is better than Wonder Woman and why Wonder Woman is better than Wonder Woman and why Wonder Woman is underrated, which is why it goes into 3, but is still slightly better than Wonder Woman. Like you guys get it, right? You know what I'm saying when I say that. You guys get it. It's fine. It's fine. So what else we got going on in Charlie's list? Nothing that I care to talk about. So let's look at the films. Wait, what is this person saying in the chat? I don't know, man. I think Wonder Woman is pretty underrated. I mean, yo, you're free to have your wrong opinions. That's how our beautiful society is built. But also, no. Yeah, Wonder Woman is way better than Wonder Woman. I mean, I'm glad someone at least can see my perspective. You know, and I didn't have to explain it. Thank God that not everyone who watches this live streams are dummies. Thank God for that. Thanks Satan for that, really. So, Charlie, what's going on here? Let's look at your low first. Emoji Movie, half star. Wow, so many smart people getting roasted today, putting Emoji Movie down low. Hey, look, it's Batman, the Killing Joke. The one with the sex in it. This is the one with the sex in it. The coitus with Batman and Batgirl, I think? And they don't take their costumes off. So I guess if Batgirl ever wanted to find out Batman's identity, she would just have to look at every dick in Gotham. And she'd be able to do it. It's quite the challenge. Although Barbara Gordon is a ginger, so might be able to get that done. Killing Joke was a mistake. Yeah. The original comic is dope, though. So what else we got going on in here? Brave low, Justice League mid, Iron Man 2 mid. Yeah. Rise of Skywalker 1 star. Good for you. Ocean's 8 3. Yeah. That's actually yeah. Ride of the Last Dragon's a little high, probably. Justice League 2. Yeah, why wouldn't Joss Whedon's Justice League be a 2.5? I mean, it could probably be lower. But at the same time, I'm not going to get mad about it. Actually, no. Well, I'm not going to get mad about it. It's like a 2 to a 1.5. What did I rate it? A 2? It's probably a 1.5. Just TJ constantly updating and changing what he ranks things. Yeah. This all seems reasonable to me. I hate when I can just look at something and I see that it's reasonable. Pixel's a 3 out of 5. Yeah, that's bad. I mean, I've never seen Pixel, so I'm relying on you to let me know. But yeah, it's probably a bad movie, right? It's probably a bad movie. And I don't know about the Snyder Cut being a 4 out of 5. I don't know about that. I think actually the first parts of Zack Snyder's Justice League cut are pretty good, but when you start getting into hour 3 and 4, it's not as exciting and it's not as cool. The build up is better than the payoff. That's what I'll say about the Snyder Cut. So what we got going on at the top end here? A lot of Hollywood films, a lot of animated films. I don't think that Belle is better than My Neighbor Totoro. I think that's wrong. But aside from that, not seeing a lot that I disagree with. Megamind at a 5-star, that just feels wrong on the face of it, even though I've never seen it. It just feels like that's something that shouldn't be true. Also, Curious George at a 5, also no. But like, I gotta say, and I know I'm being kind of heelish when I say this, you don't have a lot of like the all-time classics here, huh? Like, I don't see a Citizen Kane, I don't see a Kurosawa film, and I'm not saying that because I desperately want to call everyone a Basic Criterion bitch, but like, it's just weird to see like none of the established classics from film history in like someone's first page of their top films. Like to see none of them, you know, like none at all. And then it's mostly just American animated films, an occasional Ghibli film or Ghibli film, however it's pronounced, and like The Founder with Michael Keaton. Weird. It's strange. I guess my criticism here is watch more movies. How many movies have you watched, Charlie? 347. Yeah, I guess that's just the thing, you know? Watch more movies. Let's see if we can help them with that by picking a film from their watch list. Ooh. I mean, you don't need to watch the Street Fighter 2 animated movie. You don't need to watch it, but it also has a pretty banging soundtrack. Includes the likes of... God, who's on it? KMFDM is on it. Great song from them on this one. Silverchair, Israel's Son is the name of the song. They use it. They use it really well in this. Also, shout out to Pratik for the super chat. Thank you very much. And God, there's what are the other songs in this? Hold on. Street Fighter 2, the movie soundtrack. It's got just like a lot of good grunge on it, you know, and also KMFDM. Wait, what? Yeah, this one. Where's the soundtrack? English versions. Okay, yeah. The localized English versions replace the original Japanese soundtrack in favor of licensed, popular alternative Western soundtracks from KMFDM, Korn, Alice in Chains, Silverchair, and other bands, as well as an instrumental score. So there's some more examples. Korn and Alice in Chains. Cool. I can't remember what the Korn song is. It's probably Blind, and they use like the "Are You Ready" in a fight. That must be what they did. Alice in Chains, I think it's Them Bones, which is a 6 song. Yeah. A lot of good music. I mean, good music in quotes from that time period. Although that KMFDM song is sick. I think it's called Ultra. It's dope as hell. But that's not going to be the one that I recommend to you. I've been talking about it a lot, but I'm not recommending that you watch this. I'm not going to go too deep in here. I just want to try to find like an all-timer. I know Harry Carey is like the #1 Letterboxd film of all time, so that could be the one, but I haven't seen it yet, and I don't like recommending films that I haven't seen. And unfortunately, a lot of these appear to be not the kind of film that I want to recommend. I don't think I need to tell you to watch Kiki's Delivery Service. Or any of the anime films in general. Like, I really wanted to find like an all-timer here, and I don't see any. So, God, what do I do here? I guess watch The Big Lebowski. Sure. The Big Lebowski. This one. This is the one that you must watch. I am forcing you to watch The Big Lebowski. I'll come over with my vinegar gun. Don't think that I won't. And I will spray vinegar in your face if you don't watch The Big Lebowski in the next, like, day or two. So please do that, or else. And also, like the live stream, or else I will come to each and every one of your individual houses and spray you with vinegar. Malt vinegar. You will smell like English fish and chips. And while that sounds good initially, you don't want to smell like that forever. So what's going on here? And I think also that's going to be the end of your roast, Charlie. I hope you enjoyed that. We got Bacela. Who's up next? We got Bacela, and then we got Spencer. And then I guess we're going to be doing Pratik again, right? Right? Yeah, Pratik getting roasted. And apparently you want me to go after your recent activity? Is it that interesting? Is it that much fun? Probably not. I'll just start the roast right now. It's probably not that fun. Kitarp. Your recent activity? Wait, is this you? Is this the one? Is this the one? This is what I searched for, and this is what I found. I guess it has to be this one. All right. All right. Well, you tell me if it's not the right one. Oop, shit. Bacela, Spencer, Kitarp, right? Yeah. That is you? Cool. Thanks for the roast, my man. No problem. Naito just saying, "Let's go." Ha ha. Don't get any vinegar on the carpet. It really ties the room together. Very true. Very true. Vinegar, or the carpet. The carpet is well known for tying the room together. Vinegar is not. Vinegar is not. You've never seen Back to the Future? Some people I'm sure haven't, and they will eventually. Love to see Sleeping Beauty on that list. Motherfucker needs to get Me, Myself, and Irene out of his watch list. I mean, yeah, that is a funny movie. But I was looking for the classics, and I guess you could argue that The Big Lebowski is a modern classic. So that's how I justified that to myself. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Just cleaning this stuff up. Oh man, I was really hoping to get to that profile. I had such a good joke for a profile that's like 10 down the list for roasting. I don't think I'm going to get there, but I was really happy with that joke. You're doing okay, Ash? That's good. It's the weekend, right? It's time for partying. You know, anyone partying this weekend? Anyone gonna chug some brewskis with the bros or the ladies or the girls? I just watched Dunkirk, 7 out of 10. Not exactly a party movie, but you know, you drink enough, you smoke enough weed, every movie's a party movie. I shouldn't be advocating for that kind of overconsumption, so I won't. Honestly, I put Raising Arizona on a must-see list before Big Lebowski. Well, Brianna, you didn't. So it doesn't matter one way or the other. What does matter is that it's time for the Roast of Bacela? Bacela, I think is the name, how it's pronounced. What if I tried to pronounce it like a dumb American? Bacela. Bacela? Hi there, Bacela. Real nice to have you around here, Bacela. Hoo-wee. That's a funny name, Bacela. Don't have many Bacelas around here. It's usually Johns and Davids and Jesus every once in a while. But you know what? I got no problems with that because that's just another way of saying Jesus. But Bacela, no. Ah, I see the pronunciation is Bacela. Bacela. Well, that's a lot easier to say than Bacela. Rolls off the tongue a little bit more. So, Bacela, let's see what we got going on in this here dang Letterboxd profile. Let's have ourselves a good time. All right, let's go. And it seems like right here you might be a little depressed because you are drinking a little bit too much of that beer, Bacela. Well, you know what they say. You just gotta be sometimes, you know? It's okay to sit with yourself and to ruminate on what's going wrong in your life without having to rely on alcohol. Alcohol can be a killer. Yes, it can. Just ask my uncle. My uncle don't know what's going on in his life no more, and that's because of the moonshine that they be drinking. I think maybe you're going down a dark path. A dark path like my uncle. The accent's changing too much. I have to stop. But, yeah, look, it's Mike from Red Letter Media, everyone. We got a real celebrity in the chat. I didn't know that Mike from Red Letter Media was real name Bacela. Had no idea. That's a really cool thing to find out. Ooh, and we've got a bio. Let's read it. I'm a guy who likes a lot of movies. Says the guy who has seen less than 1,000 movies. That's not a lot of movies. That's a very small amount of movies. If I don't like a movie you like, I don't know what to tell you. Well, I do. If people like movies that I don't like, they're wrong. Because I'm the cinephile supreme and I know what is good and what is bad. I am the absolute authority on this. So I, unlike you, know what's going on, whereas you, who doesn't? And also, apparently, you are located in my mom. And like, what does that mean? You're like a virus? A bacteria? And you're trying to like give my mom a cold? Is it like some magic school bus type shit going on? You're like taking a school trip inside my mom? That's what this means, right? It doesn't mean anything else. Does it, Bacela? Does it? It better not. It better not. So why don't we just move on here to the favorite films, and I guess just based on these, I'm going to assume that you are like a 45-year-old dad, because only a 45-year-old dad would watch The Godfather, Airplane, Boogie Nights, and Eyes Wide Shut and think to themselves, yes, these are the best films of all time that I love the most. And I can kind of trace the path that you're on with this as a 45-year-old dad. The Godfather is like, yeah, this is how I want to run my family, like a mafia, because I'm like Michael Corleone and I get shit done. Meanwhile, you probably work in like a McDonald's or something. And then you have Airplane and you're like, oh, I get most of these jokes. And some of them are a little, ooh, you can't make these jokes anymore. But since I'm a 45-year-old dad, I can still laugh at them as long as I don't tell anybody about it. And there's Boogie Nights, and you're like, hey, this is a way of watching pornography without watching pornography. And then you have Eyes Wide Shut, which is a way of watching pornography without watching pornography. So I think we've got this figured out and settled. You just kind of horny, and you want to run your family like a mafia. Totally normal. Totally normal thing to want to do. What's going on here in your recent activity? Extraction. I guess you're gearing up for Extraction 2, but you haven't watched it yet. Persona. Interesting. I never thought I would see Extraction and Persona get the exact same star rating. That's strange. I think that's strange. You also gave the Cary Grant Jean Arthur classic Only Angels Have Wings 1.5 stars. Who directed this? Was this? Yeah, it was Howard Hawks. What? I watched this film at the University of Western Ontario, I think, in my American cinema class, and it's dope. How dare you say a bad thing about a Cary Grant film? Look at that. It's rated a 4 out of 5 on Letterboxd, but to you, it's a 1.5 star, even though you didn't tell us why, coward. And then we have the John Hamm film Confess Fletch being a 3-star film, which makes it double as good as Only Angels Have Wings. Weird. But I guess you did give Twin Peaks, the original series, 5 stars, so how mad could I possibly get? How mad could I possibly get at you? I guess we're going to have to find out. So what did you say about it? The series, 10 out of 10. Fire Walk With Me, 8 out of 10. The Return, don't know, haven't watched it. The pilot, though, hell yeah. You know that these things, the Fire Walk With Me and The Return, they are separate things on Letterboxd, right? You don't have to review them in your review for the original 2 seasons of Twin Peaks, right? Did you know that? Did you know that? Well, now you do. I hope you do. You're welcome for some education. I write this after having seen the original series all the way through, along with Fire Walk With Me. This is all in preparation for when I watch The Return. I mean, that's good to actually, watch season 2, watch seasons 1, 2, and the movie before moving on to season 3. Great, good for you. With that being said, the pilot of Twin Peaks is such an enjoyable experience that I cannot help but give it a 10 out of 10. Yeah, I love watching teenage girls be wrapped in plastic too. It's one of my favorite things. I get so much enjoyment out of seeing dead teenage girls being wrapped in plastic. So much fun. And that's what you say here. So much fun, and with a big old David Lynch jump scare at the end. If you know, you know. Can't wait to watch the rest of the series. I mean, if you loved Twin Peaks The Return is going to be different. It's going to be different. I think actually me and the boys were talking about this last night and how the 3rd season of Twin Peaks was especially made to like fuck with people, but like particular people. Like the people who are really into like legacy entertainment, things like that. It was specifically meant to piss them off, which is kind of fun. You gave a 1 star to The Jazz Singer. And if you were doing that because of the blackface, I could respect that. But this, yeah, whatever, seems to say to me that you don't care or give a shit about film history at all. This was the first big sound film. Ever. And on that fact alone, the fact that this film fundamentally shifted the way that films are produced, that earns it a few more stars than just a 1. But once again, if you had just said, fuck blackface, 1 star, I would have understood. What do we got going on down here in the popular reviews? Ooh, a couple of 3-like reviews. How long are they, though? Look at these fucking paragraphs. It was fine, you said about Halloween Ends. And you know what? Bacela? No, it fucking wasn't. Halloween Ends is a disaster. It's a catastrophe. It is, it's kind of a crime. I think you could accurately describe it as criminal. I wouldn't say no to that. In fact, I am now announcing my candidacy for prime minister or whatever, and I am going to make what they did in this film a crime, which is, in fact, to put a lot of talented people on screen with a script that was so incredibly bad, you couldn't help but laugh throughout all of it, and then they just keep shitting on things. They just keep shitting on things with bad situations and bad writing and putting talented people in bad situations to have to act through. Fuck this movie. It sucks. Also, you gave Barbarian 4 stars, and that got 3 likes. This movie has no business being this great. And you know what? Here's another thing that TJ is going to rant about. Papa TJ has got some things to say. This idea that this movie has no business being this great. You see it pop up. You see it pop up all over the place with lots of different movies, like Puss in Boots 2. People are saying that it goes so hard for no reason in particular, and the film has no business being as good as it is. Well, guess what? All films have business being as good as they possibly can be, and giving films a pass for being shit because they were never meant to be good is stupid. It's a stupid way of approaching art, especially an art form that takes the skills and craftsmanship of so many different people to make something that is good. Every film has the opportunity to be good, and to think less than that is a detriment to the progress of this art form. All films can be great. Die Hard is great. If you were to say that Die Hard has no business being as good as it is, you'd be laughed out of a room because Die Hard is incredible. And the fact that it's an action film doesn't take away from that. All films can be good. Michael Bay's Transformers could have been good if he decided to make a good movie, but he didn't. And just saying that like, oh, well, it was never meant to be a good movie, it's just a fucking excuse. Stop it. Stop it. Anyways, let's take a look at these lists. Apparently you have 81 of them. 81 of them. Jeez Louise. Your favorite films? Apparently there's 24. A24? 1980 movies ranked? Yeah, there's more than 8 films from the 1980s, friendo. 1982 movies ranked? Oh, that's the year 1980, not like the decade. There was still more than 8 films made in 1980. You're just one of these people that does every fucking year, aren't you? Oh my god. Look at this. Look at all of this wasted effort on something that's boring. Criterion movies that I own ranked. Criterion movies that I've seen ranked. My mom's favorite movies. Here we go. Here we go. Since I am your cinefather, this is gonna be great for me to know. Wait, yeah, you started off your thing saying that you are located in my mom, right? Well, guess what? Now I'm your father, and I am in your mom, son or daughter. I'm not actually sure what gender your name specifies as. Bacela? I would assume feminine, but I don't know. Anyways, I'm having sex with your mom. That's what I'm saying. And you know how you can tell? She has a good-ass taste in movies. The Exorcist, Halloween, Jaws, Top Gun, Moonstruck, Prince of Darkness, Silence of the Lambs. I mean, I keep trying to tell her to not watch 8 Mile, but your mom's gonna like what your mom's gonna like. Happy wife, happy life, right? And if she wants to watch Eminem like Puke or whatever, then I say good for that. Top Gun Maverick was a bit of a contentious point between me and your mom, though. I'm going to tell you that for sure. Because when I look at that movie, I see a clear fascist film. A film that is trying to make us think that our enemies are both strong and weak, and that we must do everything possible in order to do the thing, and the, enemies are faceless or whatever. Like, it's very much a fascist propaganda film. And like, I try to explain that to your mom, but when we had the conversation, I was balls deep, and I think that maybe she was distracted. So we're probably just going to have that conversation another time. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Ocean's 12, Ocean's 11. Yeah. I mean, Ocean's 11 is great. I keep trying to get her to watch the original, and she's not about it. Like, she doesn't like Frank Sinatra, unless we're listening to Frank Sinatra while I'm boning down. So it's a weird situation. Your dad's favorite movies. I mean, these aren't my favorite movies. You should change that list. Halloween movies that I've seen ranked 5 films. Well, at least he got the number 1 there. Clue. Yes, Clue was there. I love John Carpenter, but Prince of Darkness is incomprehensible. Is it? Wait, is that the movie that I think it is? This is the one that takes place in the church, right? A research team finds a mysterious cylinder in a deserted church. Yo, this movie makes... This narratively, it's fine. There's like Satan, probably, and then people turn evil, and they try to get at the people in the church. Like, it's not a complicated film. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it. What else we got going on here? I mean, we should be fucking done with these lists. There's too many lists. Make your list less boring, child. I will not gender you any further. What do you got here on the low end, though? Only 3 films with a half star, and one of them is Thanksgiving 3. I know that there's a movie called Thanksgiving. I did not know that they made several sequels to Thanksgiving. That's wild. Oh, there it is. Thanksgiving is just 1/2 star better. Also, you have Halloween 2 with a 1 star. The original sequel to Halloween, that's a much better film than 1 star. Much better film. Like, I forget what I rated it. Did I rate it? It's at least a 3. It's at least a 3, You know what I'm saying? It's at least a 3. Also got Kill Bill Volume 2 at 1 star. Absolutely not. And you know what? Me and your mom have had this conversation before. Like, we know that you have like ADHD and you need constant stimulation, and that's why you like Kill Bill Volume 1 over Volume 2. But you need to start recognizing that Kill Bill Volume 2 is the better film. It is more interesting, has better character stuff going on, has a couple of really incredible fights in it, and maybe nothing that tops like, the Crazy 88s or whatever they're called, which is actually a weird name for a gang, considering 88 is code for Heil Hitler. I wonder what Quentin Tarantino was doing with that. Anyways, Kill Bill Volume 2, great film, great movie. And it shouldn't be down here with fucking Attack of the Clones, Like, this is how I know that you're wrong, because you're smart enough to know that Attack of the Clones and like the Green Lantern is bad, and The Last Airbender, right? Bad movies. But you're putting Kill Bill Volume 2 down there with them, which is just a better film, categorically, than all of these things. It's a better film than Pixels. It's a better film than American Boy, A Profile of Stephen Prince. I don't even know what the fuck that is. It's a better film than Dude, Where's My Car and Movie 43. And other things here that you've listed as a 1 star. Dragon Ball Evolution. So, like, stop it. Stop this. Stop this madness. Also, kind of surprised to see Alita Battle Angel. Usually the people who rate Alita Battle Angel, like, rate it highly. So, what is this telling me? What am I going to see in the top end for you? Are you going to turn out to be a basic Criterion bitch? I wonder. I love coming back to a movie I didn't like originally, only to find that I actually like it the second time around. The first time you see a film, you're really dealing with, or really the film is fighting with your expectations. And so if a film doesn't meet your expectations or give you something that you were not expecting, that could be the reason why you're not liking it the first go around. Everyone who hated The Last Jedi and has only seen it once, I encourage you to go see it again. It'll probably be better for you the second time around because your expectations will not be fucking with your perception of the film the second time around. You know what the film is. You can now focus more on the film craft, the construction, the actual performances, what's going on, etc. The narrative, things like that. So here we are looking at the tops, the tippity top. And like Bone Tomahawk being on the same level as The Godfather Part 2 and Goodfellas and Star Wars A New Hope, that's fucked. That's fucked. You know, someone in Bone Tomahawk like literally gets a knife from asshole up through their head, like just chopped in half, and you see their guts fucking spill out. That's the kind of stuff that to you is on the same level as A New Hope, Godfather Part 2, and Goodfellas. This is a conversation that your mother and I are going to have because I'm now a little bit concerned about you. Also, what else is here? From Dusk Till Dawn? Yeah, I'll allow that. Prisoners, Moonstruck. You know what? I'm mostly okay with this. Wait, what is this? What is this Dragon Ball Z movie? Dragon Ball Z Broly, the Legendary Super Saiyan? This is not good. Dragon Ball Super Broly is like 1,000 times better. Get this bullshit out of here. Get this garbage out of here. That was for all the Toronto peoples. You know what I'm talking about. Basic Instinct at 4.5 star. There are faster ways to get a glimpse of a vagina. So if you want to do that, I recommend Pornhub. You know, just as something to try. What else we got going on? Ooh, we do have Leo coming in with a super chat. Can you roast me? Of course I can, and I will enjoy doing it. Alonzo's heading out? Well, I'm going to listen to the new Swans album. Man, I hope you set aside like 4 hours. I don't even know how long it is, but I assume it's long because it's Swans. So what else is here? Not much else, but you know what, Bacela? You are getting a watch list recommendation from me, TJ, and I'm already seeing some Bergman films that interest me. But they're not the Bergman films that I would normally recommend. Like, I really like Through a Glass Darkly because it does have Harriet Anderson in the starring role in it. But, like, it's not going to be the one that I recommend. Nor would Cries and Whispers. Because I don't know how much other Bergman you've seen. I will say, though, that Purple Rose of Cairo, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, you know, don't watch those. Because they're Woody Allen films, and fuck Woody Allen. He sucks. So I guess I'm just left with recommending The Straight Story, which is awesome. So please watch this. This is, and this is maybe a hot take, this is David Lynch's best film. It is. It's true. I will fight anybody who says otherwise. I will take you out to a shed and show you what it's like to be in a shed. And you're not going to like it very much. But yeah, Straight Story is awesome. And it's a Disney movie. I think it's literally like rated G. And yet still somehow has a David Lynchian aspect to them. Woody Allen has great films. No, I understand that. I just don't like supporting people who started having sex with their adoptive daughters. You know? I just don't like supporting those types of people. It's a weird thing that I do. I don't support people who have sex with their adoptive daughters. Yeah. Bro, please, not the shed. Oh yeah, we're going to the shed. Oh baby, the shed's open for business. I will never be able to sound like Macho Man Randy Savage, but that is never going to stop me from trying. Wow, that was a hot take. What, this being David Lynch's best film? Oh, I know. But I knew it was true as soon as I saw it. It was so good. So yeah, Straight Story. And probably skip What Women Want. Like, this is a movie that has aged poorly in a number of different ways. Mostly because Mel Gibson is like an anti-Semitic asshole. But also this film's attitudes towards women is not the best. Let's say. So yeah, there we go. There's the roast of Bacela. I hope you enjoyed that. And let your mother know I'll be home at 7, and I expect to be making dinner myself tonight to show her how much I care. So, let's see what's going on here in the chat. Leo coming in with the super chat. I guess I'll just get you all ready to go for your roast. Copy of a copy of a copy. That's a 9 Inch Nails song, and I'm wearing a 9 Inch Nails t-shirt. Because I'm the coolest. I'm the coolest boy at school. The school of coolness. That's me. Let's see. What do we got going here? All right. Cool. We got all this lined up. What's going on in chat, though? Halloween 2 1 star. We have problems now. True. What is this? Boring. Okay, listen. I'll watch it again. Good. I was in a bad mood that day. You were in a bad mood when you watched Kill Bill Part 2? Night of a Hunter, 3 out of 10. What the hell? Oh, I missed that one. Yeah, that's a bad take. That's a bad take. Bye, guys. Gonna listen to the new Swans album. Oh, yeah, I already read that. I had to rewatch my roast. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it that much. I didn't like Zodiac very much the first time because I was expecting a thriller. Then I watched it again. It became one of my faves. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not me, it's my sisters, as you already roasted my account. I was Leo Warner. Okay. So I'm going after your sister. I don't mind doing that. Bone Tomahawk is wild. Yep. TJ mad viewers right now. I think, yeah, we were sitting around 40, right? At that point. It was pretty good. Stream has been so good today. Thank you very much, Paul. Why the Woody Allen slander? Because he had sex with his adopted daughter and he was accused of rape of other members of his family. You know? He's not a good guy. He's not a good guy. You watch 2 Woody Allen films. You've seen them all, basically. I wouldn't say that. In terms of, like the aesthetics change over time, right? Like, I think Manhattan being in black and white and the way that that's shot is a lot different than The Purple Rose of Cairo. So, aesthetically, I disagree. But in the way that the narratives are presented, you're not wrong. What are some good classic non-Hollywood movies? So like good movies that are classic, but they're not from Hollywood. Most of them. Like just go to the Criterion, go to Criterion Collection, and just look at the films that are not American. There you go. I mean, the one that popped in my head first when you asked that question was Devi by Satyajit Ray. I don't know if you can consider that like an all-time classic, but it's like very fucking good. The films of Yasujiro Ozu or Mizoguchi or Kurosawa, The Life of Oharu by Mizoguchi is one of my favorites. So watch that movie. Appreciate it, brother. Hey, no, I'm your father. Don't you forget it. Please me now. Can I be next? Ash, you gotta super chat, or you gotta wait for your turn. That's how this works. I'm so ready, says Spencer. Yeah, you are next, Spencer. I'm looking at it right now. We're gonna have some fun. The Woody Allen stands in the chat. I mean, they're not really stands, I don't think. My box is movie fan. Please me next. Sorry, Ash. Them's ain't the rules. Alan Arkin died today. That is true. That is true. R.I.P. to Alan Arkin. You are in a lot of very good films. TJ, favorite Nine Inch Nails album? It's probably front to back. It's probably The Downward Spiral, but my first one was The Fragile. I love The Fragile. But Downward Spiral is probably like the best one. And the one that you can just like sit down and listen to front to back. Yeah. And also, Pretty Hate Machine's pretty sick too. And I think mostly all of their albums have like a couple of good tracks, but I think Downward Spiral is like just banger after banger after banger. Like Reptile is a fucking great song. I love Reptile so much. March of the Pigs and Piggy are great. I think Closer's on that one. I think actually the Broken EP doesn't get enough love. There's some sick songs on the Broken EP. Jack for $10 wanting to know what my favorite Nirvana album is. Bleach, baby. Bleach is incredible. Bleach is the best Nirvana record because it has the least amount of singles on it. I cannot listen to a Nirvana record from front to back unless it's Bleach because I just cannot stand the Nirvana singles anymore. Smells Like Teen Spirit, In Bloom, Heart-Shaped Box, Lithium, just like every single Nirvana song that was turned into a single, I never ever want to hear it ever again in my life. So Bleach I can listen to all the way through because one, I really like how kind of not edgy, what's the word I'm looking for? I like how rough it sounds, and it only has like one single on it, and you barely ever hear that single on the radio, so it's not overplayed for me. So yeah, Bleach, favorite Nirvana record by far. The Fragile rips, yeah, Fragile's pretty sick. Broken is great. I agree. Their first two albums are bangers. I still haven't been able to get into the Fragile, sadly. Yeah, it's a bit different because it's more atmospheric. There's more instrumentals on it. you know, I think just listen, if you want to get into the Fragile, just listen to We're in This Together, like on repeat. Because I think that's probably the song on the Fragile that's closest to something that could have been on the Downward Spiral. And it's great. It's a great song. So, now that we've talked about Nine Inch Nails, which is never something I really expect to do in front of like a group of 30 people, but I guess we're doing it. I guess we're doing it today, and that's good because it's Friday. Why not? But now that that's over, I think it's probably time. Oh yeah, for the roast of Spencer LaBute, or excuse me, LaBute, 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 LaBute. Is your last name LaBute? LaBute, like the French way of saying the booty. That is your last name, Spencer? LaBute. Okay, Spencer, I guess you are LaBute. And this is a person who earlier in the stream, I don't know if you were here, I don't know if you caught it, but I was saying how great it was, how much fun it is when I can look at someone's profile and go like, literally me. And you want to know why? It's because of this profile image. You know what I see here when I look at Spencer LaBute? I see a guy with a beard, wearing a hoodie, hanging out with a cat. If that is not a literally me, I don't know what the fuck is. So guess what, Spencer? I'm just going to pretend that you are in fact me, and I'm going to make fun of myself for the next 10 to 20 minutes. So I hope your LaBute is all strapped in, because here we go. And the first thing that I see is that you are from Milwaukee, a place that I am not from, but I happen to know that Milwaukee comes from the Native American term Milwaukee, which means the good land. Yes, I have seen Wayne's World, in case you weren't aware of that. And you also have a Twitter account, which I'm not going to check because that website is run by a fucking racist piece of shit. So what else do we know about you? Well, you're followed by Jack, and that's cool. Jack's in the chat right now. And what else is going on here? No bio. You don't want people to know what's going on with you, man? How am I supposed to assume anything other than the fact that you are just a carbon copy of me? Well, I guess we'll just have to figure out something. So, what's up in your favorite film? What's up in your favorite films? The Great Beauty. Something that I would not say if I was describing myself, and therefore you. Punch Drunk Love. Something that I have never experienced, and therefore neither have you. The Real Thing. I don't go outside, and then therefore neither do you. And Ralph Breaks the Internet, an animated film for little baby teenagers. Who is us? Are we that, Spencer? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know why you included this. There are better animated films, is what I'm trying to say. And what are we doing down here in the recent activity? Goodbye, Mr. Loser. Something that I always say to myself when I look in the mirror and leave. But you gave it a 5-star, and this is something that you have rewatched, and there's like this whole thing going on here where like I know that this suit is a reference to, I believe, Bruce Lee, but I think a lot of stupid Americans are like, oh my god, it looks like the bride from Kill Bill. No, dummies. That was based off of a Bruce Lee costume. Get some knowledge in ya. Thank you, Spencer, for allowing me to roast everyone. And then what else have you seen recently? Starlet, which might be a sexy movie? I don't know. When you just put legs like that there, it's hard for me to think otherwise. An unlikely friendship forms between 21-year-old Jane and the elderly Sadie after Jane discovers a hidden stash of money inside an object at Sadie's yard sale. So, not a friendship then. I don't think I would ever describe any relationship upon which the basis was finding secret cash a friendship. I think maybe you're just using that person. Weird way to describe a film. Also, is this the first time that I ever realized that Adam Sandler's hair in Click is like auburn? Did they try to make him into a secret ginger in this film, or is this just someone doing really stupid things with Photoshop? I don't really know what's going on here, and therefore I'm going to get out of here as quickly as possible. Not before finding out that Kate Beckinsale is right there. And, you know, maybe I watched the Underworld films too often as a youth for reasons, and I'm not ashamed of that. I just thought you might all want to know that. And also you gave Megan 2.5 stars, which is Fair. What about your popular reviews? They're not popular at all, Spencer. That's a way that you are not actually like me at all, because my reviews do well. Well, some of them do. Not all of them. But some of them do real well. What's going on here? Oh, you've seen 69 films this year. Obligatory nice, because we're on the internet. And total, you've seen 1060 films. 1,060 films. That is way less than what I've seen, Spencer. So somehow you are both me and a worse version of me, which I don't think I could ever actually imagine. Your life must suck. Let's take a look at this one list. Ooh, 2 lists. Wait, did you just create a list for the sake of this roast? You knew it was coming, and you just made a new one? Published 1 hour ago. Yeah, I thought so. Bro, you gotta reload the page. I will do what I want, Spencer. Fine, I'll reload it. 2 lists. Cool. We end up at the same place anyways. So what's in your top 25, Spencer? I wonder. Apocalypse Now, Willy Wonka, A Prophet, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Dr. Zhivago, Say Anything, The Untouchable, Marie Antoinette, Sweeney Todd, The Wizard of Oz. This kind of reminds me of the last live stream. I don't think some people were here for it, but someone had a list of movies where they thought the main the lead actress was like super hot, and they included The Wizard of Oz, and I basically spent 5 minutes making fun of them for wanting to fuck Judy Garland, and it was some of the most fun I've ever had on a live stream. Please go back and watch that if you want. So what else we got going on here? Elijah Forever. This kind of looks like a VHS poster for something that would be behind a curtain in a Blockbuster, you know? It's pornography. It looks like pornography. Elijah lives in poverty and dreams of a better life, so she turns to porn. Got it. Her mother moves to the United States and abandons her to her aunt, who neglects her, and she turns to porn. Got it. Elijah hangs out with her friends, Natasha and Volodya, who is suicidal, which leads her to do porn. Got it. Desperate for money, she starts working as a prostitute. I fucking knew it. And later meets Andre. He offers her a job in Sweden, but when Elijah arrives, her life quickly enters a downward spiral. Because of the pornography, of course. Also, just a friendly reminder that sex workers are workers, sex work is work, and yeah, that's it. That's about it. Sex positivity is the vibe. That's what I'm trying to get at. Digimon Adventure? Our own, what? Our war game? Huh? This is the guy that I was thinking of when I looked at the other director, who is Japanese. Mamoru Hosoda. Yeah, because he's directed like Belle and Wolf Children and The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. That's who I was thinking of. Whoops. Yo, the Raid 2 in the top 25 is such good taste. God damn. People in chat just wanting to make out with each other. Just fucking do it. Just make out with each other already. Don't try to dance around it. I didn't know that they made a Digimon movie like that. Cool. So these are your top 25 movies of all time. Very eclectic. You got classics, you got action films, but not like 80s action movies. Kind of weird. Apocalypse Now. You got some all timers here. I gotta say. I like to watch. Jack is here specifically to watch people make out in chat. Specifically. Just no sexting in chat. I will not stand for that. Films I watched in 2023 incomplete. Yeah, no shit. Because 2023 is not over. Thanks for letting us know, Spencer. I'm not going to bother with this, though, because, like, I find these lists to be boring. These lists are just boring. Because this is just your diary. I could go check on your diary, right? So why would I look at this? Why would I even bother? So let's see what we're doing here. And I think, Spencer, we're going to have some trouble here because it looks like you don't actually give a rating to every film you see. You absolute monster. So what are we going to be able to glean from this? And right away, I must return to calling you LaBute because rating Everything Everywhere All at Once a 1 star is something that an ass would do. What the fuck, Spencer? How could you even think that a movie like The House That Jack Built is better than Everything Everywhere All at Once? It's like you're going out of your way to be incorrect. And no, Jack, this is not an Ayumi profile. We would be seeing lots of M. Night Shyamalan films at a 0.5 star if that were the case, and this is not the case. So, what the fuck? What the fuck, LaBute? What is going on here? Also, is this the original Crimes of the Future by David Cronenberg? And you think that's better than Everything Everywhere All at Once? This is like one of Cronenberg's worst films. It is pretentious in not a good way. So, no, I disagree. What else do I disagree with? Is that Battleship Potemkin? No, the Potemkinists. What the fuck is this about? A film written and directed by Radu Jude starts from the gesture of defiance against Russia made in 1905 by the sailors on the cruiser Potemkin, who received political asylum in Morania. In 2021, a sculptor is trying to make a work inspired by this event. Okay. And that's a 2-star? That's my opinion. And then we get down here to the 5 stars real quick. Wow, you have rated virtually nothing. But one of those things was Sailor Moon S, and you gave that a 5-star. So Everything Everywhere All at Once is a 1-star. But Sailor Moon S, wait, what was the full name of this film? Sailor Moon S, the movie Hearts in Ice from 1994. That's a better movie than Everything Everywhere All at Once. And yet you're also giving Parasite 5 stars. And like good movies. Well, I think that might be the only one you gave 5 stars to. I think that's the only one. Even other films in your top 4 are not here, right? Like Wreck-It Ralph's in your top 4. Wreck-It Ralph 2. The Real Thing is in your top 4. And I think Punch Drunk Love is. But like nothing else? Why not? Siamese Dream. Wait, is that the Smashing Pumpkins? Live at Metro 1993. That's a 4-star. A concert film for Smashing Pumpkins is a 4-star. But Everything Everywhere All at Once, best film of 2022, maybe one of the best films of the 21st century, and fuck that, it gets a 1-star. No. I will say that I will agree with the person in the chat who's like, The Ring 4 stars? Yeah, really good movie. Love the aesthetics of that. It made me squirm occasionally. In different ways than Nymphomaniac made me squirm, even though I've only seen, a few minutes of it. It's fucked. This is fucked. This is all fucked. Click is a 3.5-star movie, and Everything Everywhere All at Once is a 1-star. I still can't get over that. I don't know what to do. Little Mermaid 3-star, but Everything Everywhere All at Once 1. It just doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense, but it can't. It can't make sense. It's all just ridiculous. Everything Everywhere, not a top movie of 21st century. Chill out. Duke, no, I will not. No, I will not. And you're not even like the Duke of Arrakis, so why should I listen to you? Definitely an Ayumi account? No, it's not. It's not. We all know what an Ayumi account looks like. It's not an Ayumi account. But yeah. There we go. That's that. I feel like I've left you a little short though, you know? I feel like this roast could have been better. What can I do? Can I look at your likes? What do you got in here? What are films that you like? Blue Hawaii. Is that an Elvis movie? Okay. Police Story 2 is great, though. Police Story 2 is great. Better than Police Story 1, in my humble opinion. Sorry, my humble correct opinion. What else we got going on here? My Night at Maud's. Chinatown. Get that Roman Polanski pedophile bullshit out of here. Handmaiden. Steve Jobs. Carol. The Raid 2. Nightcrawler. Killer Joe. That's a movie you don't see very often. Especially one getting a like. Directed by William Friedkin, director of The Exorcist. It has a very interesting scene where Matthew McConaughey plays a psychopath and force feeds Gina Gershon a fried chicken, but he does so like it's his dick. He pretends that the fried chicken, a drumstick, naturally, is his dick, and then he forces it into Gina Gershon's mouth as like a form of torture, I think. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird movie. I saw it at TIFF many, many years ago. It was actually in the film festival. Yeah. Okay. So I guess now, since Spencer LaBute super chat. We do also need to recommend a film and force them to watch it. And you know what? I'm going to give you something difficult to do. I'm going to say Survive Style 5. 5 plus. I don't know why that plus is there. If you can find this film, watch this film. But this is not an easy film to track down. I think when I got it, I purchased it off of eBay and it was shipped to me from, it was like an all-region DVD. Yeah, it was an all-region DVD that I got shipped to me from Japan. That's how I was able to find it. And that was like a while ago. Gotta reload the page. What page? This page? This is the same. What do you want from me? What else could possibly happen if I reload the page? Nothing. Snobby, yeah, I am. That's the point of these roasts. Oh, the bio. The bio. I totally missed that. Did you just do that? So you're saying, hi, TJ. Wink. Hello to yourself. Because we're the same, remember? Remember, Spencer? Also, real quick, Attack of the Clones is not bad, but in fact genius. No. People get on Hayden and Natalie for having zero chemistry. Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Oh, but that's the point? They're supposed to fall in love and have a great love story because they have no chemistry with one another? That makes a lot of sense. He is a Jedi that is socially cloistered and she is royalty with no exposure to boys her age. It is perfect. It is supposed to be awkward. The subtlety has missed you and all of America, the world, in fact. Also, Mace Windu and his purple lightsaber owns everyone asses, including yours. Well, coming from someone named LaBute, I don't know if we should be talking about what or who owns what ass around here. But also, no. You're finding stupid reasons to excuse a bad movie that you like, and you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. This is a multiverse of CJ moment. There's a difference between intentionally awkward and bad. Also true. And I think we can probably just say that it comes down to the fact that Hayden Christensen really hadn't done much acting at all before Attack of the Clones, and I don't think that he was actually capable of what you're talking about, being intentionally awkward. I think that he was in over his head, he was given bad dialogue, and the direction that he got from George Lucas didn't help. That is far more likely than trying to surmise or put forward this idea that Natalie Portman and Hayden Christensen were just like bad on purpose. I ain't buying that. I ain't buying that at all. Especially since we know that Natalie Portman can do really well. But, Okay, let's not mess with Hayden now. I'm just speaking the truth. The man was not a great actor. Especially in Attack of the Clones because he was so green. He hadn't done a lot of acting. That's just facts. One last thing. My Everything Everywhere review I left to explain for you. What? What do you mean? This? Unfortunately, this sucked ass and was a huge mess. No, it wasn't. I truly do not understand what people liked about this. The fact that it was great. I really am incapable of getting it. I tried. A dull smoothie of unfunny meme garbage. What was meme about it? Emotional heightening with not even close to enough setup or substance for it to actually pay off. Not true. And older actors doing silly little fight scenes ad nauseum. Wait, hold on. Are you saying, like, that Michelle Yeoh is doing silly little fight scenes? Are you coming for Michelle Yeoh? Because as she demonstrated at the Golden Globes, she will fight you. The rocks were bad. No, they weren't. The hot dog fingers were worse. No, those were cool. This was just nothing. That's not true. 100 spices in a pot with cold water. What? It looked decent at the very least. Whoa. Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with that one. With all of it. Every single word. TJ, I don't know what parallel universe Spencer comes from, but it's where you had bad taste. I guess that's true since we're the same person. He must be like, oh, he's a multiverse. He's a multiverse version of me. That makes sense. All right, Spencer. I guess I still need to recommend a film for you. We've gotten off course enough. Oh yeah, so I said Survive Style 5 if you can find it. But I want to see if I can pick out something that's a bit more available. JSA could be that. Wheel of Fortune and Fantasy is available, but I haven't seen it. But I think that it's pretty good. Yo, Ultrasound? You know about this movie? Wait, is this the one that I think it is? Yeah! You know about this movie? I've seen this movie. It's actually not bad, but it's not going to be my recommendation. Ooh. I always like recommending a classic. Yagetsu? Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to go with this because it's a Mizoguchi film. And I always want everyone to watch more Mizoguchi films. Also tempted to go with Memories of Murder, but you know what? I'm going to go with a classic. Yagetsu, also known as Yagetsu Monogatari by Kenji Mizoguchi. It's a ghost story film, kind of, and it's dope. Mizoguchi is great. Please watch this movie. Wait, I know Chelsea Lopez. What the fuck? Who's Chelsea Lopez? And why do I care? But yeah, also, if you're feeling like up to it, Millennium Mambo is kind of cool. It's actually pretty good. Ultrasound is alright if you can get a hold of it. Memories of a Murder is fucking dope. And, yeah, that's about all I'm going to say about that. The girl from Ultrasound? Wait, you know the girl from Ultrasound? How do you know her? How do you know this actress who has been in a lot of things that are not that well known? What is this? Her most well-known film is a nun movie? Is it a nunsploitation movie? I don't think so. Thanks, bro. That was a riot. Glad you enjoyed it. Also, change your Everything Everywhere opinion. It's bad. She was in my friend's movie. Oh, sick. What was your friend's movie called? Is it one of these ones? Or was she in a short film that may not be listed here? I always love it when there are like filmmakers or people who know filmmakers in the chat. We used to have good chats with a guy who used to live in, or I guess he does live in Toronto, he's an actor. So, yeah. 4.5 hours, you're a machine, TJ. No, I've only been on for 3.5. 3.5. Molly Robber. Oh, this one. So you're friends with Austin Hall or Zach Viskivis? Whoa, that's a lot of 5 stars. Definitely no bots doing things with this. Man, this movie's only been seen by 70 people. I feel like you have to go out of your way to have your film be watched by that little amount of people. Oh, both of them are friends of yours. Baker, a selfish, bombastic... Wait. What do you do when you're broke and about to get kicked out of your house? Leave? Baker, a selfish, bombastic, punch her boss in the face type, is about to be kicked out of her dad's house if she can't pay rent. So she does what any normal person would do. She decides to rob her Molly dealer. But when her anime-obsessed stepbrother sneaks along for the ride, things get complicated. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bye, girlies. Bye, Felly. Also, I missed your thing about how, like, far behind we are. I think... Where are we? We're, like... I don't know. We're still pretty far back. We're still, like, 2 months away. She could also, you know, get a job. Yeah. I mean, they say that the economy is actually... Or, like, the job market's actually really good at the low end. Right? Like in the service industry, for service industry type jobs. But the bad part is that minimum wage is so low in America that you can't even really put anything together. But I guess that would be a way of at least being able to show your father that you're capable of, you know, contributing to the household. I imagine they're probably not going to charge too much rent. I love the style of this short and it packs a punch for such a short runtime. Ah, it's only 15 minutes. That's why it's only been seen by 70 people. Put this shit on YouTube, yo. You know, it's 3 years since it's released. I'm sure there's like no distribution in place for it. Just put it on YouTube. Do it. Tell your friends to take my distribution advice. Oh yeah. We only did one person from the list today, so we are way behind. I mean, sure. And there's still like 2 more people who have done super chats that are gonna get done. So you know, this is just how it happens. I can't help it, you know? This is just the way it works. Every time a short film made in Toronto comes up, I'm always scared my sister might have been in it. That's always a fear. I'm pretty sure that I'm in, like, a short film that was shot in Toronto. You know, I didn't agree to be. I just probably ended up in the background of someone's shot. Although, that said, I probably would do a short film. I am no actor, but I'm no actor, but I am a performer. I am an entertainer, you could say. So yeah, I'd be in a short film. Fuck it, why not? Also, what are we going to do now? I kind of want to go through the chat a little bit. Chat, entertain me. I've entertained you enough so far. Entertain me now. I'm going to start throwing punches at everything everywhere, haters. It does highlight how much of tourism boom Honolulu got since it was made. In that film, Honolulu was a small town, but that was in the 50s. Oh, talking about that Elvis movie, right? That sounds like Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4, The Next Generation. Wasn't The Next Generation number 2? Maybe not. Maybe not. Judy Garland was 16 when filming Wizard of Oz. Was she really? Oh, that puts that into a whole different perspective. Ooh. If I had known that, I would have taken a bit of a different approach to that whole section. Huh. For some reason, I thought Judy Garland was like one of those people who was just like in her 20s but can play way younger. Whoa. All right. I gave Thor Love and Thunder 5 stars. Do you not know anything about movies, Film Bro Zach? I guess that's what you're trying to tell me here. I'm sure TJ was a background actor in Elephant. I was in high school at that time, but I don't think Elephant was shot in Toronto, was it? I guess it could have been. If someone plays TJ in a movie, who do you want to play it? A resurrected Orson Welles. Only he has the range to capture my persona. Who would win in a fight? The sisters from De Palma Sisters or the brothers from Dead Ringers? The sisters from Sisters, for sure. The guys in Dead Ringers, like, they work out a bit, but they're like pushovers, man. Like, they would get their ass beat. Rewatched Dead Ringers today, and it went up from 4 to 5 stars, only below The Fly for me now. I'm guessing I shouldn't bother trying to watch the original Crimes of the Future. I mean, out of Cronenberg's early work, I think it's, and especially out of his student work, it's the least interesting. Stereo, I think, is a better film. Still a student film, but I think it's a better film. At least, like, it's got some interesting visual shit going on, whereas Crimes of the Future just kind of lacks, like, a lot, I think. And even the storyline is, like, not interesting. So, yeah. I think it's one that you can skip, but if you're, like, a Cronenberg completionist, then you're going to have to do it eventually. Who would win in a fight, Ash Williams or Lucifer Morningstar? Wait, like Lucifer Morningstar, Satan? Are you asking me if Ash Williams could beat Satan? Nobody beats Satan, kid. Is Crash or Videodrome the better Cronenberg film in your opinion? I prefer Videodrome. Crash is the sexier movie, though. But I think Videodrome is the better film. But Crash is also very good. It's probably, Crash is like the best 90s Cronenberg film. Videodrome and Dead Ringers are both like the best 80s Cronenberg film. And Rabbit is the best 70s Cronenberg film. And History of Violence is the best 2000s Cronenberg film. And I don't know what his best 2010 film is. I only want Orson Welles to play TJ if you could somehow work in, the French. Ah oui, the Français. Do you need therapy? Film Bro Zach. Everyone needs therapy. Let's be clear on that. Everyone should be in therapy. Videodrome is better than Crash for me, for sure. Tom Green is playing TJ in a biopic. Why? Why Tom Green? We look nothing alike. And also, isn't he married to Drew Barrymore? I'm not married to Drew Barrymore, so that doesn't make sense. Oh, from DC. Lucifer Morningstar. Oh, like the character from the Fable series? In that case, probably still Satan. Satan always wins. What is your pick for a comfort movie? Top Gun, Transformers animated film, those ones. You know what else brings me a lot of comfort? What a terrible transition that I just fucked up. You know what else brings me a lot of comfort? Roasting the absolute garbage out of people who super chat. This time it's Kitarp, and they specifically want me to go after their recent films, right? Is that what I recall? Is that what I remember? I don't even remember anymore. Oh yeah, roasted me before, but roasted my recent activity. So you want me to roast your recent activity? Well, fine. I guess I could do that if I want to. What do we got going on here for a profile picture, though, of Kitarp? Oh, look at you, being all cool and shit, sitting on your amplifiers, dressed like you're in a Led Zeppelin cover band. Is this how you're trying to get chicks? You're probably going after this girl in the background, right, who's on her computer just minding her own business, and now she's in your profile picture forever? I bet she's kind of annoyed. She's like, I'm just trying to write my term paper, but these assholes won't stop trying to play Stairway to Heaven. Could you at least just leave this poor woman alone, Kitarp? So what's going on here with the rest of it? I know you said you want me to go after your recent activity, but I do what I want. Plus, I think it's probably been a while since I roasted you. So let's look at the bio. Came to this earth in 2001, A Space Odyssey, became a cinephile in 2007. So you were 6? You were 6 when you became a cinephile. Really? Was that like when you watched Citizen Kane or something? Because otherwise, I disagree with this sentiment. Would recommend, review legend. God, these are always terrible. What's a 5-star film? Marks an important point in my cinematic viewing history. Highly impactful, all-time favorite. Would absolutely recommend in a theater if possible. Yep, that's what a 5 means. 1/2 star. Ooh, what is a 1/2 star? The movie is a danger to cinema and society, and would only recommend for those with knowledge of the setting to minimize its negative impact. I don't even know what that means. I need to know where a film is set in order to understand why it's bad? That doesn't make any sense to me. So we're going to look at the recent activity, because why would I go after Sun Arrival and Portrait of a Lady on Fire when I could talk about your 4.5-star review of The Aviator, a film that is definitely one that was directed by Martin Scorsese, and there isn't much else positive to say about it. For me, this is DiCaprio's best performance. That's not true. The sheer madness in this performance carries this film for me. But what about the other really great Leonardo DiCaprio performances? Django Unchained, The Revenant, those ones. The Aviator, nah. And I'll just say it again. The Aviator, nah. And then you gave 5 stars to There Will Be Blood. Some would say the best film of 2007, maybe even of the 21st century. Stylistically, one of the most unique films I have seen. Really? Why? Because they didn't use any CGI? Everything from the film stands out, even though it is from the boring, old, early 1900s. Ah, yes. The boring, early 1900s. That point in history where nothing was ever happening. I remember when I was watching a film about World War I, something that would have taken place in those boring, old, early 1900s, and someone described the film as being boring. Like when all of the people were dying and fighting for their country and trying to defeat the Germans, they were just like, man, this is boring. Because it takes place in the 1900s, the early 1900s, the boring, old, early 1900s. What a terrible take. Sir Daniel Day-Lewis, my liege, I bow to your greatness and madness. The best thing about this, I think, is the fact that Daniel Day-Lewis hates technology so much that his cell phone is like a shitty little flip phone, and he does not interact with anyone with any digital device. So he literally will never see you say this. He is never going to find this. You are saying this to avoid. So, good job. I would go where you lead, sir. What an amazing all-time performance by an actor. Well, you know what? Considering he is a method actor, I think you should probably figure out who he's playing before you decide to follow him. Because if it's Bill the Butcher, then you're probably not going to have a good time. He's gonna send you to your death. Danny Day is busy making shoes now or something. That's true. He's a cobbler. That is true. And you know what? That sounds cool. I think if I were to actually win the lottery tomorrow and I wouldn't have to do anything to make money, I would probably like to find a hobby like that where I'm actually making physical objects, Not content, but physical objects. I think that'd be pretty cool. Maybe I'd be like Jesus and become a carpenter and then get crucified on a cross that I made for myself. That'd be an interesting way to go out. Oh, look at that. You also saw Across the Spider-Verse. What do you have to say about this one? Unarguably one of the most visually stunning movies I've ever seen. And I think in this case, I am going to argue because you said unarguably. It just makes me feel like I gotta say something. And just because a film is colorful doesn't necessarily make it visually stunning, does it? Those are two distinctly different things. A black and white film like Cold War can be visually stunning, and it doesn't have any color in it. So, like, just because there is a lot of things happening across the Spider-Verse doesn't mean that it is specifically or automatically visually stunning. Just the sheer amount of effort, expression, and tension placed in its animation is amazing. Of course, when you compare it to other animated films that also take like 2 to 3 years to make, obviously they're just not trying as hard, right? Sure. I guess the only reason keeping me from giving this a 5 is that I didn't exactly fall deeply in love with the story the way I did with Up or Shrek. You fell in love with the story of Shrek? Okay. Perhaps I'm not the target audience for the movie to have a long-lasting impact on me, but still a fantastic cinematic achievement nonetheless. I mean, this movie was made for a worldwide global audience, so yeah, you are in the target audience. Up falls off, says Jack. He fell in love with the big green man. How do you know he didn't fall in love with the big green lady, Brianna? You're being very you're making assumptions, and you know what that means. Someone is an ass now, and I'm not sure who it is. Shutter Island, 4 stars. Despite its poor production value and weird cinematographic choices, this is an exceptionally intriguing film, which I keep coming back to. Really? Even after the twist? I can't imagine why anyone would come back to this movie after you know what the twist ending is. Despite knowing the big reveal at the end, see, told you. It's a movie that keeps on giving on multiple watches because then one looks out for signs from the very beginning. I mean, I knew what this twist was as soon as someone told me there was a twist. I watched the trailer, and I was like, oh, I know what the twist is. This is a shitty film for that. As soon as you know that there is a twist, you know what the twist is, and that sucks. Leo hard carries the movie for sure. I mean, he's really the only one in it. But its screenplay is also amazingly written. If only I had a couple of months longer to shoot and $50 million more for them to replace the CGI with actual natural settings, might have been an all-time classic. I actually forgot that there's bad CGI in this movie. Well, I guess I'm definitely not going to rewatch it. Why would I bother? That sounds lame. I hate bad CGI. What else is going on here in this thing? Popular reviews? Not very popular. Your review for Air, though, let's see. It did what it was supposed to do, entertain and inspire. Like the choice of not showing Michael Jordan in the movie, it took some weight off the story. Well, it took away a potential moment of distraction, but you could also argue that not including Michael Jordan in a story about how a now multi-billion-dollar clothing corporation got there off of the back of a black athlete and then decided to not show the black athlete that actually got them all of that money is certainly a choice. It's almost like they wanted to focus the attention of the film, which is predicated on the success of a black athlete, on a bunch of white men. Maybe that's something you could say about Air. And I'll just move on from there. Do you have any interesting lists, Kitarp? I can't remember. Top 30 of the 20th century, don't care. Top 10 of 2021, hey, look, it's Dune. Kitarp's top 10 of 2022, yeah, all boring stuff. I feel like I can just ignore a lot of this because you've already said to me, just go after my recently watched. What about your diary? What's going on in your diary? Let's read his diary, everyone. Maybe there's secrets here. Ooh, that would actually be kind of hilarious if someone on Letterboxd started using their diary like an actual diary. Like every film they watch, they don't even review the film. It's just like a diary entry, you know? Like, today I hung out with Kevin and he told me this. And then you just tell people about your life in diary entries. That would be kind of hilarious. I think maybe someone should start a second account and start doing that, and then tell me about it. So what did you have to say? What's a film where I want to know your opinion? Ooh, The Celebration. Yeah, give me this one. This movie had to be intimately terrifying. The acting, the bare cinematography and style made it so. Bare cinematography. Bare cinematography. Rawr. That's immediately what my mind went to. Just a little surreal, though. Can't actually imagine something like this going down the way it did. People just staying after that sick party. I mean, yeah. For those of you who have never seen The Celebration, please go see it. You create a second account by creating a second account. Correct. Thanks for clearing that up. Ad Astra. What did you have to say about Apocalypse Now in space? Such potential for greatness, this film. Beautiful, emotionally sound, and yet fell a bit flat. I'm not quite sure what it is. It's Apocalypse Now in space. Perhaps the first-person narration itself is a bit lonesome, but they had to do that because it's Apocalypse Now in space. And moreover, we do not feel much about Roy's relationship with his dad prior to their fight. I think that was one of the missing pieces that hollowed the movie a bit. Also the fact that it's just Apocalypse Now in space. When's the last time you gave a film a bad ranking? Oh, here we go. Yeah, The Room, baby. I just saw this in theaters and wanted to say that you all ungrateful people, Tommy tore his heart and brains out for you, and all you can ever give him his call is the best, worst movie ever. This movie gets 5 spoons for me, and more are still coming. Interesting take. I think it's okay to just like call the film a bad movie, because it is. But he put a lot of effort in, which you're right about. And that's great. That's why it is a so bad it's good movie. Because of the effort. Graduate, The Dark Knight. You gave Decision to Leave a 2-star? The hell? This was a bit underwhelming. The movie tries to stitch together a complex storyline that ends up being difficult to unravel. And the melodramatic cliches of chasing and pursuing infatuations worked against it. Full of cliches, little innovation, little impact, hard pass. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wholly wrong. This is a film that you could absolutely go back and rewatch and start getting into the depth of the production design and what everything in the film is saying about the characters in it in terms of their positions in society, their relationships with one another. Like, there's a lot of cool shit going on in the production design. Oh my god, this is still going. Yeah, it's fucking Friday afternoon, baby. Where else do you have to be? Where else do I have to be? Nowhere, because it's warm outside and the air quality is bad. And I think I actually have like at least one more super chat to do, so we're not done yet. Oh no, oh no, oh no. But yeah, this is wrong. Decision to Leave is great. Everyone should watch Decision to Leave, and it's cool. Decision to Leave is 3.5 to 4, but it is a little overlong for sure. I disagree. Make it longer. Make it a longer movie. How long is it? Yeah, 2 hours, 20 minutes? That ain't nothing in the today time. Look at Karsten, gave it a 5-star. We all know Karsten knows good things. He's feeling shattered. 4,000 likes. I fucking hate how he can do that. 2 words, and he gets 4,000 likes. Must be nice having 158,000 followers. Jesus H. balls. Although I do pretty well for myself, only having 1,400 or so. By the way, follow me. I'm right here. Look at that. I'm almost at 1,500. That's cool. That's fun. Look at this great profile. Look at all this great stuff going on here. I really thought my Dial of Destiny review was going to be like a big one for me. The film really gets going when it remembers how to be a national treasure movie. I thought people were going to fucking swarm all over this. And they just haven't yet. But look at that. Past Lives and Across the Spider-Verse. My biggest things now. It's so good. Mass unfollow TJ. No, don't do that. I live my life many different statistics at a time. Why no rating for the end of Evangelion? I honestly don't know what the rating is. Like, I didn't include a rating because I didn't know what to rate it. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. Also, I'm just going to start ignoring people completely who call me CJ. Just so you know, for why I ignore you in the future. I don't like to like reviews till after seeing the film. Oh, that's fair. Where the 5 stars for End of Eva at? Maybe in the future it will be there, but like, I just don't know what this movie is. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know. It's beyond me. It's beyond my comprehension, and so I just didn't want to give it any star ratings. Because, like, I don't know if it should be a 1-star or a 5-star or something in between. It feels weird. It would feel weird giving it like a 2.5 or a 3. But, like, I just don't know if this is a 1-star film or a 5-star film, right? Like, at a certain point, you have to say to yourself, can a film be utterly incomprehensible and still be good? And to a certain extent, yes, because you have a lot of experimental films that are not meant to be narratively based. But if a film is narratively based and ends up being incomprehensible, surely that would mean that it, like, failed, right? It failed in at least part of what it was trying to do. But I don't think of this film as a failure when I watch it. I just find it to be one that I maybe didn't completely understand on a narrative standpoint or a narrative way, and I didn't really know how to approach the material, especially in the second half of the film. Also, the fact that it's literally just 2 episodes of TV stitched together, that also just was weird for me. Like, having credits roll halfway through and then having another episode start, like, I thought this was a complete film and not just 2 extra episodes. So that was also strange and made me not want to rate it. So yeah, that's that. Also, person I was roasting, Kitarp. Oh yeah. I gotta give you a recommendation, baby. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's see here. Something that I think you should watch. I'm gonna go with The Hunt, because I saw Mads Mikkelsen in that Indiana Jones movie yesterday, and it reminded me how great Mads Mikkelsen is. So watch The Hunt. The Hunt is cool. Go watch that movie. And then also Seven Samurai and Harry Carey. Well, I've never seen Harry Carey. Go watch Seven Samurai, but The Hunt. Go watch The Hunt. Oof, The Hunt is a hard watch, but Mads is so good. Yes, he is. Mads Mikkelsen over everybody. I told you guys the story one time about how I saw like sad Mads Mikkelsen IRL, right? Have I told you guys that story? I'll tell it again briefly. I was walking around downtown Toronto. Hannibal was still shooting in Toronto. It was all shot in Toronto, and I guess the season was coming to an end. And I came across Mads Mikkelsen sitting down on his luggage outside of a hotel in downtown Toronto. I was just kind of like walking along, and you know how like when you're walking along, you get to an intersection and you just like look to your right and like look to your left just to see if anyone's about to run into you or whatever. I look to my right and I just see Mads Mikkelsen right there sitting with his luggage, but he wasn't, I think he might have been looking down at his phone, or he was just like looking at the ground, and he kind of just looks sad, like sitting on and sitting with his luggage. Like he was kind of just like worn out maybe. I don't know. And so yeah. That's my experience seeing Mads Mikkelsen, sad Mads Mikkelsen at the side on the side of the street. I think he was staying. No, was he staying in Soho? No, he wasn't staying in the Soho. I think that's a different one. Oh, Skinny Legend is back. Cool. So you were the reason he got canceled? Yeah. I am the reason that NBC decided to cancel the best show that they currently had on television. Me and me alone. Nothing to do with the ratings or anything like that. It was just TJ. Just TJ doing TJ things. So, cancel TJ. Well, at least you're calling me by the right name now. Also, you can never cancel me. I am uncancelable, baby. I need to go back and start watching that again. Stopped after season 1 back in the day. Dude, Hannibal is sick. Just asked my mom if she wants to see the new Indiana Jones film, and she said no. Your mom's got good taste. It's a film that you don't necessarily need to see. You could definitely skip out on it if you want to. Is 2001 A Space Odyssey confusing? Because I found Interstellar confusing. I don't think 2001 A Space Odyssey is confusing, but I've seen it several times. I think maybe on your first watch, it may break your brain, but, you know, it may not. Also, there is like a book that is the story as well. I think one of the interesting things about 2001 A Space Odyssey is that the script for it and the book for it was written in conjunction by Stanley Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke, the famous science fiction writer. So they were doing it in parallel to make sure that like the stories were the same. But you get the book written by Arthur C. Clarke, and you get the film made by Stanley Kubrick. So if you watch the Kubrick film and you're like and you're like confused about what's going on, you can just go read the Arthur C. Clarke book, and it's still just a very good science fiction book. It's not like, you know, an adaptation of the film or anything like that. Like, it was a properly made thing, which was good. You don't need to go into 2001 trying to understand it. You just absorb it. God, that's the worst thing I've ever said. True. It is, Brianna. It is the worst thing you've ever said. And you talked about how much you liked Hitler before, so yeah. High bar. Thoughts on 2010. The movie's actually good. I think the 2010 movie is solid. It clearly is not as good as 2001, and it is not trying to be the same kind of movie. It's a very straightforward science fiction film from the. It's a very straightforward science fiction film from the 80s, and it plays as such, but it's still well made. So it can't really. It's always going to be in the shadow of 2001, but I think it's a solid film on its own. Thoughts on Gaspar Noé? What's his best in your opinion? I think his best film is probably. I mean, it's hard to say that Irreversible is his best film, but I think Irreversible probably is his best film. And you know why, Brianna. You know why. That's exactly how you have to get into Evangelion. Because of the Hitler thing? What? I quite like 2010. Nice. All right, everyone. So I think it's time for us to maybe do what could be the last roast of the day, because it is 5 p.m. and I do have other things to do tonight, such as watch movies by myself and eat chips. I bought chips earlier. They're looking pretty good right now, gotta say. So why don't we just get right into the roast of Ioni222. Apparently the younger sister of one of our viewers here, because as a good older brother or older sibling, whatever you may be, you think that it's a great idea to have someone make fun of your little sister on the internet. You know, maybe fuck with her confidence or something like that. Really just be a dick to your sister. And it feels weird. It feels weird saying bad things, terrible things about your younger sister because you paid me to. And yet at the same time, you paid me to. So I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I don't give a good gosh darn. And so we're going to start off with, naturally, the profile picture, which is the mom fox from the Fantastic Mr. Fox. I don't know what you're trying to do with this as your profile picture. Maybe you're really into crafts and it looks like she's got a lot of things in her craft apron right here. And that's like how you connect with Mrs. Fox. But it's just, you know, it's just, bleh. Please give me some recommendations on my list. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see if there's anything we could even tell you about that we think that you would listen to. Because you're a bratty little sister, is what I'm saying. Favorite films: After Sun, Grease, The Truman Show, and Clueless. And if there's one thing I could say about any person that I've met who is a teenager, it's that you are, in fact, clueless. So that tracks. Then you have Grease, the film that everyone pretends to love, but no one's ever actually seen. This is true, by the way. Ask anyone who says they love Grease to tell you anything about that film. They can't, because they've never actually seen it. They maybe heard Olivia Newton-John doing some vocal work on an album that they had, maybe a vinyl record, maybe a CD, but no one's watched the film. No one knows the plotline of this film. No one does at all. And this is true. Like, just try it out in real life. Find a Grease head or a Grease maniac, whatever they call themselves, and just ask them to tell you what the plotline of Grease is. They don't know. They don't know. They just don't. It's a weird phenomenon. And then, what else is going on in here? What the fuck are you doing watching a film called Wish Dragon? What even is this? This looks like garbage. This looks like a Pixar knockoff piece of shit. Like, literally someone pitched this at Pixar and they were like, no, we make good movies here. And then this person ran off to Netflix and they were like, hey, we make bad movies here. You're in luck. 3 magical wishes, 1 life-changing adventure. Determined teen Din is longing to reconnect with his childhood best friend when he meets a wish-granting dragon who shows him the magic of possibilities. Did you ever consider just like trying to talk to your friend? What about reconnection is so difficult where you can't just like send them a text message and be like, hey, what's up? You need a fucking dragon to help you? Good lord. Kids these days, am I right? Also, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas for a 4-star. This honestly just gave me so many flashbacks for high school. That was like, along with Evil Dead 2, that was like the movie where people were like, yo, have you seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas yet? Oh my god, dude. We're gonna get so stoned on the weekend and watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, because they get stoned too. So we could be like getting high while they're getting high, dude. Oh, sick. Like that's my entire high school experience in a nutshell. And I didn't even smoke weed in high school, so I was always left out of those fun movie-themed evenings. And you gave Grand Budapest Hotel 5 stars. And if you will allow me to be a little bit sexist for a moment, it's probably because the color palette revolves around the color pink. And that ends all of my sexist jokes. There will be no more sexist jokes from now on. Do the Right Thing, 5 stars. Thank you, Leo, for this recommendation. I believe that is the brother who is asking for this roast. you shouldn't be thanking him. He's paying someone to make fun of you on the internet. A very powerful, deep film. I would recommend everyone to watch this. Yeah, it's pretty good. Hold on a second. Descendants 2 is on the same level as Do the Right Thing? Huh? Say what you want, 2 is better than 1. Yeah, sure, okay. But it's as good as Do the Right Thing? What the hell even is this movie? It looks like live-action Disney bullshit. Oh, it is live-action Disney bullshit. Are they pirates? Are they pirates? Is it hentai? Because that's a squid, right? That's a tentacle. Is it hentai, but with people? It's a Disney film, though, so it's probably not hentai. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. 2/1, you make me sick, says Leo. Uh-oh, Leo. Don't fight with your sister on Letterboxd, man. Come on. Come on. Letterboxd is for people making diary entries for films that... yeah, that's it. That's all this site is. Now let's all just be smart, although for you that must be hard. Yo! Leo, your sister is fucking making fun of you on Letterboxd, dude. I don't even think I can roast her anymore. I think I need to roast you because that just got me in the mood for it. Good God. She took you to the fucking shed, bro. What else we got going on here? Let's take a look at the list. How many we got? 6? I guess you need recommendations. So these are films that were recommended to you? Okay. So then James Wilson comes along and recommends a bunch of stuff for you, some of which you shouldn't actually watch, and you didn't even put any of them in there. Like, Come On, don't see it. Hot Fuzz, don't see it. Thank you so much. I'll start with them soon. Thank you for the Leo for the recommendation. A very powerful, deep film I would recommend to everyone. All right, I'm gonna recommend The Transformers, the movie. Or is it just Transformers, the movie? I think it's just Transformers, the movie. 1986. No movie rocks and rolls as hard as this film. There we go, everyone. Doing the Lord's work. Movies that made me cry. Well, considering you're a 17-year-old teenage girl, I assume all of them. All of them make you cry. Aftersun, Alex Strangelove. Is this like a weird sequel to Doctor Strangelove? Alex Truelove. Wait, why the fuck is his last name Truelove if his name is actually Strangelove? The hell? Love can be confusing. No, the naming conventions of this film are confusing. Alex Truelove is on a quest to lose his virginity. Okay. An event eagerly awaited by his patient girlfriend and cheered on with welcome advice by his rowdy friends. Wait. Stop. Already, one line into the synopsis of this film and it makes no fucking sense. Okay, let's read it again. Let's see if you can all catch what's wrong here. Alex Truelove is on a quest to lose his virginity, an event eagerly awaited by his patient girlfriend and cheered on with welcome advice by his rowdy friends. What's wrong here? What's wrong with this sentence? Can anyone here? Can anyone here tell me what it is? Is it gay? Is that the twist? Maybe. But like, I really want to focus in here on this first sentence. We'll get into the rest of it. But just what is wrong with this first sentence? What is wrong? What is wrong here? I saw Kung Fu Fanda in one of her lists automatically W in my book. Easy, kid. Easy. Letterboxd is not a dating site, thankfully. Alex has great hair. It's a bisexual film, but that's beside the point. That's beside the point. What is wrong with this first sentence? If no one's gonna say it, I'm gonna say it. It's an LGBTQ movie. Okay. I just, okay. All right, here it is. Alex Truelove is on a quest. They're on a quest, which means they want to lose their virginity. And they have a girlfriend who is eagerly awaiting that moment. So if you are wanting to do it and you have a girlfriend who wants to do it, Why haven't you done it? And I feel like maybe the answer is going to be maybe he's gay, and we'll find that out by looking at the rest of the synopsis. But like, this as a synopsis for a film immediately makes me want to fucking die. Because like, you can't have a character who wants to do something and have another character who wants to do the same thing and then create conflict out of that. Because there is no conflict. They should just fuck. Anyways. But Alex, a super gregarious dude, is oddly unmotivated. A magical house party throws Alex into the presence of Elliot, a hunky college guy, who pegs Alex as gay and flirts hard. Interesting use of the word peg in that sentence. Alex is taken aback, but after a series of setbacks on the girlfriend front, he takes the plunge and learns some interesting new facts about himself. What are the setbacks with his girlfriend, though? If she's down, you find, like, a bedroom, or a basement, or a back alley, and you just go for it. I don't understand. I feel like I have to quote High Fidelity now. I haven't seen Evil Dead 2 yet. What do you mean by yet? Can't really be on a quest if he is unmotivated? Exactly. And I see you, Jack, saying that Letterboxd is a dating site. Well, not for all of us. Not for all of us. Not for the straight white men, because they're... Well, not even straight white men. Not for the straight men, because this site is mostly just straight men. And teenagers, which is also not great for me, because I am not a PDF file. Alright. Movies that made me cry. This movie has a lot of cats in it, so I get that. I get that. It's actually not a bad movie. I can't believe Bohemian Rhapsody almost made you cry. Like, why? Because it was so poorly made? Pixar ranked? Don't care. Favorite film from each year? I've Been Alive, 2005 to 2023. I don't care about that list. So let's look at the film ratings. What are the half stars going to be, I wonder? Tall Girl? Kissing Booth 3? Aren't those movies tailor-made for a girl of your age? And Kissing Booth 2 doesn't do much better. What about the original Kissing Booth? Also a 1 star. Wait a minute. Do you actually have good film takes? No, you don't, because you gave fucking Jaws a 1 star. A foundational film in film history. A 1 star. And not only a foundational film, but just a great movie on its own. A 1 star movie. And that's on the same level as Shrek Forever After and fucking Kissing Booth 2 and 3. Like, literally, Steven Spielberg made one of the best summer blockbusters of all time, and that shit can't even get beyond the Kissing Booth 2? Oh, man. Wait, GDT's Pinocchio at 2 stars? Hell no. Hell no. What, you don't like seeing animated films with fascists in it? That's strange. Someone's pointing out in the chat, too, about a Lord of the Rings rating, which I don't see. Where is it? I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Wait. Nanny McPhee and the Big Bang. I don't even know what the hell that is. Christmas. Oh, wait. Lord of the Rings Fellowship with 2 stars? Nah, dude. You can't tell me that Fellowship in the Ring and Goosebumps and like Space Chimps and Yogi Bear are the same. You can't do that. It's like, from a film craft standpoint alone, it's just so obvious. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills with everyone liking the Rubber Shark movie. What's the Rubber Shark movie? Oh, Jaws. Right. But Jaws is great. Jaws is fantastic. Hook, man, I'm just thrown, man. I'm thrown for a loop. And I don't like being thrown for a loop. And also, I will say, like, please no super chats, no more super chats, unless you don't want to get roasted. I'm not going to be doing any more super chat roasts after this. But if you want to give me money, that's still fine. I ain't begging, though. Vertigo 5 star, okay. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 on the same level as Vertigo? I don't know about that. Darnie Darko 5 star? Well, you are a teenager. Clueless 5 star? Well, you are a teenager. Although Clueless is great. I don't know if it's a 5 star movie, but it's still good. Grease at 5, or excuse me, Aladdin at 5-star, based. But what is stupid here? What is dumb? Diary of a Wimpy Kid? Yeah, no. Frankenweenie, 5 stars? No. Pitch Perfect, while good, not a 5-star film. Shrek the Third? No. Over the Hedge? No. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? No. Just no. Just no. No, 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 no. But at least there's hope for you. At least there is hope for you, because you do have One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Vertigo, and Rear Window up here. So there's hope. There's hope for you yet. And I can't wait to maybe come back to this profile after you've seen the Transformers movie from 1986 and you have it here rated as a 5-star, because it is, of course, as good as Kung Fu Panda 2 and Kung Fu Panda 3 and maybe even Zootopia. Wait, A Wrinkle in Time, 5-star? I have never seen anyone give this film a 5-star. Only 2% of the people who have seen this film have given it a 5-star. And you are one of them. Whatever your name is, Ioni222. Jeez Louise. Also, La La Land 5-star. Please God, why? Why have people been brainwashed to believe this? You Are a Teenager should not give people a pass. I mean, it does, though. It does. Because you are, like, not a fully grown person yet. And so your tastes are not fully matured yet either. So, you know, there's a lot of things that I watch as a teenager which I wouldn't even dream of watching again. I used to love Independence Day when I was a teenager, and now that I am older and wiser, I realize that it's just pretty racist and homophobic. So, you know, like, yeah. As a teenager, you get a pass, but only for so long. Thank God for that. La La Land is the most overrated piece of garbage. Transformers 1986 is great, but as a child, I was so crushed. I couldn't believe the Transformers fans got screwed. Oh, man. The story of that film is amazing. I love it. I love it so much. All right, Ioni222. You have no films in your watch list, but I already told you to go watch Transformers 1986, so I guess that's your film recommendation. Also, watch... Hold on. Let me look at these 5 stars. So you did like Vertigo and Rear Window, so you're not bad with Hitchcock. Watch The Birds. Watch The Birds. Leo, force your sister to watch The Birds. Maybe you'll dig that. And then start watching other movies from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, because they're fun, sometimes. Sometimes they're just really racist. You gotta try to avoid those ones. Or Psycho. Yeah, Psycho's good too. Although I feel like The Birds plays better as a more modern horror film, whereas Psycho is always going to be a kind of bridge film in terms of horror movies from the 50s into the 60s. I think for a younger audience, I think Birds will play better, even though it will look corny because some of the bird effects are dated. But there's also cool shit going on, and there's a lot of nice camera work in it that I really like. So with that said, Ioni222, that's the end of your roast. And I think the end of roasting in general, but I still feel like hanging out for a bit on this Saturday or this Friday afternoon. Just got to update the next to be roasted. I feel like this person's been roasted before, but I can't quite remember. There have been so many people who got roasted. But I'll let you guys tell me that on Tuesday. And I guess now would be a good time just to remind you all that there will be a special live stream on Monday for everyone who is a member of the channel at the Cinemaniacs level. That is the $4.99 level. I will be going over every single film that I watched in June and putting them on a tier list and letting you know why I'm putting them in a tier list at that level. So if you ever want to know my deep, dark thoughts about all the films that I watch, that'll be a live stream for you to check out. I'm also considering maybe when I make a video, start making them like censored, so it's maybe better for the algorithm, you know, like censoring out the profanity. And then maybe the uncensored versions of those videos would also be made available to channel members at that level. I'm not quite sure yet if I'm going to do that, but we'll see. We'll see. What are Rocco's 4 favorite movies? He loves The Great Mouse Detective, Stuart Little, Rio, and Rio 2. Those are his favorite films. Had fun today, says Ella. Glad you liked it. I'm going to have to bulk up my Letterboxd, then try to get another roast in the future. Yeah, just try it. Everyone thinks they can make their Letterboxd profile better, and then I show up and I just shit on everything anyways. There are actually people who like comment and they're like, "You can't roast me. My profile is perfect." Like I think someone recently said that. I'm not gonna roast them right now, but hold on. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, there's this person here called Not Great Bob. He says, "Let's do this. You can't. My profile is perfect." I'm not gonna roast them right now, but who here thinks that Not Great Bob's profile is perfect? I can roast this. I can roast anything. Because I am the roast master. Rocco's a bit basic. I'm here for it. I mean, he just likes watching movies where there are things that he wants to kill in them, you know? Because he's a cat. He's a psychopath. All cats are psychopaths. Best Wong Kar-wai film. I mean, from the ones I've seen, it's Chungking Express. Although Fallen Angels is quite good. I still need to see In the Mood for Love, though. And I think a lot of people would tell you that In the Mood for Love is his best film. Does he like Hocus Pocus? Doesn't the black cat die in that? No, he doesn't like that. Hocus Pocus and Puss in Boots, The Last Witch is in Rocco's top 4. He does like Puss in Boots 2, mostly because he wants to have sex with Salma Hayek. He weirdly doesn't like Desperado, though, which is weird. Wait, what are we on in the list? The next one is this one. Stranger Best. Also known as Paige, 22, from Florida. Oh, it'll be so easy to roast this one. Next time. Next time on Cinemateq. Best Ghibli film? Kiki's Delivery Service. Rocco and I have the same taste in women. Sounds like you and Rocco have like the same taste in women as everyone. Everyone wants Salma Hayek. All of us do. And it's okay to admit that. I did not like In the Mood for Love, 3 out of 5 for me, but Chungking I watched today, and definitely 5 out of 5. Yeah, Chunking's pretty great. Pretty great. Matthew Bowen saying, hi, hello. Well, hello, Matthew, yourself. Thank you for joining us here at the end. This live stream won't be going on for very much longer, because I probably should eat some food or something like that. But I do just like chilling, not roasting, just hanging out with y'all. Howl's Moving Castle is by far the best Ghibli, or your fave Ghibli so far, because Billy Crystal is in it. Yo, don't watch Ghibli dubbed, man. So many of the Ghibli dubs are straight garbage. Like, have you ever seen the dubbed version of, I think, Princess Mononoke? With, like, that Billy Bob Thornton nonsense? Maybe it's in Nausicaa, but it's just some of the worst voice acting you can ever hear. Never, ever watch the celebrity dubs of Ghibli films. Watch the original Japanese. And also Spirited Away is great. Best transformation of parents into pigs ever in a film. Hey, who's seen the new Dune trailer? Looks pretty sick, right? I think it looks pretty sick. I'm here for it. I can't wait for it. Any big film news today, I wonder? Anything making the rounds? Alan Arkin passing away. I think that is the I think that's a big one. Big thing. Sylvester Stallone admits career regrets in trailer for Netflix documentary Sly. What? He regrets like being famous and making money? Yeah, it looks like a lot of the big news today is Alan Arkin passing. Apparently Harrison Ford. Oh man. Hey, wait. Do you guys want to see me do my best impersonation of a YouTuber who desperately tries to get clicks on nothing? Okay. Apparently Harrison Ford physically abused Phoebe Waller-Bridge on the set of Indiana Jones 5. Breaking news. And then I make a thumbnail with Harrison Ford and Phoebe Waller-Bridge, and I've photoshopped Phoebe Waller-Bridge to have like a black eye or something like that. And that's how you get views on this site. It's not actually making content that people want. It's getting people to click on bullshit. Now here's the actual article. Harrison Ford playfully smacked Phoebe Waller-Bridge on the head with a rolled-up script on Indiana Jones 5 set. It was hysterical. So yeah, that's how you create clickbait. If anyone was wondering how. You take something innocuous and innocent and try to convince people that is the worst fucking thing ever that could ever happen. Dune Part 2 new trailer. Yeah, no, we already talked about that. Let's see here. What's going on here? You're right about Princess Mononoke. The dub is kind of painful. Yeah. I tried to watch Akira dubbed yesterday. Bad choice. Always. Like, some dubs are better now. Like, newer dubs are better now because they're actually, like, getting better voice actors to do it. But back in the day, like, anime films made in the 80s and 90s, original dubs on those are always bad. It's one of the reasons why I'm like an always sub person, because I have been I'm always a sub. I'm always a sub person because an always sub person because I've been burned by so many dubs. So many bad dubs. I watched like half of Mononoke. Well, you should watch all of it. I still have not watched the first Dune. Well, you should. Wait, Lynch's Dune or Villeneuve's first Dune? You should watch both. There's some good production design in David Lynch's Dune. Haunted Mansion tickets went on sale today. Well, I mean, if you want to watch it, go watch it. It might be all right. It's got Lakeith Stanfield in it. Best A24 movie. For me, it's probably The Witch, personally. Everything Everywhere would have to be up there, of course. And there's some other good ones, too. I'm still bummed about Julian Sands. He was in A Room with a View, which is a fave of mine. Yeah, Julian Sands also passing away recently. R.I.P. to them all. Disney re-releasing a bunch of their films in theaters soon. Are they really? Maybe they're going to see like what the profitability of that is, and maybe they're just going to stop making live-action remakes of stuff, right? Like, don't do a live-action remake of Bambi. That's stupid. Just put Bambi back in theaters, you know? I mean, going back to that Phoebe Waller-Bridge thing, like, she probably was just like, I don't know. Harrison Ford was probably just like, boop. You know, like, bop, for whatever reason. Because he's a crotchety old man, and maybe he thought that would be funny. You know? She didn't have to be doing anything. She could have just been, like, sitting around, and Harrison Ford was like, this is how I'm going to get her. This is what Harrison Ford sounds like. This is how I'm going to get her. Bop. And, like, that's what he does. Clickbait title, Kathleen Kennedy fired for Indiana Jones box office flop. Did she have anything to do with Indy 5? Also, is Indiana Jones flopping? Like, I've heard contradictory statements to that effect. Like, I've seen things saying like, oh, it's going to get $125 to $150 million in its opening weekend domestically, but then I've also heard that it's flopping. So I don't even know what's going on with that movie. You've seen no Dune at all? Well, then watch the Villeneuve one, please. I guess it would be better than getting a pencil thrown at it. Or yeah, pencils can take your eye out, man. They could give you lead poisoning. So who's the person in the chat that was part of the Virgin Suicides, aka the GOAT film that everyone should include in Cinemateq Top 100 form? Good callback, first of all. Please fill out your Cinemateq Top 100 form if you haven't already. Link in the description box below. But also, I will not be revealing the person in the chat who was in Virgin Suicides. I will, however, tell you that I do not believe they are in the chat today. So take that for what you will. Favorite decade for movies? That's a ridiculously difficult question, although I'm inclined to say the 1960s because there was just so much cool, innovative stuff happening in the 60s. I'll say the 60s. Fuck it. Why not? Although the 50s are also great, especially when you're looking at like Japanese cinema and like the maturing of Japanese cinema in the 50s after World War II. A lot of Kurosawa's best films like Rashomon, Seven Samurai, those are from the 50s. Mizoguchi's best films like Ugetsu and Life of Oharu are from the 50s. Also, you sort of had like the maturation of classic Hollywood cinema before it started falling off near the end of the decade. That's really great. There's some really great Hollywood films from the 50s in there. Lots of great Technicolor films. Vertigo is from the 50s. North by Northwest is from the 50s. 50s had a lot of really good films, but I think 60s is probably more. 60s I think is probably a more interesting decade, and also a greater diversity of the types of stories that were being told because you were getting this more like seismic shift in film going taste and what even filmmakers wanted to make with all of the new waves popping up. new waves in France and Japan specifically, and also the new American cinema of the 60s. Great Harrison Ford impersonation. Thank you. I try my best. Haunted Mansion remake is so unnecessary. I mean, yeah. Dan was hoping it was Kirsten Dunst in the chat. I mean, it could be Kirsten Dunst in the chat. I'm just not going to tell you, like, the name of the chatter, you know? That's what I'm saying. It could be Kirsten Dunst. Why not? Kirsten Dunst might have a crush on me, even though she has a husband. I'm not kidding you. A kid in a show I was doing got a pencil thrown at him for messing up. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's a bad way to treat children, you know? Don't do that. In my Cinemateq Top 100 list, I put all Harmony Korine films. All right. I can't wait to see Julian Donkey Boy not make it into the top 100. It was the first ever musical theater show I did. Damn, you just shouldn't treat kids like that, you know? Gumo and Spring Breakers generally in my top 100 list. Cool. West Side Story is a good bridge between the 50s and 60s. I know it's from 1961. Yeah. I believe it. I believe it. Best Pixar movie? WALL-E, baby. Watching Kawaii tonight. Really like Harry Carey, so I'm excited. Do you like Kobayashi's films? So a better question is, have I seen any Kobayashi films? I don't know if I have or not. Let me just investigate this somehow by typing things. Oh man, he's done a lot of really cool stuff. I feel bad about this. So I have not seen Harry Carey, Kawaii, The Human Condition, Samurai Rebellion. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any Kawaii films. Or excuse me, I haven't seen any Kobayashi films. See? You can see my shame right here. It fades watched films. None of them are faded. So like shit. Wait, is this a baseball movie? I will buy you. A talent scout moves sharply, dead set on signing a promising athlete to the baseball team, the Tokyo Flowers. Yo. A baseball movie from Japan in the 1950s? Watch list. And it's on Criterion Collection. Fuck, I might watch that tonight. Tonight. Black River, Thick Walled Room. Yeah, I should probably watch some of his movies. Even Samurai Rebellion, I've heard about this one. Yeah, it's a Mifune film, also in the Criterion Collection. Yeah, I should do that. I should be a good cinephile. Have you seen Mysterious Skin? If you haven't, you should. It's a flawless masterpiece of cinema. That's the Greg, is it Akiri? No. Greg Akiri? Fuck, I knew how to say his name like not that long ago. Yeah. Greg Araki, that's what it is. I did watch the Doom Generation recently. I haven't watched Mysterious Skin yet, though, but it's on my watch list. It's on the Criterion channel right now as well. What would you do if when you... wait. What is this? What would you do if when you okay, so he said yes would go? What the fuck did you just say? What would you do if when you okay, so he said yes would go? I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're trying to say. Mysterious Skin is such a hard watch? Oh, really? So probably not like a Friday night party movie, huh? JGL is great in it, but it is hard to take. All right, not a Friday night party movie then. Thankfully, that kid put his script over his face before the pencil reached it. Yeah, like, you don't want to lose... You don't want to lose an eye. New addition to my Letterboxd bio. Cinemateq said he was my dad. Also took out #1 MCU hater. No Way Home was pretty good. See, there you go. We're all learning and growing because of these roasts. Have you seen Solo? I haven't seen Solo yet, but I know well enough to know that it's not like a Friday night party movie either. See much Argento. I've seen a lot of his early stuff. I've seen like The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, Deep Red, Suspiria, Four Flies on Grey Velvet. Those are his 4 earliest films. I've also seen like Tenebrae, Opera, shit like that. So yeah, I've seen a fair amount of Argento's early stuff. I find that like he really trails off the further you get into his career, though. Although he is really good as an actor in the Gaspar Noé film Vortex. So if you ever want to see Dario Argento in front of the camera, that's a good way of doing it. That's a heartbreaking film, though. Definitely not a party film. Fave films from Latin America. And Main Alternative just coming in and saying, Y tu mama tambien, probably. And yeah, although is Mexico considered Latin America? I always get confused by this. Is Latin America... What is the desert? What is the Latin America? Is it considered? Okay, Mexico is a part of it. All right. Wait, what is this one country that's not considered part of Latin America that's in South America? The heck? That's weird. You guys see this? Apparently, according to Wikipedia, these two little countries right here are not considered part of Latin America. What are those countries? Enhance. Guyana and Suriname? Okay. Weird. Maybe they were colonized by like the French or something. That would kind of make sense. Anyways, the question was favorite Latin American films. And yes, Y tu mama tambien is going to be on that. I did see a very good film from Brazil a couple of years ago that I forgot about. But it also had its name changed, so I don't know if even telling you what the name was would be helpful. Macunaíma is a Brazilian film I saw in school that was very good. City of God, of course, a Brazilian film that I think everyone's probably seen. That's an incredibly good film. Trying to think of other things that I've seen from Latin America. This is one of the problems, right? Like, I often take a shot at Criterion for not releasing a lot of films from Central and South America, but I also haven't seen a lot of films from Central and South America. I've seen like Lucrecia Martel's Zama, but I'm not a big fan of it, so I don't really talk about it that much. Yeah, I'm just going to take a quick look at like just a random list. So I guess The Exterminating Angel, but that's a Spanish film. Is Spain considered part of Latin America? Oh, here's a good one. No, a film by Pablo Larraín. This is the director of Spencer, that Princess Diana film that came out recently. This is a film from him. I saw this premiere at TIFF about 10 years ago. It's very good. Find this movie. It's great. It's like at least a 4-star film. Yeah, and I think some of Pablo Larraín's earlier work as well. Emma would be from Latin America. That's also very good. It also has him in it, Gael Garcia Bernal in it. Mariana Di Girolamo is great in this movie. And I don't know if I've seen her in anything else. I guess not. But she's really good in it. Yeah. Pablo Larraín, great director. I want to see more of his things. What else have I seen? What is this? Truck driver transporting timber between Paraguay and Buenos Aires. One day at a truck stop, he picks up a young Paraguayan woman, Jancita, whose employer is told to take to Buenos Aires. From his surprise, Gina brings along her 5-month-old daughter. When the hell did I watch this? I do not even know. Spain is Europe, good sir. Yes, I understand that. But like, we also have to acknowledge that the only reason, I guess Latin America is referring to like the Americas, sure, but like, you know, the reason why Spanish is the most spoken language in Latin America is because of all of the colonialism, right? So maybe Spain. Although I guess actually, I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. So yeah, I guess I haven't seen a lot of films from this. Ooh, Miss Bala. I saw the original Miss Bala, not the one that they did the American remake of, and is bad. That film's not bad. That's not a bad movie. Anything else? No. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a good person to ask for recommendations for Latin American cinema. Weird imperialism sucks. True. Oh, there's some Latin American films right there. Paul provided them. doing a Hitchcock deep dive right now, what's your favorite film by him? The Birds. Right now, The Birds is my favorite film. If you're doing a deep dive though, and you're getting a little bit tired of the thrillers, then I would recommend giving the Truth About Harry a try. It's still like a murder movie. Like Alfred Hitchcock cannot help but have a murder in his movie, but it's played like a comedy, and the cinematography is really interesting because it takes place in this like idyllic rural part of America, and it literally is like every frame a painting. Like everything just looks so beautiful. It's a lot of still shots, not a lot of camera movements, and everything just looks so incredibly beautiful. Or excuse me, it's not called The Truth About Harry. It's The Trouble with Harry. Trouble with Harry. So if you want to have a bit of a fun with a Hitchcock film, that's a good one. But yeah, I think The Birds is his best film, or at least it's my favorite. But also like Vertigo, Rear Window, Psycho, those are all great. Foreign Correspondent from the 40s, I think is his best film from the 40s. Did he do Strangers on the Train? Because I think that's a good one too. Have you seen any Melville films? I think so. I can't think of them. Oh, Leonore Will Never Die. That's another good one from Latin America. I forgot about that one. TJ, never seen Bad Education. It stumped him on Framed movie quiz game. Thanks for dredging up the past, Dory. Real nice of ya. It's okay, TJ. I'm Latino and I haven't seen much Latino cinema, embarrassingly. But Caron is always a W pick. Yeah. I mean, it's the same with me, right? Like, I'm Canadian, and the amount of Canadian film I've seen, I think, is more than most other Canadians, but it's still woefully inadequate when you compare it to the amount of American films that I've seen. So, yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us. American, the omnipresence of American culture sucks, and it draws a lot of us away from our own culture, which is sad. And on that very cheery note, I'm going to say good evening to all of you. We've been live streaming for almost 5 hours now, and I'm just going to go probably take my butt from here over to the couch and maybe watch a couple more episodes of The Orville before watching a movie, because it's Friday, and I'm just trying to chill. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you to all the people who donated. Thank you to all the people who continue to support this channel. You are awesome and great and really cool and probably good looking. Until next time, I will be live streaming on Tuesday, but don't forget, for all of those of you who are in the Cinemaniacs Club, you can check out the live stream I'll be doing on this coming Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you want to become a Cinemaniac, you can just join. It's a membership thing. It's down there by the subscribe button. You can find it. It's a button that says join. Beyond that, I think that's it. Fill out your ballot for the Cinemateq Top 100. Sign up to get roasted if you want to. And I think that's about it. So until then, have a great goddamn weekend. Enjoy yourself. Watch good movies. And I'll see you next time. Ciao.